This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Where We Are by April Kelley, narrated by Simon Dornay. Prologue. Angel Emery leaned against the wall, absently playing his game on his cell phone, trying not to think about what was to come. The game with the candy pieces usually helped calm his nerves, but lately it wasn't as effective as he would have liked. Instead, his stomach churned, as if there was something it knew about the near future that the rest of Angel didn't. When he heard footsteps coming from down the hall, he swallowed down the bile that threatened and schooled his expression, so it showed only a look of boredom. If his time in the Stavros coven taught him anything, it was to never show emotion. Nikolonos Stavros had a knack for finding a person's fears and exploiting them. He shut down his game right in the middle of the level and put the phone in his pocket. Nikolono came towards him with the same smile he always had. The smile suggested Nikolono knew something no one else did. A human stood just behind and slightly to the left of his coven leader. The human's name was Jules, but Angel never addressed him in any way. If the rumors were true, and a warlock took away the mating pole, then he was nothing more than Nikolono's pet. He'd be dead by next month, so Angel didn't see the point in getting to know a corpse. Nikolono gave Jules a look of contempt, which spoke the truth clearly enough. It was a shame. Jules was far too young to be abused. He looked barely 20 years old, his face showing no real age except for the anguish from his time in Nikolono's care, which had only been a few weeks. Jules kept his eyes downcast, and his arms folded around himself as if he were cold. Angel had a sudden urge to take his jacket off and cover the man's naked upper half. Nikolono keeping Jules, someone he kidnapped, around confirmed what Angel had started to suspect all along. Nikolono had jumped on a train headed to Crazy Town, and he was about to take everyone in the coven with him. Angel's gut churned again, but he tried to ignore it. Damien came down the hall a few yards behind Nikolono and Jules, his strides purposeful and confident. There was nothing undead about a vampire, as so many human storybooks said. Vampires were born to vampire parents, and had a lot of the same moving parts as humans did. To look into Damien's eyes would suggest otherwise, though. There was a dead quality to them, which made Angel think blood didn't pump through Damien's veins the same way it did everyone else's. While Angel had hidden qualms about the killing and torture they performed for Nikolono, Damien did not. Angel disliked Damien, and the feeling was returned. Neither of them made their feeling secret. Angel took his place behind Nikolono, standing beside Damien, who was at least a head taller. Nikolono opened the door to a room they used as a prison. There were 5 cells, and prisoners occupied 2 of them. One cell held a blood whore named Sean. Sean was supposed to have delivered a witch to them, but Angel wasn't privy to the witch's purpose. The other occupant was Nikolono's wife, Sylvia. Angel wanted to laugh every time he thought about the reason Nikolono imprisoned her. He would feel sorry for Nikolono, but the man brought it on himself. Angel thought erectile dysfunction was a rather fitting curse for a husband who completely dismissed his wife upon meeting Jules. That saying about a woman scorned was no joke when it came to Sylvia. It wasn't the first time she had been in one of these cells. They played games with each other all the time. It was entertaining to watch their dysfunction most of the time, except when Angel was about to get thrown right into the mess they both created. Knowing Sylvia, Angel wouldn't make it out unscathed. The palms of his hands sweated at the realization that he was about to get caught in Nikolono and Sylvia's tumultuous relationship games, and there wasn't a damn thing he could do about it. He could have refused Nikolono's orders, but it came with a price of death. Still, death was better than getting in the middle of his coven leader's relationship. Nikolono stood in front of Sylvia's cell and talked with her. Whatever they discussed, Angel didn't pay attention. He tried to blank out his mind so he would stop thinking about what was to come.
I don't know why Nikolono trusts you. I wouldn't if I were him.
Damien whispered to him, even as he clasped his hands behind his back and stood rigid as a statue. Angel wouldn't trust him either if he were Nicolono. Yeah, well, he does, and there's not much you can do about it. If you cause trouble in the coven, I'll end your life. Make it look like an accident. Damien very well could follow through with his threat. Damien was much bigger than Angel. Not just taller either, but built as if he worked out all day every day. Angel wasn't scared of him, but Damien could kick his ass in a hand-to-hand fight. It was a fact, and they both knew it. Angel covered the hilt of his sword with his palm and grinned. You can try. Or I can shove that sword up your ass. Who the fuck carries a sword around nowadays? I do. Angel was the best in the coven with a blade of any type. Damien, underestimating his skill, gave Angel an advantage, so he'd keep his mouth shut and not brag about what he could do. Overcompensating for your tiny dick. You wish you could see my dick. Damien looked him up and down twice, shrugged his shoulders. Maybe. Angel raised his eyebrows and grinned. They might not get along very well, but even Angel could see Damien would fuck him if given a chance. Maybe later. Damien grinned back. I can do a hate fuck. Ditto, asshole. Nicolono said something about pliers just then, and both men took notice, even as they still grinned over the hate fuck they would partake in right after they finished torturing Sylvia. Sylvia's brown eyes grew wide, and she moved away from the bars. Jules was the one who handed Nicolono the pliers, and he did so with tears streaming down his face. That was when Angel lost his smile, even as Damien didn't. Angel followed Damien into Sylvia's cell. As soon as she saw them, she started screaming. Nicolono let out an exasperated sigh as he took the tool from Jules. I would think you'd like this part. She is the one who started this whole fiasco. If she hadn't cursed me, we'd be mated right now, and you wouldn't be pining for two men who will never really want you. You're just a weak human. Don't you see that? Sylvia started chanting, and Angel scrambled to cover her mouth. She kicked out, and his hand slipped. Nicolono gave them the tool and snapped his fingers at Jules, indicating that he should follow him out of the room. Angel watched him go and cursed the man as a fucking coward. Sylvia stopped chanting, and something clicked into place for Angel. He had a picture in his mind of his brother and sister-in-law. They had raised Angel as if he were their own child. He saw his brother's face as it had been the day he left. It was like looking at his brother in his rearview mirror as he drove away, all over again. He tried to fight against the curse Sylvia inflicted on him. Every misdeed he had ever performed came flooding back like a tsunami assault on his soul. From putting Niall in a cell and watching him slowly go crazy from lack of blood, to killing when Nicolono snapped his fingers. By the gods, he had choices all along, and made the wrong ones. Angel rubbed at the sudden ache in his chest at the realization of what he had done. Angel stepped away from her and out of the cell. Damien followed him out, shutting the cell door behind them. Damien stopped him with a hand on his arm. Angel turned. Something about the expression on Damien's face made him seem more open, as if Sylvia's spell had laid him bare, just as it had Angel. Damien's eyes sparkled with life for the first time ever. Damien didn't speak, and the silence became confusing, so Angel filled it. I should have taken a stand a long time ago. Most of the other coven members are good, Damien. They don't deserve a leader like Nicolono. Going along with whatever Nicolono told him, instead of standing up for what was right, made him the conductor of his own train to Crazy Town. That was his truth. Sylvia cackled in glee from her cell, but they both ignored her. I need to think of what to do. With that, Damien left the room. Angel followed behind him and didn't acknowledge Nicolono when he screamed, What are you doing? Get back in there and finish the job. We won't. Damien said, without stopping his forward momentum down the hall to the stairs that would lead them away from Nicolono. Angel had to regroup, and apparently Damien had to do the same thing. "Why? What did she do to you?" "She made us see our truth," Damien answered, without turning around. They were halfway down the stairs when Damien slowed, letting Angel catch up with him. "I saw my mate," Damien confided. "I saw my brother's disappointment in me. I have to make it right and pay for what I've done." Damien nodded. "Nicolono will start a war, and when he does, my mate will get hurt. I saw his death. He's so... I can't." For the first time since knowing Damien, Angel gave the vampire comfort instead of attitude. Angel put an arm around Damien's broad shoulders for a couple of seconds and then let him go. "We need to get out of here and get help for the others in the coven." Damien shook his head. "He'll kill us both for leaving. It doesn't matter when. He'll hunt us down until there's nowhere left to go." "I'll start talking to the others." Damien nodded. "Save as many as possible from Nicolono's madness." Damien put a hand on Angel's shoulders. "I need to go and search for my mate." Damien started to speak but hesitated, uncertainty in his eyes. "I saw you. Our futures are connected." "Did she just make it possible for you to see the future?" Damien shrugged. "I've always been able to." Angel wanted to ask Damien what he meant by his last statement, but Damien patted him on the shoulder again and started down the stairs. "We'll see each other again." Chapter 1. For a vampire, moving around in the dark wasn't any different from doing so during the day. Angel could see the color of his jeans and the shirt he pulled over his head. He imagined the darkness must be blinding for some of the other beings, but Angel had no way of knowing for sure. Maybe he'd ask his mate how the dark looked to a bobcat shifter, and they could compare notes when they could finally be together. Angel rubbed at the pain in his chest and swallowed down the lump that formed in his throat. By the gods, how he longed for Forrest Somerset with a fierceness that grew in him with each passing day. Their timing was for shit. Angel had a lot to atone for, and that journey could not include Forrest. He just hoped one day soon, when the shitstorm finally passed and Angel came back to St. Lake's, that Forrest would forgive him for leaving. Angel sat on the bed, bending down to put on his shoes. When he was finished, he stuffed the rest of his clothing in his duffel bag and zipped it, leaving the room, bag in hand. He tried to walk quietly in the hall while everyone was sleeping, but he was in a house filled with shifters. Shifters had superb hearing, so his movements were bound to wake some of them. Gabriel, who was Angel's best friend, came out of his bedroom just as Angel passed by it. Angel stopped in the hallway and turned to look at him. He pointed down the hall to the stairwell, and Angel nodded before pointing to Forrest's bedroom door, silently telling Gabriel he intended to say goodbye first. Gods. Just the thought of being in the same room with Forrest made his heart race and filled him with a sickness he couldn't get past all at the same time. He strongly suspected the sickness had to do with the mate pull, which was a force so hard to fight it nearly kept him from leaving. It certainly pulled him towards Forrest's bedroom door. Gabriel smiled at him knowingly and headed to the staircase. Angel didn't bother knocking on Forrest's door, but turned the knob slowly, trying to make as little noise as possible. He stood just inside the room, taking in the form on the bed covered in blankets. Angel could hear his mate's even breathing, and the room smelled of Forrest. Angel sucked in long pulls, his eyes changing, and his cock grew hard from being so close to the source of the scent. Angel walked slowly towards Forrest's still form. When he got to the bed's edge, he saw the top of Forrest's head sticking out above the covers, and smiled. Forrest was a bobcat shifter, but under all those blankets he looked like a shifter whose animal burrowed in holes or caves. It was so fucking cute. And all Angel wanted to do was find a place to burrow in next to him. When Angel sat on the side of the bed, he discovered Forrest sprawled on his stomach, the shape becoming clearer as blankets pulled tight underneath Angel. He reached out with a finger and moved the covers away from Forrest's face. Angel ran the back of his finger down Forrest's cheek, but it pulled away when Forrest moved. He sucked in air through his nose as he came awake, rubbing his face on the pillow. There was a moment in which Angel thought he should leave, but it passed too quickly for him to make a proper getaway. Forrest stiffened and sat up suddenly, scooting away from Angel. He held his breath, even as his eyes widened. He stared at Angel without seeing him for a few seconds, and when recognition dawned, he let out a relieved breath. "By the gods, Angel, you scared the shit out of me." "Sorry." Angel wanted to touch Forrest again. Holding his hand would be enough. Forrest looked at him with such pleading in his eyes, it was nearly Angel's undoing. When Forrest moved in Angel's direction, it took everything he had not to take him in his arms and hold him close. Forrest put a hand over Angel's. "I thought you didn't want me." A lump formed in Angel's throat when Forrest said that. "I want you so fucking much, it's hard to hold back." Forrest took Angel's hand then and turned it over. He pressed their palms together, giving Angel exactly what he wanted. It was as if his mate could read his mind even before they bonded. "I want you too." Fuck. The way Forrest looked at him, so open and maybe a bit naive, was further proof Angel needed to leave. He would never be worthy of such innocence. Not after the shit he did for Nicolono. I just wanted to see you before I left." Forrest released him and looked away, down at the bedding, and began picking at a little pill of fabric on one of the top blankets. "You still don't want me?" "I do, Forrest. I just think it would be a good idea to wait." Angel wouldn't talk about what the council would do once they found out what Nicolono had been up to, and Angel was a willing participant. He should warn Forrest that he might not ever come back, but he couldn't get the words to form on his tongue. "I have to talk to the Vampire Council about the impending war. That could go bad for me, and I don't want you caught in it. You could get hurt, Forrest. I also need to see my brother. That's probably not going to be a pleasant visit, but it's necessary. When I come back, we'll talk." There was a flash in Forrest's eyes as he looked at Angel. Something that made Angel edgy, but he didn't know Forrest well enough to determine what the flash meant. Angel had met Forrest a few weeks ago, and he had actively tried to stay away from him, not wanting the temptation. Forrest sighed. "Are you going to the Vampire Council or your brother's first?" "My brother's, but why does that matter?" Forrest just shrugged and looked away from him again. "Your face is so expressive. Everything you're thinking is written there," Angel whispered, and reached out a hand to touch Forrest's cheek. Forrest's expression went from guilty to surprised to defiant, all in the span of a second. It was the guilty part, which Angel didn't quite understand. "You say that, yet you can't read me at all. If you could, then you'd know just how much you leaving without even asking me to go with you hurts. You don't even care about getting to know me." Angel could see how much he misinterpreted the defiance, because Forrest looked as if he carried the pain in his heart, and that pain was fed like a growing snake, taking over his entire being. Angel wanted to reassure Forrest and give in to the pull. He wanted to tell Forrest all the ways they'd learn about each other, but he didn't do any of that. How much worse would Forrest feel if they bonded, and then Angel landed in prison for his crimes? Even Angel knew it was what he deserved. Angel stood and walked out of the bedroom without a word. Forrest's gentle sobs followed him down the hall. He almost turned back a dozen times. Gabriel sat on the couch next to Alpha Ramsey, but stood when Angel came over to him. Angel went to his best friend and hugged him. "You're an idiot," Gabriel whispered. The insult made Angel cringe, because it meant Gabriel knew something about his mate Angel had yet to figure out. "So you keep saying, I won't put him in danger." Angel pulled away and took a step back. He waved his hand in front of his face as if Gabriel's scent offended him. "Jesus," Did you roll around on Sean before coming down here? Something like that, yeah. Then don't change the subject. Usually, Gabriel's favorite subject was his mate, Sean, and it derailed his train of thought enough to distract him. Angel sighed. You'll take care of Forrest for me? That's the dumbest thing you've ever said to me. First of all, he's my brother, so duh. Secondly, you'll be back. Angel looked away. I could be gone for years. Alpha Ramsey stood, crossing his arms over his chest. For all that Ramsey was a good listener and seemed to have a kind heart, he made a formidable figure. The slight scowl on his face told of his disapproval, which didn't sit well with Angel. Explain yourself. Angel took a deep breath and cut to the chase. Gabriel knew his past, but the Alpha didn't. Ramsey could request that he never return, and given what he was going to do at the council meeting, it was a possibility anyway. But he wanted the option of returning to his mate if, by some miracle, the Vampire Council had mercy on him. I killed and tortured people unnecessarily whenever Nicolono ordered it. If Nicolono is found guilty by the Vampire Council, then I will be too. We can send someone else, Ramsey said. And Angel nearly cried in relief at not getting banished from town or from ever seeing Forrest again. There is no one else. Magnus's crimes are just as bad. Hell, worse because he doesn't have a coven or a clan. Or didn't, before discovering your little brother was his mate. He'd be in the same predicament I am. Angel blew out a frustrated breath. Nicolono practically sent me to prison the second I joined his coven, Alpha. I have 10 years of crimes all stacked on top of each other, and more than one of his coven members can tell the council that. Explain to them what happened. Gabriel looked at him with wide, worried eyes. Yeah, because Nicolono's wife cursing me with my own truth makes me sound like a pillar of all that is virtuous. Before that happened, I did Nicolono's bidding knowing most of the shit was wrong. I might not have liked it, but I did it anyway. I'm a fucking shit who deserves the punishment they give me. Angel gestured toward the stairs, getting down to his real reason for leaving Forrest behind. So maybe I don't want him to know what I'm capable of. Gabriel's eyebrows rose in the way he always had that reminded Angel of the wolf lurking inside. Well, he certainly knows you're capable of leaving. For Forrest, that's going to be hard to get past. He doesn't forgive as easily as you think, Angel. You hurt his feelings by not mating with him, but you're also still here. He's been giving you the benefit of the doubt so far, but all that goes out the window the second you walk away from him. Angel sucked in a breath, and then rubbed at the tightness in his chest. He needs to know why you're leaving, Angel, Ramsey said, and the commanding nature in his voice made it sound as if he didn't have a choice. Angel's eyebrows drew together. Are you commanding me to tell him? Ramsey looked at something over the top of Angel's head. Yes, but never mind now. He knows. Angel stiffened and turned to look in the direction of Ramsey's focus. He saw Forrest sitting at the top of the stairs in just pajama pants without a shirt. Angel could tell by the redness of Forrest's eyes that the tears still flowed. Forrest didn't say anything to him for the longest time. When he did, he just asked, You're going anyway, right? I have to. It's the right thing to do. Forrest sighed. Gabriel's right. You are an idiot. Angel watched as Forrest stood and shook his head. Gabe, is Sean awake? He was as of a few minutes ago. He won't mind if you wake him, though, Forrest. Forrest just nodded and headed up the stairs. Angel turned to Gabriel, trying to ignore the ache in his chest. I need to borrow your truck. It'll be at my brother's house. His name is Kane Emery, and he lives in Oakwood Village. Gabriel looked at him pointedly. You can take it, but you're bringing it back. Gabe. Angel shook his head, knowing how unlikely it was that he'd be coming back any time soon. Ramsey cleared his throat, getting Angel's attention. I want you to talk to Oakwood Village's Alpha. Let him know about the threat to all shifters, but don't say jack about Lucas. With that order, Ramsey left the room. Chapter 2. Computer keys clicking away was the only noise Forrest heard besides his own sniffles. He wiped his nose with a tissue before pulling another one from his pocket and drying his eyes. After he finished clearing the emotions on his face, he took a deep breath, steeling himself for the task he was about to undertake. Sean was getting directions to Angel's brother's home, pulling up a map. "I'll shift and follow him on foot." Maybe if he said that part of his plan aloud, it would start to be a good idea. He just didn't see how he'd evade detection for very long if he followed Angel in his car. Angel wasn't stupid. He would know eventually, but the longer he put off the confrontation they were bound to have, the less of a choice Angel had. If he could just wait until they were both at the Vampire Council, then that would be ideal. He walked over to the window and held the curtain back, watching Angel and Gabriel talk in the driveway. "Doesn't that mean you'd have to sleep in the woods?" Sean never even looked at him. "Yeah?" "Dude, that sounds awful. Just go out there and tell Angel you're going with him." If there was ever a person who would know what a fucked-up mating was like, it was Sean. Gabriel hadn't given Sean an easy time either, although Gabriel had different reasons for not mating with Sean right away. Forrest shook his head. "Angel will fight me the whole way and put off going to the council. He needs to get it over with." Forrest didn't have a problem with Angel turning himself in. His problem was Angel leaving him behind and totally cutting Forrest out of the equation. "You two have the worst communication skills. Neither one of you will talk to the other and work stuff out." Angel leaned against Gabriel's truck with the keys in his hand. Forrest wanted nothing more than to snatch the keys from him. Angel was like one of those war veterans who went off on their own in the middle of the woods, ready to die alone. He had suffered at the hands of Nicolono Stavros as much as all the other victims. Nicolono might not have held Angel prisoner, and maybe it seemed like Angel had a choice. But Forrest bet Nicolono would have killed him if he didn't do what the Coven leader demanded. Of course, Forrest was speculating as to how Angel felt, and the circumstances behind the crimes he committed. He didn't know for sure because Angel wouldn't talk directly to him about anything. "Angel's the one refusing to bond, not me. I can't give in to him, or he's going to rot in prison." The haunted look in Angel's eyes said how much he needed saving, and it was Forrest who would do it. The only problem was, he'd have to leave St. Lakes to do it, and that scared the shit out of him. He hadn't left St. Lakes for any real length of time his entire life. "He thinks I'm too naive to help him." Sean waved off the comment. "He's trying to protect you. He's underestimating you, but you're not letting him get away with it. That's the message you're sending by going after him." Forrest looked over at Sean, the glow of the computer screen illuminating his face. "Maybe. And maybe I want him to change his mind." A bubble of hope still hung on, somewhere inside him, refusing to pop. He looked out the window again, at Angel's long hair floating past his shoulders. "When he gets in the truck and drives away, I don't know if I'll be able to forgive him." "Do you know how you're going to get him out?" "Talk the council out of it. It's the only thing I can do." "It'll be okay, Forrest." Forrest disagreed, but he was done analyzing it. It was time to take action. After Sean did his computer shit, he would leave before his mate even left the driveway. He watched Angel's big body as he leaned against the truck door. Usually, vampires were smaller than shifters. They were awesome predators, really, and different than shifters in that they were less primitive, more thoughtful about what they did. They used pretty words on their victim. Angel was no exception. His voice was so silky smooth and deep, he could talk the pants right off Forrest. Only he never actually tried. His words didn't make Forrest want to do anything but choke him. "How did Angel feed when you were at the mansion?" Forrest asked. "He went into town about once a week to the local bar, I think. Why?" Forrest shrugged. "Why do you think he uses bagged blood here?" "Like he's going to suck blood from someone who isn't his mate? Angel feels the pull, Forrest. He'll use bagged blood until you two figure shit out." "If he leaves, he might as well go back to the local drunks in the human villages." Sean sighed. Forrest watched as Gabriel pointed toward the window. He had a sudden urge to close the curtain and hide, fearing Angel would know what he had planned by the expression on his face. Angel looked over at Forrest, and their gazes met through the glass of the window. Angel mouthed the word please, as if it were Forrest who was leaving, and Angel was the one trying to convince him they needed to be together. What he was really begging for, Forrest had no idea. Forrest squared his shoulders and gave him as defiant a look as he could muster. He wasn't the confrontational type, so even the silent argument they seemed to be having through the window made Forrest's hands shake. He stood there, though, watching Angel struggle with whatever realization Gabriel tried to pound into his head. Sean drew Forrest's attention away when he said, "Got it." Sean waved him over to the computer, and on it was a map. Forrest followed the thick red line running across the map with his eyes. He noticed Sean writing down the directions step by step on a sheet of paper. "For someone who doesn't think they're good with computers, you sure do know how to find people," he praised Sean. Sean shrugged. "I just needed the brother's name." Sean put the pen down and scooted away from the desk. He stood and looked at Forrest. "Make sure you call home whenever you have a chance." "I know." "And don't trust anyone, Forrest. People are shitheads. Remember that." "I know." "And don't let Angel talk you into coming back home." "I don't intend for him to find out I followed him until we get to the Vampire Council." Sean handed him the paper with the directions. Forrest and Sean walked to the kitchen. He nearly stopped when he saw Ramsay waiting for him, thinking maybe Ramsay would try to talk him out of it. The last thing he wanted was to gain Ramsay's disapproval of his plan. Of all his siblings, Forrest hated to disappoint Ramsay the most, and not because he was alpha. "You know Mom is going to give me shit for sending you out, right?" Forrest started nodding his head, but then comprehension dawned. "Wait, sending me out?" Ramsay held out his hand for the paper Sean had written the directions on, silently demanding Forrest hand it over. "You'll go on foot, right?" Ramsay asked, and took a pen from the cup that held half a dozen of them. Ramsay laid a paper flat on the counter and wrote something on it. He folded it and then straightened, looking at Forrest expectantly. "Yeah, I'll call Sean for the location of the council meetings when I need it. For now, I have Angel's brother's address." Forrest took the paper when Ramsay held it out. Ramsay covered Forrest's hand with his own before Forrest had a chance to look at what he wrote. Apparently, Ramsay wanted it to remain a mystery for a bit longer. Ramsay studied Forrest for long seconds, as if trying to figure something out. Whatever it was, he must have been satisfied with what he saw. "You know how you talked Mom into letting you eat chocolate cake for breakfast, and when Bennett tried the same thing, he failed miserably?" Forrest smiled at the memory. He always could talk Mom into things, when none of his other brothers and his sister could. "Yeah." "Well, I need you to use that persuasive shit to unite the Shifter and Vampire Council. If we're correct, and the humans are manipulating the vampires into eliminating the Shifters, then we're going to need to unite. It means a bigger fight than just Nicolono Stavros' coven against our clan. You understand what I'm saying?" Forrest sucked in a breath and started to shake his head. "By the gods, Ramsay, I can't... How am I supposed to talk two opposing sides into coming together?" Forrest moved away from him, needing the physical distance. "Even if the humans aren't behind all the attacks on Shifters, the Shifter and Vampire Council still need to come together." "You make it sound so dramatic." Ramsay shrugged. "I hope we're wrong about all this, and it is just the coven and our clan fighting. It will be bad enough already." Forrest nodded. "I don't understand why the humans wouldn't just come to us and talk. Why have all the secrecy and underhandedness? We could all just live in peace." Ramsay smiled and sighed in relief. "You saying that is exactly why you're perfect for this job, little brother." "It's so not fair that we have to be the ones to fix everything." "We have the only male witch in existence as a clan member. Plus, we're Somersets. If anyone knows about being stronger together, it's us." Ramsay was right about that. Mom had raised them to stick together. They had each other's back on all things, and it was the familial lesson Ramsay was asking Forrest to teach everyone on the councils. Ramsay grabbed him by his nape and pulled Forrest in for a hug. Forrest put his arms around his brother. "You're asking too much," he whispered, and breathed in Ramsay's alpha scent. Forrest needed his strength. "I know. When I call home, I'll tell Mom you made me go." Ramsey chuckled. "Little asshole." Forrest grinned. "Hey, I have a piece of paper with your handwriting on it to prove it. The evidence speaks for itself." "I have no doubt you could talk her into believing you. You can talk anyone into anything, which is what I'm counting on." Forrest wasn't going to point out the fact that he couldn't seem to talk his mate into bonding with him. It would ruin the compliment. Forrest moved away from Ramsey and took his shirt off, handing it to Ramsey. Forrest finished undressing and waited for Ramsey to give him further instructions. "I will never get used to shifters and their nakedness," Sean mumbled behind him. Forrest nearly forgot he was in the room. They were silent for long seconds before Ramsey said, "Don't trust anyone." "I know. Sean already told me that." Forrest rolled his eyes. "Call home tonight. We'll worry if you don't." "I know. Sean already told me." Sheesh. "There are 3 names on the paper. 2 are with the Shifter Council. They both are allies and live in Wingspan. They'll still be hard to convince to unite, but they will at least listen to you. The other name is a man on the Vampire Council. Angel knows him. Says he's wanted to unite the 2 councils for a long time. He's the one you'll want to talk to first." Forrest couldn't think past the pounding of his heart against his ribcage. His hands shook, and he looked at Ramsey. "I'm so nervous, it's ridiculous." "Nah, you're a mama's boy." Ramsey ruffled his hair. "Be safe, little brother." Forrest hugged Ramsey one last time, and then turned to Sean, pulling him into a hug. "Oh man, you're naked," Sean complained, but he still hugged Forrest back. Forrest chuckled and pulled away. He put the note in his mouth, holding it gently between his teeth as he shifted. He looked at Ramsey, waiting for him to open the door. The second Ramsey turned the handle and pulled it open, he took off across the yard, running in the direction of Oakwood Village, where Angel's brother lived. Chapter 3. Forrest would recognize Angel's scent anywhere. It was faint, wafting to him on the bitter, cold breeze, but it was there at the small motel with the blinking sign. He wasn't sure how long Angel had been there, but Forrest had been running to catch up with Angel for a long time. It was just getting on to dusk, and he was so tired he could cry. Before he broke down from exhaustion, he had to call home, but he needed clothing first. Walking around naked wouldn't cut it. He settled on the edge of the woods where the motel pavement and the tree line of the forest met. He lay his head on his paws and watched the door with the word office painted across it. As he waited, he went over the contents of the note again, reciting it. He had memorized both the directions to Kane's house and the 3 names Ramsey had written down, so he wouldn't have to carry the paper in his mouth anymore. Reviewing the contents gave him something else to think about besides his screwed-up relationship and the discomfort the cold weather caused. A car pulled in, and a woman stepped out of the driver's seat. Forrest's body tensed, getting ready to run to her car so he could steal her bag. But then he saw the tears streaming down her face, flowing over the bruise on her cheek with a wet shininess, which made the blue color stand out a bit more. Forrest settled his body down in the grass again. He couldn't steal from someone who was already having a shitty day. If the bruise told him anything, it was that she had big problems, and Forrest wouldn't add to them. A few minutes went by before she came out again with a hotel key in her hand. She started her car and moved it across the parking lot, stopping at the opposite end from where the office sat. Forrest shut his eyes and listened for the familiar crunch of the tires on pavement. He only had to wait a few minutes. The next car to come along was a family full of kids. They packed the car so full it reminded Forrest of his own family when they were all younger. Before Layden, his youngest brother, came along, Mom used to take them on day trips. Forrest had barely been a teenager when they went the last time. Bennett and Ramsey, the oldest of the siblings, had been adults by then, but that didn't stop the craziness of the ride. Mom had to pull the car over what seemed like a dozen times to yell at them. Forrest would have to remember to talk about it in front of Layden sometime. He could totally use it to tease his little brother about how he killed the fun. Honestly, the only reason they didn't make the day trips anymore was because everyone had been adults by the time Layden came along. The little shit was an asshole lately, so He deserved a little teasing. As Forrest lay there, he came to realize maybe Layden could use a little family time that included all of them, just like the day trips they had taken. Forrest would have to talk to Mom about doing something fun for a change. All the talk of war and their uncertain futures made everyone tense, and they all needed something to balance it. 3 kids were in the back seat of the car. Forrest could see their little bodies bouncing around as if testing the shocks on the car. The mother and father headed for the office door. The parents weren't even gone 5 minutes when Forrest saw a little face peer out at him through the back window. The boy's eyes widened, and he turned his head, probably to say something to someone. When 3 more faces looked at him, Forrest backed into the heavier brush before making his way through the thicker grass. He hoped the kids were well behaved and wouldn't come out of the car without an adult. The last thing he needed was one of them coming to look for him and getting lost amongst the trees. He had a picture in his mind of delivering the kid to the parents while Forrest was naked. Yeah, that wouldn't go over with humans very well, and he would draw the attention of everyone who bought a room, including Angel. He settled a few yards over. It was far enough the children wouldn't see him, but he could still see anyone getting in and out of their cars. The father opened the driver's side door, and Forrest heard one of the children say, "A kitty, Daddy." If the child said anything else, the father closing the door cut off the words. There was a lull in activity, so Forrest closed his eyes again, although he didn't sleep. It was nearly an hour before tires rolled over pavement. He opened his eyes to see 2 women. Only the driver went into the office at first. He held his breath, hoping the other woman would go into the office. He breathed a sigh of relief when the passenger door finally squeaked open and she headed inside. Forrest looked around, making sure no one saw him as he crept across the pavement. The car sat under a streetlight, and Forrest was a bit scared of the exposure, but he had to take the chance if he wanted to call home. He shifted, the cold hitting his skin, sending chills through him. He pulled the door open quickly, grabbing one of the bags sitting on the seat. He ran for cover in the trees, shivering from the cold so severely he had a difficult time opening the bag. The first thing he pulled out was a flannel shirt, which would be tight on him, and was a light blue color with pink and purple stripes running through it. It was a bit feminine, but Forrest didn't care. It was warm and fit him, even if it was tight in the chest area. He had to wear a gray pair of pants with the word pink on the ass, though. The socks he found warmed his cold feet. He walked through the woods, and the socks grew wet, but they were still better than nothing. He was surprised when the car the women were in was still in front of the office. He hurried over to it and threw the bag in the back seat. The motel was in the shape of an L, with the office being at the smaller handle. The rooms spread out all in one long line, and Forrest walked in front of the hotel doors as if he had a right to be there. Cars were parked in front of the motel doors, which made it easy for Forrest to figure out which room was Angel's. Not that he'd have a difficult time anyway, with his sense of smell. Forrest stopped in front of it, leaning against the door for a second, listening for any sound coming out of the room. He just wanted to make sure his mate was okay. Forrest could hear through the door. He stiffened when he listened to a male voice that wasn't Angel's. "Angel, by the gods, you better call me back. It's too long between calls, and I'm starting to get worried." There was a sigh, and it sounded as if it came through a can, which made Forrest realize Angel was either talking on the phone or listening to a message. "I'm your brother, man. Come on. You know I don't care what you've done. I'll always love you. Fucking let me help." Forrest heard Angel say, "Shit." Angel's distress was evident. Forrest would bet the message was months old, and Angel listened to it to torture himself. Forrest's hand flattened against the door and his forehead pressed against the cold wood. He closed his eyes and fought against the urge to go in and comfort his mate. If he gave in, he would send a message that he allowed Angel to exclude him, and then he might keep doing it. Angel would think Forrest was a pushover, easily manipulated. And that wasn't the message he wanted to send, whether they bonded or not. Forrest had to stay strong and not give in. But damn, it was so hard not to. Boots clomping on the pavement had Forrest lifting from the door. The shorter of the two women came down the sidewalk towards him, eyeing him suspiciously. "You get locked out of your room or something?" she asked, and pointed to the office. Her eyebrows drew together when she saw Forrest's clothing, as if she recognized them but couldn't quite place them as hers on his very male body. She pointed to the office. "They can give you another key." Forrest moved away from Angel's door. Vampires could hear as well as a shifter, after all. "The boyfriend and I are fighting." The woman nodded in understanding. "Did he hurt you?" Her eyes traveled over his body from head to toe, as if she were looking for physical wounds. Forrest shook his head. "He'd never do that. Just a big argument. I think he needs his space." Technically, Forrest wasn't lying. Angel pushing Forrest away, and Forrest's refusal to leave him alone was more stalkerish than fighting, but she didn't need to know that. "Can I help?" Forrest smiled at her and felt guilty all over again for stealing from her and lying. "Do you mind if I borrow your phone? I have to call my family." She waved him to her. "Must have been a pretty big fight." Forrest followed her to a door 3 down from Angel's. "Very big. I'm still trying to get him to see things my way." She put her hand to her mouth, whispering to him in a conspiratorial way. "Withhold sex. That always works on Molly." Forrest chuckled. She unlocked the door and went in at about the same time the taller woman, presumably Molly, pulled up with the car. She shut the engine off and stepped out of the car, smiling at him. "Hey, I have that shirt too. Good taste." Shit. Forrest knew he was blushing and couldn't help it. "He needs to borrow your phone, babe," the shorter woman said, even as she went into the room. "Oh, sure. You want to come in and get warm?" Even as she asked, she handed Forrest her phone. "No, thank you." Forrest dialed Ramsey's cell phone and put the phone to his ear. The woman went into the room, but he noticed they left the door open. He wasn't sure if they expected Forrest to change his mind or to make sure he didn't take off with the phone. Either way, they were friendly people, who he was taking advantage of, and he felt like shit for it. "I was getting worried. Are you okay?" Ramsey said, in place of a hello. "I'm fine. How's everything?" "Mom's driving me crazy. She yelled at me for letting you go. Told you she would." Ramsey's chuckle let Forrest know how serious he took their mother's scolding. "Sorry," he murmured. "Too many people around?" Ramsey picked up on Forrest's little problem. "Something like that. I might not be able to call tomorrow. It's difficult." He wanted to explain himself, but couldn't in front of the women. "Angel called Gabe. He asked to speak with you." "What did you tell him?" "Gabe said he didn't know where you were, but Angel suspects something. He can read Gabe like a fucking book. Don't be surprised when Angel figures out you chased after him. Here's Mom." Forrest smiled when he heard his mother's voice. "Hi, Mom." "Are you being careful? Why didn't you take a car? You're going to freeze to death." "I'll be fine, Mom. I'm safe." "Just make sure you stay that way, Forrest." "I will, Mom. I have to go. I'll call again as soon as I can." Forrest hung up the phone and handed it to the taller woman. "Thank you." "You need a place to stay?" Forrest just smiled and shook his head. "If you change your mind, just knock. Don't be shy, okay?" "Thank you." He headed back towards Angel's door, pretending he was going to demand the boyfriend to let him inside. He turned and waved, waiting for them to close the door. After one more worried look, it clicked shut. He jogged back to the tree line and stripped quickly, shifting so the cold couldn't seep into his skin. He picked up the clothes in his teeth and took them with him as he searched for shelter. Chapter 4. Angel pulled his hotel room door closed behind him. He waited until a half hour before checkout time before heading out. It wasn't that far to his brother's house, and he needed to collect himself. He needed to figure out what to say to the two people who loved him most in the world. Then there was the fact he would have to see the look of disappointment on his brother's face, and he wanted to avoid that for as long as he could. As he was coming out of his room, a woman passed by him. Angel didn't think anything of it, but then she stopped, turning to look at him. "Leaving your boyfriend out in the cold is a shitty thing to do." Angel lifted his eyebrow, but didn't have a chance to respond before she turned again and made her way down the walkway in front of the hotel doors, presumably to the office. Well, that's an interesting start to the day. His gut churned. He carried his bag over to the car and threw it in the back seat before getting behind the wheel. The engine hummed to life even as Angel pulled out his phone. Instead of dialing Gabriel's number, he dialed the landline to Mother Estelle's house. Jules' voice came through all soft and shaky. "Hello? What's wrong?" Jules sniffled. "Hasten. And Thomas went with him." "Oh, Jules. Hasten might be an asshole, but I promise it's not a permanent affliction. He'll come around." His own problem would have to take a back seat for the next few minutes. "I'm sorry. You probably wanted to talk to Gabriel, not to listen to me jabber away about Hasten." Some part of what Jules said made the man cry even more. "Oh, man. Okay. Hasten is a good friend of mine. He's not a bad guy. He had a bad experience with shifters when he was a kid. His town was near a shifter clan, and the alpha of the clan wasn't a good one, like Ramsey. The alpha attacked the village and killed a lot of people, including Hasten's entire family. His past is clouding his judgment." "He's still not being fair." "I agree." "He just walked out, said mean things to me." "Give him a day or two. He'll come back around. You're his mate, Jules. It's hard for him to resist you." If anyone knew how difficult it was to walk away from a mate, it was Angel. By the gods, he still carried a deep pain in his gut. A part of him hoped he was right about what his gut was telling him, and Forrest really did follow him. It meant he'd get to be in Forrest's physical presence. He missed everything about Forrest, and it had only been a little over a day since Angel saw him last. "Will you talk to him?" Jules sounded so defeated. Angel had a sudden urge to turn the car around and head back to St. Lake's just to comfort Jules. "I'll call him as soon as I finish talking to Gabriel." "Thank you. I don't know what else to do. I can't give up the family. They're the only ones who love me." "The Somersets are a special people, and so are you, Jules." Angel closed his eyes. One Somerset in particular made Angel's heart ache. He rubbed at his chest and tried to remember they weren't talking about him and his problems. "Hasten's issues aren't your fault, and they're really not your problem. You just be you. Let Hasten and Thomas figure things out for themselves." "Are you saying give up my mates?" "Not necessarily. Just live your life the best way you know how, with or without them." "I think I understand what you mean. It's like me working at Garrett's shop. Life goes on, even if Hasten is an asshole." "Exactly." "Here's Gabe. Thanks, Angel." "You can call me any time you need a pep talk, Jules." "I will. Mother Estelle says she loves you, and we all miss you." Jules was one of the sweetest people Angel had ever met. He might have problems with his mates, but those problems weren't nearly as bad as the ones he had when he was Nicolono's pet. Angel was just happy the little human was safe and had a good life with the Somersets. "I miss you guys too." Angel waited while Jules handed the phone over. "I didn't expect you to call until later. Everything okay?" Angel narrowed his eyes when he heard Gabriel's voice. "Just answer one question. Is Forrest in St. Lake's? And don't bullshit me, Gabe." By the gods, please let Forrest be at home. As much as he missed his mate and might pine for him, he didn't want Forrest caught in his drama, and he certainly didn't want Forrest to get hurt. Come on. You knew he was going to follow you. Fuck. I didn't expect Ramsey to let him go. Ramsey knows what Forrest's strengths are. If you spent 2 minutes with him and stopped pushing him away, you'd know what they are too. With that, Gabriel hung up the phone. Fuck. Angel called Gabriel's cell phone the second time. It rang 4 times before Gabriel finally answered. Leave it, Angel. Forrest left even before you did. Let me talk to Ramsey. So you can piss off the Alpha? Hell no. And don't call the house asking for him. Forrest needs protection. He's too trusting to be running around on his own. Gabriel laughed. You don't know Forrest at all, do you? He might be too trusting, but people listen to him, Angel. He makes friends easily, and he's likable. If there is anyone you want by your side when you talk to the Vampire Council, it's him. If something happens to Forrest, don't finish that sentence, Vampire." It was probably a good thing Gabriel stopped the threat Angel had sitting on the tip of his tongue. It wouldn't be an empty one. "Shifter shithead?" Trading insults was something Angel and Gabriel did to bond. Angel needed the familiarity of it to calm himself down. It was also his way of apologizing for the threat he almost made. "Vampire freak." Gabriel sighed. "I appreciate the fact you want to protect Forrest, but you need to take a step back from that for a moment. Ramsey made a solid decision when he chose Forrest to go with you, and you need him to help you out of your situation anyway." Angel rubbed his chest again. "Fuck, Gabe. If he calls you before I see him, please tell him to come to me. Right now, my only concern is his safety." "Last night he called and talked to Ramsey and Mom. He was all right." "Is he driving?" "No, he's on foot." "He shifted and took off on foot?" "Yes." "Is he fucking crazy?" "We've never had him evaluated." "Nice fucking time to make jokes, Gabe." "You need to calm down." "Calm down," he tells me. "The sweetest, most innocent man on the face of this planet is out there on his own in the cold, and he tells me to calm down." Angel took a deep breath, and then another one. He would have shut his eyes, but he had pulled the car onto the road. He had to count to 10 twice before he could speak again. "Well, I'll give him one thing. He's definitely made it so he'll never leave my sight again." Gabriel chuckled. "It's a start to having him forgive you. That'll be the hardest part." "Stubborn?" "Nah, not really. Just doesn't let go when his feelings get hurt. This one time Vaughn called Forrest a name, just joking around, kinda like we do. Well, Forrest didn't get the joke. He wouldn't talk to Vaughn for a month." "What name did Vaughn call Forrest?" "I don't remember. Probably Pussy, because everyone who knows Forrest knows he hates it when someone calls him that. Got bullied a little bit in school, although not for very long." "You guys came to his rescue?" Gabriel chuckled. "Oh, Forrest doesn't need his older brothers fighting his battles. When you do finally catch up with him, ask him about Hubert Marks." Hubert? Who the hell named their kid that? Taking the extra time to get to Kane's house was pointless because he still wasn't ready. By the gods, he fucked up, and the fact Kane knew it made everything worse. Shame wasn't an emotion he liked feeling, but it was all over him like mud. He should hate the evil bitch who cursed him, but the only thing he felt was gratitude. It might have taken a curse for Angel to make the right choices, but he was doing it. Coming back home was the first step. He just hoped Kane understood the second step better than Forrest seemed to. Angel turned the key, shutting off the engine. He sat there staring at the house that held most of his childhood memories. The house hadn't changed much. It was still a small ranch style with the same tan vinyl siding. The only thing missing was the ugly orange car Kane used to drive. In its place was a maroon minivan and a black truck. His life had been good in Oakwood Village, even with an alpha who wasn't as accepting of his gang members as he was of a mixed paranormal community. Hell, when Angel had left all those years ago, the populations of shifters and vampires were just about even. There had been a few warlocks and humans as well. Angel was taken out of his musings when the door opened, and Kane stood with his arms folded at his chest and a toddler wrapped around his leg. The last time Angel had talked to Kane, the toddler had just been born. Kane had told him the boy's name was Christopher, named after their father, who Angel barely remembered. The only father Angel ever really knew was staring at him with tears in his eyes and a frown on his face. The boy had Hazel's dark skin tone and a mound of curly hair on top of his head. He had Kane's facial structure, though. Angel used to hang from his brother's leg like that, too. Angel refocused on his brother, and their gazes met. So many things passed between them in just a few short seconds. Whole conversations flowed, and Angel felt like shit all over again, even as exuberance choked him. Tears gathered in Angel's eyes. Angel couldn't take it anymore. He stepped out of the car, pocketing his keys, and practically ran up the driveway to the front door. His brother's arms uncrossed and opened. Angel went right to him, as if he were a child again. Only Angel was taller than Cain by a couple of inches and much wider in the shoulders. Angel felt a small arm come around his leg, as if the child could sense their strong emotions. The gesture helped in ways Angel never expected. "I'm sorry," Angel whispered. "You know I don't care what you've done. I'll always love you." Yeah, Angel knew that. He had known when the shame became so big he couldn't call anymore. "I know. I love you too, and Hazel, and the Munchkins." Cain pulled back far enough to meet Angel's gaze. He shook his head and then smiled. "I'd lead off with the love part when you talk to Hazel. She's not going to be happy. Lucky for you, she's taking Sabrina to a friend's, or she'd probably be kicking your ass." Cain stopped himself in time, looking down at his son. "But..." By the gods, Sabrina had to be a teenager by now. The last time Angel had seen her, she was not much older than Christopher. "I have a few things to tell you," Angel whispered. He moved back a bit when Cain bent down to lift Christopher in his arms. Christopher reached out and ran his hand down Angel's long hair, petting him as if he were a dog. Angel chuckled and ran his hand over the kid's soft curls. "Oh, you have more than just a few things to tell me. You'll tell me the hard stuff later. For now, come on in and get settled." Angel followed Cain inside. The door led into the living room. Toys lay on the floor and the coffee table. The television was on to some cartoon of a weird, deformed-looking dog running around. The volume was a murmur. Christopher wiggled around in Cain's arms. "Down, Daddy." Cain set Christopher on his feet, and Angel watched as the boy toddled over to a stuffed animal laying on the floor. Christopher picked it up and then walked over to Angel, offering it to him, so Angel took it. "Thank you, little man." Angel grinned when he saw it was a wolf. "Hazel hates that toy, but Chris loves it. Sabrina and I tease Hazel all the time and call it Mommy." Angel chuckled. "I bet she does. Is Sabrina a shifter or a vampire?" Angel gave the toy back to Christopher and then bent down to kiss the boy on the head. "Wolf shifter, just like her mother. Christopher got the vampire genes." Cain sat down in the chair. Angel lifted the boy into his arms and carried him over to the couch. He half expected Christopher to move away from him the second he sat down, Angel being a stranger, but the boy settled on his lap. Cain smiled. "You have no idea how having you back makes me feel." Angel started to tell Cain he was only visiting, and how he'd have to leave eventually, but Cain held up a hand, cutting off whatever words he was about to say. "Don't sit there and make excuses, Angel. I'm not ready to hear them." Angel nodded. "What would you like me to say?" "Nothing. Because I know the second you open your mouth and start explaining yourself, I'm going to get pissed. I'm not ready yet. Not when I have both of my sons sitting together for the first time." Angel blinked back the tears. "I won't do it again." "You promise?" Angel hesitated. If he promised and the council threw him in prison for the rest of his life, he'd be lying. It would mean he'd have to find a way out of the situation eventually, and he wasn't sure if he could. "I don't know if I can promise." Cain's lips thinned, and his expression hardened. Still, he never said a word. Angel's own body tensed for a second, but then Christopher started fidgeting, so he tried to relax for the boy's sake. "You don't want me to talk about it. Explain things, but you're getting pissed off." Christopher wiggled around and then said, "Pissed off." Cain's gaze never left Angel, not even when Hazel came through the door. Her belly extended out so far she looked as if she had a watermelon under her shirt. "Who's—" She stared at him with wide eyes and her mouth open. She stood there like a statue, as if Lucas was somehow here and froze her with his witch magic. The purse she was carrying fell from her hand, plopping to the carpet. The charms, which hung from the metal loop, jingled wildly at the disturbance. It wasn't until Angel lifted Christopher off his lap and stood that she moved. They met each other in the middle of the living room floor. Angel waited for her to do something other than continue to stare at him. He knew she'd probably have about 5 different reactions, one right after the other. Her next reaction would either be to hit or hug him. It was an even possibility of either happening. She hit him twice with an open palm on his arm. It didn't hurt, and it probably wasn't meant to, but it did get his attention. She turned her back on him and walked through the kitchen, out of his sight. Angel met Kane's gaze, hoping his brother would tell him what his next approach should be. He could either stand there or go after her. Kane's dark eyebrows raised, and he shrugged. Angel turned to follow her, but then she came back into the room. She stood there looking at him, as if the last couple of minutes never happened. "You haven't called in 3 years, 2 months, and 27 days. "I'm sorry." She pointed at him, and her chin wobbled. "You don't—" She stopped talking when tears clogged her throat. Angel took a step closer, reaching out. She was the one who drew him into a hug so fierce it was almost painful. Her big belly made the hug awkward. "Angel, by the gods, it's really you." She pulled back and took his face in her hands. "Don't you ever do that again, do you hear me?" "I won't. I'm not letting you out of my sight ever again." "Well, I have somewhere I need to go." She narrowed her eyes. "Just like when you were a kid, consider yourself grounded." Angel chuckled and hugged her again. "I missed you." "Oh, you better say that." "And I love you." "And that." Hazel pulled back, meeting his gaze. "I love you too, honey." She pulled him along to the couch, never letting go of his hand. It was like the years of separation never took place between them, and some of his worries lifted. Hazel was the one he had gone to for the skinned knees and hurt feelings. She had been the one he told when he first had a crush on someone, and when he lost his virginity. She was also the first one he came out to. So it came naturally and almost automatically when he whispered, "I found my mate." She pulled back again and looked around. "Well, where is he? It is a he, right?" Angel smiled. "Yeah. His name is Forrest Somerset. He's a bobcat shifter." "When do we get to meet him?" Angel narrowed his eyes and looked at the front door. He knew Forrest was out there somewhere, and when he found him, he'd have a long lecture ready about the dangers that can befall someone like Forrest. "When I find him." Chapter 5. Forrest lay on the cement floor of a small shed. Luckily for Forrest, the shed had seen better days, because a piece of the wooden siding had a break in it, which left a small hole for Forrest to see out. Angel scanned his surroundings. He narrowed his eyes as if he expected to see Forrest. He looked like the best thing Forrest had ever seen. "Little cat," Angel whispered. And if it weren't for Forrest's excellent hearing ability, he wouldn't have heard him. "I'd recognize your scent anywhere." Angel blinked, and his eyes changed from brown to blue, as they did every other time they were together. He looked like that of his namesake, if such things existed. An angel warrior sent to avenge. His mate looked formidable and sexy all at the same time. Forrest shuffled around, shaking his butt when an overwhelming urge to pounce took over his body, and then Angel whispered, "I am not happy you followed me, Forrest Somerset. Not happy at all." Forrest settled again and put his head on his paws. "Come out from wherever you're hiding, baby. I need to see for myself that you're okay." The contrast of everything Angel said was confusing. Angel not being happy with him hurt a part of his heart. At the same time, the endearment and the obvious affection in Angel's voice made Forrest want to obey. All he wanted was to be content with his mate. If he could have that one thing, he'd give up everything else. Angel looked like he was about to say something else, but then a man came out of the house. The man looked like Angel, enough Forrest understood he was his brother. Where Angel's hair was long, the brother kept his darker hair short. The brother held the hand of a boy who was so swaddled in warm clothes he looked like he had trouble moving. The only part of the child exposed to the elements was his face. When a pregnant black woman opened the front door and held out a scarf, Forrest could tell the woman was the child's mother, because the boy had her caramel-colored skin tone. "You forgot this scarf, Kane." Angel laughed. "Seriously, the kid can barely move as it is, Hazel. He's probably sweating underneath all that." The woman narrowed her eyes and pointed at Angel. "Don't push your luck, boy. You're still on my short list." Based on the way she said the word short, Forrest could tell she used it as a replacement for the word shit for the child's sake. Angel held up his hands as if he were under arrest. "Fine, but this isn't Antarctica." "Shut up." The boy started to chant, "Shut up!" Hazel sighed in frustration, her eyebrows lifting, and she pointed to the kid. "That right there is your fault. And why the hell do I smell a cat? My mate is nearby. Why isn't he introducing himself? Because he's pissed off at me. And for the record, I'm mad at him too." Angel looked around, clearly searching for Forrest. And then Angel rubbed his chest with the palm of his hand. "We need to talk things out. Come to an understanding." "What did you do, Angel?" Kane was the one who asked the question. "What makes you think it was me?" "I raised you, so I know you better than anyone." Angel sighed. "I wouldn't bond with him. That's what started everything. But I have a good reason, and Forrest knows it." "Because of the things you did?" Kane murmured. "Partially." Angel looked at Kane and then over at Hazel. "Do you guys want to have this conversation finally? Right here?" "Yes," they both answered. And then Hazel held up a finger. She shut the door with herself inside, but came out with a coat and shoes on her feet. She waved her hand at Angel to continue and stood next to Kane. The boy waddled over to her, but it was Kane who bent down and picked him up. "You know, I did some pretty bad Angel was cut off when Hazel pointed at Christopher. "Stuff for Nicolono?" Kane and Hazel both nodded. "Well, a few months ago, Nicolono found out about this male witch. I thought that wasn't a thing." Hazel's eyebrows drew together in confusion. "Lucas is very real, and very one of a kind. Nicolono kidnapped him and held him prisoner. The witch's mate and his family came to save him, and I flipped to their side. It was the best thing I've ever done because I found Forrest, who is the witch's brother-in-law, and Gabriel, another of Forrest's siblings, is my best friend. I should have done something a long time ago, way before things went from bad to worse." Angel's lips pinched together as if he held back tears. "You can't change it now, Angel," Kane murmured. "I know. I wish I could. I have to make it right, so that's what I'm doing. Partially, anyway. I'm also on a mission for my Alpha to talk to the Vampire Council. Nicolono is starting a war with all shifters, not just my clan. He plans on killing the whole species using the witch and a fae." When Hazel began to speak, Angel held up his hand. "I don't know the particulars. I can only say what he's planning. The thing is, when I go, I know there's the potential of prison. If Nicolono is found guilty, then I will be too. It's why I can't promise to come back. I don't know what will happen." Kane shut his eyes and shook his head. "Well, I'm proud of you for doing the right thing, even if I don't like it." Hazel's eyebrows came together. "You haven't bonded with your mate?" Angel shook his head. "I have my reasons." "Which are?" Angel held up a finger. "Number 1, I have a target on my back where Nicolono's concerned. He could use Forrest as leverage against me, if given half the chance." Angel added another finger. "Number 2, we could be separated for the rest of our lives, which will already be agony. It'll only be worse if we bond. Of course, he thinks all that is me rejecting him, which it's not." The last part Angel clearly intended for Forrest's ears, because he exaggerated the last few words and looked around the yard as if searching for him. "So you're making decisions for Forrest that should be his to make?" Hazel looked at him pointedly. Angel opened his mouth and then closed it again. He looked at Hazel and scowled. "Ha!" She looked very pleased with herself, if the smile on her face was any indication. "Go talk to the Alpha. Tell him you're here and get Sabrina. We'll talk more about how you can fix things later." Forrest decided he liked Angel's sister-in-law very much. He almost gave up his hiding spot to tell her so, but he wasn't ready to face Angel. Forrest lurked inside the tree line a few dozen yards away from where Angel, Kane, and Christopher walked. Well, Angel and Kane walked side by side, but Christopher toddled along behind them, rolling in the snow that gathered on the sides of the road and giggling occasionally. Forrest didn't think Angel knew he was so close, as he had at the house. He stayed downwind. "So, tell me about your mate." Kane seemed genuinely interested in Angel's life. And if he was the man who raised Angel, then Forrest had some questions about why Angel did those things for Nicolono. As much as Forrest had an urge to obey his alpha, even he had his limits, and killing someone would be one of them. But Forrest wasn't exactly warrior material the way Angel was. He could fight, and did when a situation warranted it. There was the one time in high school where he was getting bullied so bad it was either defend himself or go crazy from the abuse. He defended himself. Clearly, Angel had a different thought process and different experiences than Forrest, so he would really like to understand his mate's choices. "You seriously want to know? My very straight brother wants to know what I think about my mate?" Kane chuckled. "Yes. Well, leave out the ass-grabbing." "We haven't gotten to that part yet. Like I said, I don't want to bond him to me. But we did kiss. Once. And I have looked." "So tell me." Angel smiled. "He's so beautiful, and not just on the outside either. He's so much better than me, so pure that I think I'm going to taint him with the bonding, and I want nothing more than for him to stay exactly the way he is now." Oh man, no one had ever said anything so nice before. "You're good enough for him, Angel." Angel smiled at his brother. "I'm not, but I appreciate you saying that." "What's his family like?" "Big. He has 7 brothers and a sister. All are adopted and all adults, although the youngest hasn't shifted yet." "They're all paranormals?" "No, Jules isn't. Forrest's brothers rescued him at the same time they took back the witch. That was the night I defected. Nicolono kidnapped and abused the little human. I'm sorry to say I helped with one of those things." "I take it you kidnapped him." Angel nodded. "I helped, yes." "Jules is safe now?" "Yeah. He has a good life with Forrest's family. Has some mating problems, but nothing the family can't get him through if it comes to that. They're nice people. Forrest's oldest brother is the alpha. He's my alpha now, too. He's accepting of gay clan members, and there are more gay members than in most clans. It's comfortable for me there." "Not like it was here." Kane looked at the ground as if he felt guilty. "No." "We should have moved. Found another clan when you first came out, but I didn't know the Alpha would have an issue with it until it was too late." Angel shrugged. "I'm here now, and I hope things go okay with the council so I can visit you more often, and so I can get back to St. Lakes. They'll need help fighting Nicolono, and that's coming soon. It was likely humans are the driving force behind the whole thing. If that's true, you'll need to be careful. Maybe bring Hazel and the kids to St. Lakes so Forrest's family can keep you safe." Kane nodded, his eyebrows drawing together. "If the war ends up in your clan's town, then it could be a dangerous place for the family." "Nicolono might bring the war to St. Lakes, but he won't win. Not against Ramsey. Ramsey's too good an alpha, and he's building a lot of allies. He has support." "I'll think about it." "Don't wait too long, Kane."
"I won't."
"Hell, if you decide to go, I might send Forrest along with you."
Like hell, Forrest wasn't leaving Angel, and there was nothing he could say to change it. Angel and Kane turned a corner away from the tree line. Forrest stopped, trying to decide where to go so that Angel stayed in his sights, but there wasn't anywhere without exposing himself. He watched them walk down a road and then stop at a house that sat on a slight hill. It was larger than the other homes around them. Forrest ran to the north and followed the tree line until he was at the back of the houses, making a big circle around the area. He thanked the gods there was a large garage, which butted against the trees, so Forrest found shelter and a place to spy on his mate all at the same time. He lay down next to the side and watched Angel and Kane. A man answered, frowning when he saw Angel. He never moved from the doorway.
If you're asking to be let back in the clan, the answer is no, the man barked. Based on the man's comment, Forrest figured he was the alpha of Oakwood. I'm not. Just wanted to let you know my mate and I are in the area. The alpha nodded. I'll give you the customary time period. Fine. Also, my alpha requests you contact him. He has valuable information to share with you and all other alphas. The alpha raised his eyebrows as if he were surprised Angel even had an alpha. Who's your alpha? Ramsay Somerset of the St. Lakes clan. The alpha seemed to slump a little, as if some of his bravados disappeared upon hearing Ramsay's name. Forrest wondered why, but then the alpha spoke, clearing up the mystery. I heard about his problem. He has my support. No offense, sir, but I'm surprised, considering he's gay. Forrest wanted to correct Angel and tell them Ramsay wasn't gay, he was bisexual, but he wasn't about to expose his position. I don't care about his sexual orientation when he's about the only one standing between my small clan and several covens. Angel's body stiffened, and he focused on something over the alpha's shoulder. Forrest couldn't see what it was from his vantage point, but then a man spoke. Hello, Angel. Tyrell. Nice to see you again. Angel nodded and averted his gaze. Are you done talking, Father? The voice asked, and then a man, presumably Tyrell, came out the door. Tyrell looked a lot like the alpha, with blonde hair and pretty blue eyes. He had a cool smile on his face that came off as false. There was something about Tyrell which Forrest didn't like, but couldn't quite pinpoint it until Tyrell touched Angel's arm. It should have been an innocent gesture, but Tyrell's body turned to Angel, and the way he looked gave away the fact Tyrell flirted with Forrest's mate. Oh, hell no. Do you mind if I borrow Angel for a moment? Tyrell asked Kane. Forrest fucking minded. A lot. Based on Kane's expression, he didn't like how slimy Tyrell was either. Kane looked at Angel, who nodded. Fine, but we should go in a few minutes. We're picking Sabrina up at George's house. Kane seemed to say that more to the alpha than to Tyrell. Tyrell tried to take Angel's arm and pull him into the house, but Angel jerked his arm away. Forrest wanted to jump for joy at the slight rejection. We'll talk out here or not at all. Angel moved toward him, and for a minute, Forrest thought Angel spotted him. Forrest's ears went flat on his head, and he crawled backward. Apparently, Angel was just trying to provide himself and Tyrell, who followed behind him, the privacy needed for an intimate conversation. Angel's back was to Forrest when he turned to face Tyrell. Say whatever it is you want to say and get it over with so I can visit with my family. I never told you how sorry I was. For all the fake smiles, Tyrell did look genuinely apologetic, which surprised Forrest. Not your fault, your father is a homophobic asshole. No, but I could have told him I was gay and in love with you. Tyrell took a step closer to Angel. Angel shrugged as if none of what Tyrell said mattered. Forrest stood, preparing to move in if it became necessary. It was for the best. I don't think so. I still have feelings for you. Tyrell took a step closer. The look on his face indicated he was about to kiss Angel. Forrest was out of his hiding place at about the same time Angel replied, I don't return the Forrest leaped at Tyrell, cutting off what Angel was about to say. Forrest was about to sink his claws in when Angel caught him. Forrest shifted in Angel's arms and snarled at the interloper. Mine! Tyrell's eyes widened, and then he looked Forrest up and down, taking in his nakedness. Forrest could smell that Tyrell was a wolf-shifter. He should know looking at someone else's mate with such open lust wasn't appropriate. It was Angel's turn to fight the ugly green monster. Get away from my mate, he yelled, and turned so Forrest wasn't visible to Tyrell's wandering eyes. Forrest fought against Angel's hold, but his arms were firm. After a few seconds, Forrest knew he was going to get free, so he sagged against Angel. Let me go. Oh no, not gonna happen now that I have you. Angel sniffed at Forrest's neck. I can smell the blood underneath your skin. Forrest pressed against Angel, wanting the heat of his body to take away the cold, loving how close he was to Angel. He also liked Angel's hard cock pressed into his ass. Forrest could also smell Tyrell getting closer to them. "Keep him away before I scratch his eyes out." Angel turned his head, addressing Tyrell. "I'm not interested, so go before my mate hurts you." "Mate?" Tyrell asked, as if it was the first clue he had gotten. What a dumbass. "You didn't smell like the cat before now." Angel sighed. "It's complicated and none of your business." "Well, I'm here if you change your mind." Tyrell's scent grew further away. "Noted," Angel responded. "Noted? Noted?" Forrest shifted back to his bobcat. Chapter 6. "Kitty," Christopher kept saying, trying to get closer to Forrest. Forrest thought it was cute and stretched out a paw when Christopher reached out. When Christopher could touch him, he ran his small hand over Forrest's fur. Despite the constant repeat of the word, and the fact Christopher clearly wanted Forrest to play with him on the ground, Angel never once put him down. Honestly, Forrest was content to be in Angel's arms. Even if Angel still did have an arm wrapped around Forrest's middle and in bobcat form, it was rather uncomfortable. "Shift, Forrest," Angel whispered against his ear. Forrest growled, letting Angel know what he thought of his demand. "You don't have to come get Sabrina if you don't want to." Kane looked over at them both in amusement. When his gaze met Forrest's, he winked. "Oh no, I think it'd be nice if the whole neighborhood saw how childish my mate acted." Forrest turned his head and sank his teeth into Angel's jaw. He didn't break the skin or even hurt Angel. It wasn't meant to do either. Forrest just wanted Angel to know he wasn't happy. Forrest received the desired effect. Angel jerked back and gave Forrest an incredulous look. Angel sighed a second later. "If you shift, I'll take you back to the house and we can talk. You need a shower, mate." Forrest rubbed his dirty head on the parts of Angel he could touch, trying to get some of the filth Forrest carried around to stick to Angel, just to be mean. But Forrest liked it too much, so he kept on rubbing, getting his scent all over Angel, remembering what Tyrell had said about Angel not smelling like Forrest. He saw the opportunity to change that, and so he took it. Forrest started purring halfway through his ministrations. It was an involuntary response to the positive stimuli he was receiving from his mate. Angel chuckled. "Marking your territory?" Damn straight he was. He should piss all over Angel. That will send a clear message to Tyrell. Damn wolf-shifting asshole. Saying noted was an idiot move, Kane said, and Forrest had to agree. Made it sound like you might take Tyrell up on his very clear offer. The alpha knows Tyrell is gay, by the way. He doesn't like it, but he knows. "I know it wasn't the best response. It's just what came out of my mouth." And it didn't help Angel's cause even a little bit. If anything, it made Forrest even more insecure because Angel made it sound like his instinct was always to have someone waiting. If they bonded, Angel wouldn't have the instinct anymore. He'd only want to be with Forrest. Until then, Angel could do what he wanted. Forrest stopped rubbing on Angel and sagged against him. "I don't want Tyrell, baby." Maybe not, but it sounded like Angel wouldn't turn Tyrell down if he pushed hard enough. Angel moved Forrest in his arms, making the position more comfortable for the both of them. Thank the gods the neighborhood was a paranormal one, or it might look weird for a man to be carrying a bobcat around. Forrest closed his eyes and let Angel carry him wherever it was they were going. The rest of the walk was silent, except for Christopher calling Forrest a kitty and wanting to touch him. By the time they arrived at the girl-child's friend's house, Forrest was about ready to drift off. Forrest heard someone knock on a door, and then Kane spoke, asking if Sabrina was ready, thanking them for having her. The person he talked to thanked him for letting her stay, and then someone squealed and a body pressed against him. Forrest opened his eyes to see an ocean of green, and he smelled something flowery, and a wolf shifter all at the same time. "Oh man, Mama's gonna kill you." "You remember me?" Angel asked, a little surprised. "Of course, silly. Mom and Dad talk about you all the time, and I remember you taking me to get ice cream." The girl pulled back as she talked. She absently petted Forrest's head. Forrest wasn't sure she even knew she was doing it. Your mom barely let me leave the house to come with your dad to get you this morning. Sabrina grinned. Yeah, I bet. She studied Angel. You here for a while? Yeah, a few days. Good. You can buy me ice cream. She looked at Forrest then. Who's the cat? My mate, Forrest. She shrugged and took her hand away. Cool. Kitty! Christopher took that moment to say, and then reached out his arms for Sabrina. Sabrina picked him up, and he used the opportunity to lay his head against Forrest's side. Forrest started purring to make the boy giggle, and he wasn't disappointed. Let's go before your mom thinks we've helped Angel escape, Kane advised. When Sabrina pulled Christopher away from Forrest, he let out a war cry of protest. He wiggled around in Sabrina's arms, wanting down, and the second he was on his feet, he jumped, trying to get to Forrest again. Forrest struggled against Angel's hold, silently telling Angel to let him go. If I do, will you take off? Forrest shook his head, which probably looked odd coming from a bobcat. He wouldn't leave Christopher to cry for him. The boy clearly wanted to make friends. Plus, Christopher might follow him if he did take off, and he wouldn't risk the child getting hurt. The village plowed the road they'd travel on well, and the village road workers had put enough dirt on top of the smoothed-out snow and ice so it wasn't slick anymore. At least, not in most places, so Forrest felt safe playing with Christopher on the road. He couldn't say the same thing when it came to the deeper snow on the edge of the tree line. When we get back to the house, will you shift? Forrest shook his head again, and Angel sighed, putting him down, even though he didn't get the answer he wanted. Forrest immediately stilled when the boy lay half his little body on Forrest's back. I've never seen Christopher take to someone so quickly. Well, except for you, Kane told Angel. Forrest wiggled his shoulders around, teasing the boy who didn't move, but only let his body relax even more. Angel, Sabrina, and Kane started walking down the road, leaving Forrest and the boy behind. Forrest shifted quickly, and the boy lifted his body off Forrest when the fur disappeared. Let's go, little man. They're leaving us behind. Forrest took the child's hand, shivering as the cold air hit his bare skin. Angel must have heard his voice because he turned around and met Forrest's gaze. Shit, you're gonna freeze to death, baby. Angel took a step in Forrest's direction, but Forrest shifted again, letting the boy's hand go as his body changed. Angel sighed and shook his head. He turned back around and started walking with the others again. The boy giggled and said, Kitty, Kitty! He touched the fur on Forrest's head, and they started walking together. Forrest slowed to Christopher's pace, his little legs much shorter than everyone else's. Your mate is hot, like totally cute. Forrest inwardly smiled at Sabrina's assessment. Angel chuckled. I'm aware. By the gods, I'm not ready for you to start liking boys yet, Kane muttered. Well, if you're talking to me, it's a little too late for us to have this conversation, Angel smirked. Kane chuckled. Very funny. I'm 14, Dad. I'm at the age where I start noticing hot people. And who said anything about just boys? I'll have you know Miss Granger is sexy. Sabrina turned to Angel. She's my math teacher. A vampire, I think. I can't tell, but my friend Dirk said she was, and he doesn't lie about stuff. Not that he knows either, but his dad told him, and his dad's a wolf shifter, so he'd know. Miss Granger is indeed a vampire. Kane chuckled. The fact that he was still willing to have the conversation with his daughter said a lot about the man. So not ready for your hormones. So you don't care that I like girls too? Of course not. Neither does your mother. I can confirm that both of your parents are very chill when it comes to sexuality. Angel smiled at her and she laughed. You saying chill is just not right. Why? It's like Mom trying to be cool by wearing my pants or something. She made a face which clearly indicated how disgusting she found it. Your mom would stretch them out. She's as big as a house. Forrest was starting to realize that Angel had a habit of saying the first thing that sat on his tongue. The man had no filter. Kane snorted out a laugh. You are so lucky she's not here right now. Sabrina made a sound that came out a cross between an evil laugh and a surprised gasp. I'm totally going to tell her you said that. Angel made a playful grab for her, and she started running, laughing as he gave chase. Forrest liked the carefree, playful version of Angel way better than the always serious one.
Kane stopped and waited for Forrest and Christopher to catch up. He tried to pick Christopher up, but he threw a small tantrum and screamed the word kitty at the top of his lungs. "Thanks for being so patient with Christopher." Forrest let out a sound, indicating he acknowledged Kane's words. Forrest had always loved kids. Not that he'd been around too many as young as Christopher. Some of the clan members had kids, though. At clan meetings, all the younger members flocked to him for some reason. But it had been a while for little ones as young as Christopher. The second Forrest was in the bathroom, he shifted and locked the door. Angel must have heard the lock slide into place because he knocked on the door. "Forrest?" "What?" "Let me in so we can talk." "I don't want to talk to you, Angel." "Please, I just want a hug." Oh, gods. Forrest was so fucking over the edge with Angel. "No, you want to tell me to go home." "Well, yes, but also I want to touch you." "I'm not going home, Angel." Forrest bent and turned on the shower. He felt the temperature with his fingers and adjusted it before feeling it again. Deeming it just right, he stood under the spray. "You can stay here then. I'm okay with that too." "Leave me alone, please. You're making it worse." "How? What did I say this time?" "You want to dictate my whole life." Forrest let the water cascade over his face for a few seconds before he picked up the shampoo bottle sitting on the side of the tub. "I want you to be safe and not tied up in all my shit." "I'm your mate. I'll be tied up in all your shit anyway." He squirted a dollop of shampoo in his hand and worked it into his hair. "We're not bonded yet." Forrest shut his eyes as he tried to keep the tears at bay. "If that's your way of saying you don't want to bond, then fine. I'll finish my mission, do what I have to do, and go back home." "Wait, really? You'll go back to St. Lake's?" "Yes, as soon as I talk to the people Ramsey needs me to. I'll be out of your hair." He rinsed the shampoo and then turned around in the shower, bracing himself with a hand on the wall. "No, Forrest, I don't want you to talk to anyone. Just go back, now." Forrest couldn't speak past the lump in his throat, and wasn't sure what to say, even if he could. Maybe he would explain how he was following his alpha's orders, but Ramsey would be okay with Forrest going back home if needed. All Forrest had to do was call him. He would release him of the duty. Angel calling and talking to Ramsey about it, making demands, would probably piss Ramsey off, though. Tears mixed with the water, and the tension grew so large between them it ate every sane piece of space in Forrest's body. "Forrest, talk to me, baby, please." Angel pounded on the door once, startling him enough that he jumped a little. "By the gods, why the fuck are you doing this? I'm just trying to protect you." There was a pause, and Forrest had to wonder if Angel had finally given up, or if it were only the eye of the word storm Angel would bring down on him. "Fine. You want the fucking truth? Then here it is." Apparently, it was the letter. "I fucking want to bond with you so much it hurts. I physically ache for you, Forrest. Every minute of every hour of every day. I'm drinking bagged blood because I can't stand the thought of touching anyone else. Do you know how nasty bagged blood is?" "No," Forrest murmured, and stepped away from the spray. He picked up the bar of soap and lathered his hands, running them over his body. He wanted the shower to end so he could rest. "Baby, I promise I want nothing more than to bite the shit out of you." Forrest laughed through his tears and rinsed the soap from his body. "Please, will you let me in?" Forrest honestly wanted to do nothing more than to flip the lock back, but he knew Angel would still dictate Forrest's life if he did. He'd demand Forrest go home again and push him away. Angel's words might be pretty at the moment, but they wouldn't stay that way the second the lock disengaged. He shut off the water and grabbed a towel, drying himself off. He wrapped a towel around his waist and walked over to the door. He had a hand on the lock for long seconds. "The problem we have is we don't know each other very well." "Open the door, Forrest." Angel acted like he never even heard Forrest speak. "You making demands and expecting me to follow blindly proves my point." "Okay, will you open the door?" Forrest chuckled. "You're an idiot. And your laugh is sweet. I haven't heard it before."
Thank you." Forrest leaned his forehead against the door and shut his eyes.
"Will you take me to get ice cream?"
Sabrina asked from somewhere nearby. "Sure, just give me a minute." Sabrina snorted out a laugh.
"It's going to take longer than a minute."
Forrest chuckled. He liked Sabrina's spunk. "Why don't you help your mother in the kitchen? I'll be along soon."
"Yeah, right. She's not going to let anyone help her. Do you not remember what living with her was like at all?" "I heard that," Hazel yelled from somewhere in the house. "And I don't need help. None of you are getting near the stove." "See?"
"Just go, Sabrina. Give me privacy."
"Privacy? Yeah, it isn't happening in this small house."
Her voice trailed off despite her words. "Okay, baby. Where was I?" Angel's voice sounded like honey and made Forrest move closer.
"It was begging him to let you in,"
Sabrina yelled, and this time she sounded farther away.
"Why don't you give him space and take me to get ice cream?" "Butt out, brat," Angel sighed.
"Baby, I just want to hold you for a second." "Will you at least consider bonding?" Forrest had to ask. Angel's answer would determine if he opened the door. He wanted nothing more than to feel Angel's arms around him again. "Not with Nicolono and prison still threatening me." Forrest sighed and took his hand away from the lock. Chapter 7.
"He left, honey,"
Hazel said from somewhere in the house. Forrest turned the lock and finally left the bathroom. He still had a towel wrapped around his waist. Unfortunately, the bathroom was down a very short hallway which led off from the living room so anyone could see him. Kane sat on the couch. "Angel's staying in the room across the hall there. His bag is on the bed if you want to borrow something from him. His clothes will be bigger than mine, so I have a few things you can borrow as well." "I'll see what Angel has. Thank you." Forrest smiled at him. Kane nodded. Christopher came over to him.
"Kitty!"
Forrest chuckled at the nickname. Christopher held up his arms and Forrest bent to lift him. He handed Forrest a toy truck. "Where are you going in such a fancy truck?" Christopher shrugged, and it was so cutely grown up it made Forrest smile. "Let's go look through Angel's stuff."
"Stuff?"
"Yup, I have 7 brothers and a sister. Being nosy is my specialty." Forrest carried Christopher into the bedroom and sat him on the bed. He didn't bother shutting the door. He didn't intend to get dressed with the boy in the room anyway. Living back at home, even on a temporary basis, Forrest learned quickly not to get dressed in the bedroom. His door didn't have a lock on it, and anyone could just barge right in. He always used the bathroom instead. Angel's bag was in a chair by the window, so Forrest grabbed it and carried it to where Christopher sat. Forrest pulled out a black t-shirt and held it up. It had the logo of a band Forrest had never heard of, and probably would be way too metal rock for Forrest's taste. He put it aside, intending to wear it even though it was at least a size too big. He found 3 more black t-shirts before finally coming to the underwear and pants section of Angel's packing. "Angel dresses like a teenage vampire."
"Vampire?"
"Yeah, just like you, little man."
"Kitty?"
"Exactly. Your mommy and sister are wolves. I can smell it. The baby in mommy's belly is a vampire too, I think, if my nose is correct, but I'll need to get closer to be sure."
"Kitty!"
Forrest smiled. "Okay, let's go so I can get dressed." He gathered the clothing he laid out and then stood. He held out his hand for Christopher, wiggling his fingers. The boy scooted off the bed, flipping onto his stomach once he was close enough to the edge, and then sliding off, his little feet hitting the floor a second later. He took Forrest's hand, and they left the bedroom together. Kane and Hazel stood just at the entrance of the hallway, staring at him.
"You can tell what the baby is?"
I think so. I smell a 4th vampire, and it's related to Angel." Forrest let Christopher's hand go and took a step towards the bathroom door. "Sorry for calling your baby it, but I can't smell the sex. I wonder if it means you're having a boy, though, because, all the vampires are males and the wolf shifters are females in this family." Hazel smiled at Forrest.
"I feel like it might be a boy. Have from the first moment I got pregnant."
"I so want to know what you'll name him, but let me get dressed first. Maybe we can talk while I help you with dinner." Kane snorted out a laugh, and Hazel narrowed her eyes at him. She turned back to Forrest a second later and said, I would love your help." Kane's mouth hung open, and he looked at Forrest like he was a miracle worker. Forrest went into the bathroom and dressed quickly. The clothing smelled like Angel, which made his eyes change and his teeth drop down. He had to stay in there a few minutes longer to calm his dick down. It didn't seem to know Angel wasn't bodily present. "We're supposed to be mad, traitor," Forrest whispered. Once he calmed down, he left the room, heading straight to the kitchen. As he crossed the living room, he smiled at Kane, who sat on the couch, intending to walk by him. But Kane waved him over. Forrest raised his eyebrows even as he walked over. "Try to get her to sit down." The sound barely came out of Kane's mouth, and if Forrest weren't a shifter with great hearing, he wouldn't have heard him. He didn't think Hazel heard, and she was a wolf shifter who only had a wall separating them. Forrest nodded and winked at Kane. When he went into the kitchen, Hazel was at the stove stirring something in a pot with one hand and rubbing out the ache in her back with the other. "So, what are we making?" Forrest asked, standing next to her. She was stirring what looked like butter in the bottom of a saucepan. "Macaroni and cheese or some sort of milk-based soup?" Hazel looked at him, a surprise clearly written on her face. "You can cook?" Forrest mentally fist-pumped for guessing right. "Yeah, I help my mom in the kitchen whenever I get a chance. She makes this great potato soup. It starts out with butter in a pan." "I was going for macaroni and cheese, but soup sounds fantastic." She handed him the spoon and then moved aside, giving her kitchen to Forrest. "What do you need from me?" Point me to the right drawer when I need a utensil?" "Thank the gods, I can sit down." She moved to the small table that sat in the middle of the room and let Forrest take over. She had to practically squat when she sat. "The only reason I don't let anyone help me in the kitchen is the entire family is hopeless in here, including me. I'm just the least hopeless. Kane burns water, and Sabrina inherited her dad's cooking skills, I'm afraid. Even Angel, before he left, couldn't boil an egg." Forrest nodded. "I'm the only one my mother will let in the kitchen when she's cooking. She says everyone else drives her crazy, but really it's Vaughn and Gabriel. They both tease too much, and it gets on Mom's nerves." She rubbed her belly as she settled in the chair. "Do you have a big family?" "Yeah, lots of siblings, and 2 of my brothers are mated now. Plus there's Garrison. Garrison's the beta of the clan, and like a father to all of us. He's family now as well as his mate." Forrest went over to a wooden bin that was designed to hold potatoes. Forrest had one a lot like it in his small cabin. At the bottom was a small drawer for onions. He opened it and found what he needed. "Cutting board and knife?" She pointed to a wooden board hanging from a nail, and then to a drawer. "So, wait, I'm confused. Who's your biological father?" "Oh, we're all adopted. I never met my biological father. My birth mother had me when she was a teenager, and the guy split before I was even born. She died when I was young." "Oh, I'm sorry to hear about your birth mom." Forrest turned to her and smiled. "It was a long time ago." A door opened and closed, and then there was a rustling of plastic shopping bags. Forrest could smell Angel the second he walked into the kitchen. Forrest never turned from his task of dicing an onion. He had just thrown the small pieces into the hot butter when he felt Angel against him. Angel buried his nose in Forrest's neck and breathed in. Angel covered the entire back half of Forrest's body. His eyes changed and his teeth dropped. It was everything he could do not to turn around and molest Angel right there in the kitchen with his pregnant sister-in-law and niece watching. "How come he gets to help you cook, and I don't?" Sabrina asked. Forrest could feel Angel's lips move into a smile at Sabrina's words. "Because he knows what he's doing." Forrest could tell Hazel said it as she moved from the room because she groaned, and then the chair she sat in scraped across the floor as she stood. Forrest closed his eyes when Angel hugged him from behind. Angel sighed. "How did you get her to sit down?" Angel's breath fanned out against Forrest's neck, sending shivers through his body. "Soup." Angel chuckled. "Soup?" "Mm-hmm." Forrest couldn't concentrate on anything but Angel's body against his own. He would probably burn the food soon if Angel didn't move. "By the gods, I want to bite you so bad." "Do you need blood?" "Yes, but I don't want to take it from you. I'll drink bagged blood after dinner." Forrest stiffened, and instead of arguing, he nodded. "I didn't mean it like that." Forrest tried to move away so he could get the other ingredients needed to continue the soup, but Angel tightened his hold. "Don't be mad." Oh, Forrest wasn't angry. He was hurt, and he didn't want to talk about it anymore. For that reason, he didn't say anything at all, but just stood there stiffly. "You know I have a good reason." Angel still didn't let him go, but kissed him on the neck. Forrest refused to acknowledge the lips on his neck, even though he wanted so much to turn around and press Angel against the kitchen counter. He wanted the bite, and to feel his mate's presence even when they were apart. Forrest didn't understand why Angel was willing to spend even 1 second longer without that. "Talk to me, baby, please." Forrest still didn't speak. He didn't know what to say that would make a difference, enough to change Angel's mind, and there was nothing Angel could say to Forrest either. So talking was pointless. Finally, Angel let Forrest go, although he didn't leave the room, but instead leaned against the kitchen counter with his arms folded at his chest. Not that Forrest was looking at him out of the corner of his eye or anything. Much. Forrest gathered the ingredients he needed out of the refrigerator and set them on the counter. Angel watched his every move as he collected the potatoes he needed and searched around for the flour. He found it in a cabinet and took it down. "So, you're not going to talk to me now?" Angel said, and sat down in the chair Hazel had exited. "Well, I'm not leaving you alone until we get a few things straight between us." Forrest learned one thing at that moment. Angel was a very stubborn man. But he didn't grow up in a house with lots of siblings who were hell-bent on making his life as frustrating as possible, the way Forrest had. He was much better at combating stubborn than Angel realized, which gave Forrest the advantage. Forrest had the bag of flour open and took a tablespoon, putting it in the butter and onion mixture. He dug his spoon into the powdery stuff one more time because 2 to 3 should be enough to thicken the soup the way he needed. "The silent treatment is kind of childish, Forrest." Instead of putting the spoonful of flour in the butter mixture, he turned around quickly and flung it in Angel's face. Angel jerked back as if Forrest had slapped him. His face was white and powdery, his eyelashes covered as he blinked at Forrest in surprise. Angel opened his mouth to say something, so Forrest dug in the bag of flour again, gathering a spoonful. He held it in such a way that let Angel know he aimed to use it if he didn't knock it off. "Don't you dare throw that thing at me, Forrest Somerset. I swear Well, I don't actually know what I'll do, but I'll think of something, and you won't like it." Forrest threw the flour, only it hit Angel's chest the second time. Angel stood up, and Forrest quickly moved the pan off the heat because clearly their little flour fight was going to last longer than he expected. He dug through the bag of flour again, narrowing his eyes as Angel stalked him. Forrest flung the powdery substance at Angel and then ran from the room. Angel chased after him, but there was no way Angel could catch him. Forrest might be smaller than Angel, but he was fast, even in his human form. Unfortunately, being fast didn't matter in such a small house, so he turned when he had nowhere else to go. The rest of Angel's family laughed from somewhere near the couch, but Forrest couldn't risk taking his eyes off Angel to grin at them. Angel did look hilarious. Angel grinned in such a wicked way it would have made Forrest hard, if not for the flour covering Angel's face. Forrest edged his way to the front door. His only chance was to make a run for it and shift. "Just wait until I get my hands on you." Yeah, Forrest had been waiting for that since the day they met. Forrest made a move for the door, but Angel was closer, moving in front of it before Forrest had a chance to even reach for the handle. Forrest stopped, his eyes wide as he looked at Angel. "That's right, baby. I trapped you in here with me. The person you molested with flour. Now, what are you going to do?" Forrest scanned the room, looking for some way to prove his point. He saw a glass of water sitting on the kitchen island. Taking one giant step toward it would allow him to reach it, so he did. Angel opened his mouth to say something, but Forrest threw the water right in Angel's face. "I'm going to make paste." Maybe then Angel would stick to him. Chapter 8. Angel sat on the couch watching Forrest play on the floor with Christopher. Forrest moved a toy car on the carpet, making motor sounds with his lips, and Christopher sat in front of him, watching with rapt attention. He seemed to be holding his breath as Forrest stopped at his knee, pausing for dramatic effect, and then suddenly running the car over Christopher's knee, across his leg, up his little tummy, and around his head. When Forrest did it, the boy giggled in delight, which in turn made Forrest laugh. Forrest's laugh melted Angel until he was a puddle on the floor. Gods, he's never heard anything better. Don't know why you're fighting it. The look on your face says it all. His brother Kane sat next to him with an arm around the back of the couch. Sabrina sat between them, flipping through the television stations as if she were a robot who could take in information at lightning speed. Angel seriously had no idea how the girl could even tell what was on each station. Me either. Forrest is totally hot, Sabrina murmured. Bobcats have excellent hearing. Forrest never even turned from what he was doing, or paused in the game he was playing, other than to stop the motor sounds long enough to speak. Are you talking to Dad or me? Because I stand beside what I said, whether you heard it or not. Sabrina stopped on a show that looked like they had living Barbie dolls in them. Two girls were looking at a computer screen, and both of them had perfect clothes and makeup. I'm informing the group, and thank you. You're gorgeous as well. Together we can conquer the world. Sabrina grinned at Forrest, and then giggled like she had a crush when Forrest turned to wink. When he darted his eyes to Angel, the smile left his face, and he quickly looked away. Dinner was good, baby. He hoped the praise would help the situation. If he could wish for one thing, it was that the silent treatment would come to an end. It was driving him crazy, and Forrest was so good at it. Angel feared Forrest would eventually wear him down, and he'd give in just for the mere fact he wouldn't be able to take it anymore. Well, he honestly wanted to bond with Forrest, but his own wants weren't a priority. He had to think about his mate's needs first. Forrest didn't respond to Angel's words, or even acknowledge he said anything. Sabrina elbowed him in the ribs, and he grunted in surprise and then scowled. Go sit by him, she whispered so faintly he barely made out the words. Love advice from a 14-year-old. It was an all-time low for Angel, but nothing else worked. Angel stood and made his way to Forrest, sitting beside him. They were so close their legs touched. Forrest stiffened but never said anything. He just continued to play his little game with Christopher. Can I sit here, or will I get flour in the face? In Forrest's defense, the flour was funny, even to Angel. It was the water mixing with the flour that pissed him off. Angel's flour-caked clothing would probably never be the same again. Still nothing. Oh, sheesh, don't mention the incident, Sabrina sighed. You need a manual. I never needed one before. The second the words were out of his mouth and Forrest glared, he regretted them. They spoke of his past conquests, which was not something he should bring up if he wanted to get on Forrest's good side. Maybe you should find Tyrell then, Forrest muttered under his breath. Instead of answering, Angel grabbed the back of Forrest's neck. Forrest was so stunned he turned his head to look at Angel, and when he did, Angel kissed him. It was a press of the lips, but it was a hard press, designed to let Forrest know who Angel wanted. Angel pulled away, and Christopher was in Forrest's lap, clinging to his neck. Kiss Kitty, too! Forrest chuckled and kissed the boy on the cheek. Angel reached over and ruffled Christopher's hair. I know. I can't resist his kisses either. Doing a good job until now, Forrest muttered under his breath. Angel grabbed the nape of his neck again, turning his head to plant one on him. Knock it off, Forrest sputtered when Angel let him go again. No, not until you talk to me and not to yourself about me. Forrest glared. Hey, you use flour, I use kisses. Different methods, but same thing. When Forrest let Christopher go and stood, Angel got a sick feeling in the pit of his stomach. Thank you for letting me crash in on you, Forrest said to Kane. Of course, his brother was no help at all. He just raised his eyebrows and never said a word. It was Sabrina who protested. Are you leaving? You can't leave, Forrest. I'll be back tomorrow. Forrest smiled and headed for the door. Angel grabbed him around the waist, preventing him from moving any farther. Let go, please, I don't want to fight with you in front of your family anymore." "The last time was hilarious," Sabrina whispered. "Agreed," his brother whispered back. Angel could see they needed privacy, so he walked Forrest to his bedroom. Christopher started crying and toddling after them. "Kitty!" Kane stood and grabbed Christopher out of the way. "He'll be back, buddy. Angel can be very persuasive when he tries hard enough." Angel received the message loud and clear. He better say something to make his mate happy, or eventually Christopher's crying would stress Hazel out. A stressed Hazel meant she'd most likely take it out on Kane, which would piss him off. It was a chain reaction. And really, he didn't want to spend all his time fighting with Forrest. It wasn't fair to his family, who he wanted to spend as many contented hours with as possible. Of course, he couldn't say any of it to Forrest because it would sound like he was placing blame, and he wasn't. At least, not entirely. Angel was also to blame. They needed to resolve the issue enough so that it didn't affect everyone around them. Angel closed the door to the bedroom. The room was the one Angel had used until the day he left. Kane and Hazel hadn't moved one single thing or changed it at all, even though they probably needed the space. They stood there in silence, with Angel wrapped around Forrest from behind. Forrest's body was so stiff, Angel thought he'd snap in half if he weren't careful. It was as if ice took over his body. By slow degrees, Forrest warmed enough to sag against him. Forrest sighed and shook his head. Angel took it as a sign Forrest wasn't going to run for the window if he let up on his hold. He still kept an arm around his waist, but he pointed to a photo of a mountain range. "You see that picture? A friend of mine from school took it when she went with her parents for vacation. She had a darkroom in her basement and loved photography. She died in a car accident a few months later. She was a vampire." "I'm sorry." Angel's arm came back around Forrest's waist. "Thank you, baby, but it's not why I told you. Now it's your turn to tell me something about yourself." "What?" "You said you wanted to get to know me. It's a start." "Yeah, but will you bond with me at some point?" "At some point, yes." "When?" "Forrest, please, I'm trying here." Forrest seemed contemplative, making up his mind about some unknown thing only he was privy to. Finally, he said, "My best friend from school moved away, and I never heard from him again. He was a wolf shifter whose family joined a pack down south because his father got a better job down there." "My best friend is your brother, Gabriel." "I already know that." "Okay, I've always wanted children. After I found my mate, of course." Angel's confession clearly pleased Forrest, if the smile on his face was any indication. Score one for Angel. The smile was still in place when Forrest said, "Me too." "Can I ask you a question?" Forrest shrugged. "I guess." "Who is Hubert Marks?" Forrest sighed. "Gabriel has a big mouth." Angel worked his hands under Forrest's shirt and touched bare skin. "He was trying to prove a point." "What point is that?" "I don't know. He told me to ask you about a guy named Hubert. Guess I'll figure it out once you tell me about him." "Hubert was a boy who picked on me in high school." Angel expected Forrest to continue, and when he didn't, he asked, "That's it?" "No, but the rest of the story doesn't matter." "You're not going to tell me, baby?" Angel ran his fingers over Forrest's nipples. Forrest moved into Angel's touch. His head pressed against Angel's shoulder. "Angel." Angel's teeth dropped down, and the urge to bite Forrest was so overwhelming he nearly gave into it. He trailed his hand down Forrest's chest to the waistband of his pants. Angel was glad for their size difference because the sweats Forrest had on were Angel's and slightly too big for him, which worked out well when Angel slid his hand to the band of Forrest's underwear. He didn't move in, but just touched the hot skin right above it. Forrest whimpered and tried to get Angel to move his hand lower. He gripped the back of Angel's neck. "This isn't why I brought you in here. We need to talk. Come to some understanding." "Angel," Forrest whined. Angel gave in and moved his hand underneath the waistband of Forrest's underwear, gripping his cock. Forrest's mouth fell open and his eyes closed as Angel pulled up. "You're so responsive, baby." And it was the sexiest thing Angel had ever seen. Angel pushed down again, suddenly wishing he had packed lube or something slick. He didn't think he'd need it when he left St. Lake's because he never thought Forrest would follow him. Angel realized he had pegged Forrest wrong from the start. He took Forrest's kindness and his likability for weakness. Forrest was anything but the pushover, Angel thought. With his free hand, Angel worked the button on his own jeans open and unzipped them, pushing his underwear under his balls. Angel pressed his cock against Forrest, who immediately turned around, Angel's hand falling away from Forrest's cock when he did. Forrest's eyes were that of his cat, and his teeth were down. Angel had never seen a sexier sight. Angel pushed Forrest's pants down until his cock was exposed, and then he took their cocks in his hand, meshing them together and pulling up slightly. Their pre-cum provided some lubricant, slicking the way. "I won't last long," Forrest panted out the words, his breath coming in quick bursts as if he ran a marathon. "When was the last time you touched yourself?" Even though their cocks were together, both minutes away from coming all over each other, Forrest still blushed at Angel's question, as if he were embarrassed. Angel would have chuckled, but the rhythm he set felt too good. Angel decided to go first, hoping it would make Forrest more comfortable about the topic. "Mine was in the shower this morning. I pictured you on your hands and knees, your ass in the air all ready for me. Talking about it is going to make me come. The night we left, right before I went to bed, Oh, Angel, I'm going to come. Tell me first. I thought about sucking you, what your cock would feel like in my mouth." Forrest squeezed his eyes shut, and his face pinched with pleasure right before cum coated Angel's hand. Forrest's orgasm pushed Angel over the edge, and he came all over their cocks. Forrest sagged against him, breathing heavily. Angel put his clean hand around Forrest, kissing his temple as he tried to regain his sanity. He probably shouldn't have initiated it if he wanted to remain resolute in not bonding, but his resolve was slipping. He could feel it, and it fell faster the more he held Forrest against him. He should push Forrest away and told him what they had done was a mistake. It would be a lie, though. Never in Angel's entire existence had something felt so perfect. Angel shut his eyes, needing his thoughts to turn off. He'd have to walk away from Forrest eventually. He knew it, but the thought of being without him left an ache in his chest which he couldn't deny. He took a deep breath and redirected his thoughts before he did something stupid like bond. "So, what happened with Hubert Marks?" "Angel." Forrest snuggled against him as much as he possibly could. "Just tell me." Forrest sighed. "I electrocuted his balls." Of all the things Angel thought Forrest would say, that wasn't one of them. Angel started laughing. "It wasn't funny. Hubert had burns on his pants and his balls. At least the principal said he did when he called me into the office later that day. I could have heard him." "How the hell did you electrocute him?" "Well, in physics class, Mr. Jennings had these machines that showed us how to complete an electrical current. It turns on a light bulb. I stole one and modified it. Added more juice to it so it held a stronger electrical flow, and then hooked it to his seat." Angel laughed so hard he had tears in his eyes. His hand slipped from around their cocks, making them both shudder when he pulled away. "I think I understand the point Gabriel was trying to make." "What?" Forrest walked over to a box of tissue and handed some to Angel, which he took, cleaning himself. "That you might be somewhat passive, but you don't take anyone's shit." Forrest looked at him pointedly. "No one messed with me after that." Chapter 9. Angel came out of the bedroom to see Forrest curled on the couch. Forrest's chest moved with slow, even breaths. Angel took a step in Forrest's direction, letting his instincts propel him forward. He went to his knees beside the couch and watched Forrest for long seconds before touching him. He should have pushed harder to share his bed. It would have been nice to wake with Forrest in his arms. Forrest had refused until they bonded, and Angel agreed with him. Bonding should come before all the usual couple stuff. Angel moved a lock of hair off Forrest's forehead, and then leaned in to kiss him on the cheek. His mate moved into his touch, trying to snuggle into Angel. Angel kissed him again and ran his fingers through Forrest's hair. Angel turned when he heard the floorboard squeak. His brother leaned against the counter that separated the living room from the kitchen. Angel gave him one last kiss and stood. He pulled the blankets around Forrest and left his sleeping mate. His brother entered the kitchen and started making coffee. Angel went over to the refrigerator and pulled out a bag of blood. He made a face at the bag, as if it offended him somehow. It wasn't how he preferred to sustain himself, but he'd do what he had to do. It was a good alternative, considering the thought of sinking his teeth into someone who wasn't Forrest was far worse. He longed for the day he could drink from Forrest. The more he was around his mate, the more he craved the bond, not just for the blood, but also for the connection. Angel shut the refrigerator door and opened the drawer that held the scissors. He hated sinking his teeth into plastic, so for that reason he always cut the bag whenever possible. He let his teeth drop down even as he put the scissors back where he found them. Leaning against the counter, he drank his blood. His brother's voice, breaking the comfortable silence that floated between them, nearly startled Angel. "Your old coven leader will be on the run after you talk to the council." Why was Kane talking about Nicolono? Whatever the reason, Angel would indulge him. "If all of the council members go along with his capture, I know for a fact Nicolono is working with one of them." "Okay, so say enough of the Vampire Council members believe you and this Nicolono nutjob is a wanted man. What do you think he'll do?" "Run to Delano, most likely. Maybe he has enough of a following to attack St. Lake's, but he won't win. Not even if the Vampire Council refuses my Alpha's request to get involved. St. Lake's already has too much support." "So Nicolono will lose his momentum either way?" "Probably, yeah." "Why are we talking about this, Kane?" "Because I've heard you and Forrest argue enough in the last 24 hours to understand why you're pushing him away." Kane turned and leaned against the counter, his arms folded in front of his chest. Angel didn't think jacking off together constituted pushing Forrest away, and if his brother knew the struggle going through his mind, he probably wouldn't have said it. "Okay, Nicolono might not be a threat after I go to the Vampire Council, but I'm still going to be locked up, Kane." "But for how long?" "I don't know. That's the point of waiting." "I know you have a mission from your Alpha, but so does Forrest, Angel. You need to respect it and not get in his way." "He'll—" Angel stopped once he realized he had raised his voice. He was tired of the whole argument. He felt like he had been arguing with Forrest for weeks, and somehow Kane had taken over where his mate left off. When he spoke, it was with a quieter tone. "He'll get hurt." "I think it's a little too late to worry about that, don't you?" Angel frowned. "What are you talking about?" "I see the light leave his eyes every time he looks at you. He's already in pain." Kane held up a hand when Angel started to speak. "You're doing the right thing by going to the council, and I'm proud of you. You're probably going to save a bunch of lives. He's your partner now. Treat him like one." Angel sighed. As pissed off as he wanted to be, he knew his brother was right. "I'm overprotective." "I didn't say that. I'd be the same way in your case." "Well, now I'm fucking confused, Kane." Kane shook his head. "Why does protecting Forrest have to equal not bonding?" Angel started to open his mouth, but then shut it again, thinking about Kane's question. He knew the answer he had always given was a good one, but something in the way his brother asked made him rethink it. "I need him to stay here while I talk to the Vampire Council." Kane rolled his eyes. "You're bound and determined to hurt that boy's feelings all over the place, aren't you? Nothing I said fucking stuck." "It did, and I'm thinking of bonding with him before I leave. At least the internal connection will be there while we're separated. That's better than nothing." "Don't do me any favors, Angel." Forrest's voice sounded like gunfire in the dark. Angel winced and looked at his brother, who smirked. "Told you." Angel lifted off the counter and took a few steps to look out into the living room and over to the couch. He saw Forrest sitting, his hair at odd angles, and the blanket pooled around his waist. "I'm willing to bond with you. I'm giving you what you want." Forrest threw the blankets off his lap and headed towards the bathroom. He had on a pair of Angel's boxers, which were too big for him and sagged a little in the butt area. Angel thought it was cute. Then again, Angel found everything about his mate sexy, including his quiet, contemplative nature. "He's your equal, Angel," Kane said as he left the room. "I know that." "Then act like it." His brother's tone was the same one he used the time Angel failed algebra, simply because he didn't turn in his homework. It was his dad voice, and it made Angel take notice. Forrest had the water running to the shower by the time Angel stepped into the bathroom. Angel knocked once and then entered before Forrest had a chance to speak. Forrest wasn't even in the shower yet, but stood there naked. Angel's teeth dropped when he saw how fucking perfect Forrest's body looked. He had lean muscles in all the right places. His heavy cock grew before Angel's eyes. When Forrest covered it with a hand, Angel had an urge to go over there, drop to his knees, and suck it. Forrest stepped into the shower, ignoring Angel, which completely killed every sexual thought he had. The silent treatment irritated the hell out of him. Angel had pegged Forrest as a sweet, passive person who would give in more times than not. None of it was true, and getting it wrong was his biggest mistake. If he were to take what Kane said about them being partners, then it probably meant Angel couldn't tell Forrest what to do. "I'm leaving sometime this morning." Angel figured giving Forrest information was probably a step in the right direction. "What would you like to see happen?" Forrest pulled the shower curtain back to meet Angel's gaze. His dark blonde hair was darker and a bit shiny with water clinging to it. A few drops clung to his eyelashes, making them darker as well. He eyed Angel with a suspiciousness that said more than anything could how dictatorial Angel had been up to that point. "Why are you asking me all of a sudden?" "Just answer the question." "I'd like to bond and then go with you." "No, Forrest, it's too dangerous. You're a shifter going to talk to the Vampire Council. That might not end well for you, baby." Forrest shut the shower curtain again, blocking Angel. Shit. "Okay, wrong way to say that, clearly. Why do you think going with me is a good idea?" Angel waited for Forrest to answer, and after a full 2 minutes, Angel finally said, "Forrest? No, you don't want to listen to what I have to say, so just forget it." "I'm listening." "No, you're not. You're placating me with questions that make it sound like you want to have a conversation, when what you really want to do is tell me what I'm going to do. Except you don't ever actually listen to me." Forrest shut off the water and threw the shower curtain back with such force the round plastic clip scraped against the curtain rod. He grabbed the towel off the rack and began drying himself. "Right, which means it's not working for you." Forrest did have a point. Angel couldn't even pay attention to the conversation anymore with Forrest's body on display again. Forrest's lean muscles and small waist was perfect for holding. Forrest lifted the towel to dry his hair, exposing his cock to Angel's view. Oh, how he wanted to forget about the argument and fuck Forrest until they both felt satisfied. Angel licked his lips and took a step in Forrest's direction. "Do you want me to go with you, Angel? I never want you to leave my side again, especially right now because you're so fucking sexy, baby." Forrest tied the towel around his waist, blocking his view of that delicious cock. "I need to know if you're going to let me go with you or not, right now, this second." "Why?" "Because I won't have time to do whatever it is you're thinking about, depending on your answer." Angel wrapped his arms around Forrest's waist. Their gazes met and held. There was a sparkle in Forrest's eyes that Angel finally recognized as defiance. Angel rubbed his cheek against Forrest's wet hair. "I'm so scared you'll get hurt." Forrest pulled out of his arms and Angel let him. Forrest pulled the towel from around his waist and hung it up. He walked around Angel. Angel couldn't help but watch the play of his ass muscles as he moved towards the door. It was so mesmerizing he almost forgot Forrest was about to leave the house and go to the Vampire Council on his own. Angel followed Forrest out, looking at his ass the entire time. He heard his brother snort out a laugh. Angel didn't come out of his lust-induced stupor until Forrest opened the front door, and he felt the cold air on his face. Angel's heart beat wildly in his chest at the thought of Forrest being out in the elements on his own. By the gods, anything could happen to him. At the same time, Angel thought about what the Vampire Council could do to him. Delano was a very dangerous man. He controlled Nicolono and probably a few other coven leaders as well. Forrest could be hurt regardless. "Okay, Forrest. Okay. You can come with me." The best choice would be if Forrest stayed with Kane, but Angel could see he wasn't about to do that. "The next best thing is if you came with me. I can protect you that way." "Fine. I need to get something from the woods. I'll be back in a few minutes." Angel scowled as Forrest walked out the door. "What do you need to get?" "Some clothing I left there." Angel shut his eyes for one brief second and pulled the door closed behind them. Forrest shifted and then looked at him curiously, as if asking why he was out there with Forrest. "I'll come with you. No point in you shifting back in this cold when you need your human hands." Forrest led him across the road to a stand of trees. Angel had to battle the tall weeds as he followed behind Forrest. They didn't even get 5 feet in when Forrest stopped at a log and then looked at Angel expectantly. Angel took the hint and bent down. What he saw was a colorful shirt underneath the log. He moved the snow Forrest had carefully built around his little treasure and pulled the clothing out. "I take it they have some meaning to you." He gestured for Forrest to lead the way out. Chapter 10. Forrest could smell Tyrell as he drew closer to the house. He growled low in his throat as he saw the shifter leaning against the railing on the steps which led to the front door. It was still dark out, and the sun hadn't quite risen in the sky. It seemed too early for a visit, in Forrest's opinion. But then he also smelled Tyrell's father, so maybe the Alpha had business with Kane or something. Tyrell straightened when he saw them cross the road. If he thought it weird they came from the woods, he never said anything. Instead, he looked at Angel, eating him up with his eyes. Forrest had a sudden urge to poke them out. Instead, he snarled as he came closer, ready to attack. Tyrell held up his hands, which meant easier access to all the kill zones. "Call off the cat, Angel." Angel lifted him into his arms, and the second he did, Forrest rubbed his head all over Angel's exposed skin. "Baby, I'm yours. I don't want anyone else." Forrest never stopped his ministrations. They hadn't bonded, and their relationship was shaky at best. Going together to the Vampire Council was a step in the right direction, but they still had a lot to discuss. So, yeah, Forrest wasn't confident. Angel ran a hand down his back, trying to calm him. "What do you want, Tyrell?" Angel's words and the sharp tone in which he said it were in complete contrast to the gentle way he touched Forrest. "I heard you were leaving this morning and wanted to say goodbye. I don't mean to threaten your mating." "You can't threaten it." Did Angel just say something to acknowledge their mating? Forrest stopped rubbing on Angel long enough to meet his gaze, making sure he heard right. Angel smiled and winked. "Well, you haven't bitten each other yet, right? I would be able to smell it if you had." Tyrell butting into their relationship was just plain wrong, so Forrest snarled to let him know what he thought. "Shh. It doesn't matter what Tyrell wants from me. I'm not willing to give it. How could I ever want anyone but you?" Angel whispered the words, but Forrest wondered if Tyrell could hear him. Forrest refocused on staking his claim on Angel. He rubbed his head against Angel again. "How did you find out I was leaving this morning? I only told Kane and Forrest." "Kane called my father. Let him know you would be out of the area in a couple of hours. Father came to talk to you, so I came with him." "Right. Thankfully, Kane thought of it because it never crossed my mind your Alpha needed to know my every fucking move." The way Angel said it, with sarcasm dripping from every word, told Forrest more than anything could exactly what he thought of Oakwood Village's Alpha. "I'm sorry. I should have come out when you did, so you didn't have to do it alone." Angel took his hand away from the gentle strokes he gave Forrest and waved Tyrell's response away. "It's old shit, and I'm glad it happened the way it did. I found Forrest because I was forced out, so I've no regrets." Angel ran his hand down Forrest's back again. When Forrest started to purr, Angel chuckled. "I have regrets," Tyrell whispered. Forrest looked over at him. At the dejected way he kept his head down, and he couldn't take it anymore. "Don't say that on my account, Tyrell." Forrest wiggled around in Angel's arms, wanting down. Angel held him firmly, giving Forrest no choice but to shift. The fact he was still in Angel's arms was a bit awkward, and Angel nearly dropped him, but somehow managed not to, even though he stumbled a couple of times. "Holy shit, baby, warn me!" Angel held him around the waist. "I tried. You wouldn't let me go. That's because I thought you were going after Tyrell again." Forrest wrapped his legs around Angel's waist. He was very aware of how naked he was in front of Tyrell, and when Angel gripped his ass cheeks, he got a little satisfaction out of knowing Tyrell was probably staring in envy. And then he remembered the look of utter defeat, and couldn't hold on to the jealousy anymore. It was evident a lot was going on with Tyrell than just his past with Angel. "I just want to talk to him, but I need warm clothes first," Forrest whispered against Angel's cheek. "By the gods, Forrest, I'm about ready to take you against the side of the house, and you want to talk to Tyrell." Forrest chuckled. "We have a few things to talk about before we do anything more than we already have, but I understand how you feel." Forrest moved his lips to Angel's ear. "I can't wait to feel you inside me." "Forrest." Angel ran his hands along Forrest's back, his hold tightening. Forrest ground his hard cock into Angel's abdomen and groaned. Forrest let his legs fall from around Angel's waist a second later. If they didn't stop, he really would let Angel fuck him against the house with Tyrell watching, and that wasn't how he saw their first time happening. Plus, he had to be getting heavy. He might be smaller than his mate, but not by much. When Forrest's feet hit the ground, he immediately wanted to put his legs back where they had been. The snow was so cold it made his skin burn. It also deflated his dick. "Shit, that's cold." Forrest kissed Angel one last time. "To be continued?" "Oh, yeah." Forrest grinned. When he pulled away, he met Tyrell's gaze. The look he gave Forrest said more than anything could what he suspected all along. Tyrell was lonely. Forrest was almost positive Tyrell also found his body attractive, if the lustful look he gave him was any indication. Tyrell was a shifter, so nakedness shouldn't be a big deal. Hell, in a mixed paranormal clan like Tyrell's, even the vampires should take it in stride. A naked body was just a body, after all. It wasn't proper to leer at someone the way Tyrell was with Forrest, but he was pretty sure the leering was just a symptom of a bigger problem. Forrest was just getting ready to go into the house when Angel shoved him behind his back. Angel's body was tense, and he took a step towards Tyrell, who immediately dropped his gaze the second he realized how he was looking at Forrest. "Shift, Forrest, and I'll let you into the house." Forrest didn't fight Angel, but shifted. He went over to the front door and waited for Angel. He didn't have to wait long. "By the gods, now I know how you feel," Angel muttered. Forrest nodded, letting Angel know he heard. "Bring my sword out when you come back, will you?" Angel pulled open the door, letting Forrest go in. Forrest stopped and turned to look at Angel. Angel's mouth was set in a hard line, and his eyes held a spark of anger until he focused on Forrest, and then they softened a bit. Angel smiled before shutting the door. A low murmur of voices came from the kitchen. He ignored them in favor of getting dressed and back outside before Angel killed Tyrell. Forrest shifted when he got into Angel's bedroom. He found Angel's bag on the bed, already packed. The sword Angel wanted was next to it, sheathed in a long leather case that did nothing to diminish the menacing quality of the sharp blade hidden inside. Forrest dressed in the warmest clothes Angel had, which just so happened to be a long-sleeved black sweater and sweatpants he had to draw tight around the waist. When someone knocked on the door, he said, "Come in." Hazel came into the room, holding a pair of shoes and a small stack of clothing. She held out the gifts for him to take, even as she sniffled. Oh no. She was crying. He must have had a look on his face that spoke of his uneasiness with her tears because she gave him a watery smile. I'll miss you guys, and I'm so afraid Angel won't come back. He stayed gone so long the last time, and I missed him so much. He's really my first child, as much my kid as the baby in my belly. Forrest took the clothing and shoes she held out. He wasn't sure what to do with them, and didn't know why she was giving him the stuff. Some of his confusion must have shown because she said, Some of Kane's clothing. Kane's closer to your size, so I thought they'd fit better than Angel's stuff, and shoes for you. Thank you. She sat there as Forrest put the clothing in Angel's bag and zipped it closed. He sat and put on the shoes. They were a bit too long, but they would keep his feet warm. When he finished, he took her hand, and they sat there in silence for long seconds. Hazel lay her head on Forrest's shoulder and cried a bit. Finally, Forrest whispered, I'll get him out of trouble with the Vampire Council. How will you do that? I don't know, but I promise to bring him back for another visit very soon. Hazel lifted her head and let his hand go. Forrest looked at her, and she cupped his cheek. You're a good boy, Forrest. Forrest smiled at her use of the word boy. She looked younger than him, but probably was twice his age. Still, Forrest was hardly a boy anymore. You take care of him, and let him do the same for you. Don't fight him too much. He's just trying to protect you. And he knows how to do that. He made us get him lessons on how to use that stupid sword. Told us he liked the competitions. I won't hurt myself, Hazel, I promise. Ha! He nearly severed a toe before he finally was good enough to use the thing properly. Now I suppose he's practically an expert. My brother Gabriel brags about Angel's skills, but I haven't seen him use it yet. Gabriel trusts Angel completely. Probably one of the only people he does trust. Despite all the crap Angel says he did, no, you raised a good man. You don't trust Angel completely yet? I don't know him well enough. And honestly, trust isn't exactly a top priority with Angel right now. Maybe after we bond, I'll give it a good thought. But until then, I can't think past the need. Hazel chuckled. I remember feeling like that with Kane. I gave him a hard time when we first found each other. I wasn't ready to mate with some white guy. Forrest smiled. So it wasn't the fact he was a vampire? No, I didn't think we had anything in common. Thankfully, I was wrong. She wiggled her eyebrows. We were too busy to talk for like the first month. Forrest chuckled. He smelled Angel come into the house before he heard him. The smell only intensified as Angel came closer to the bedroom door. Oh, conversational material for the road trip. I'm sure Angel will love to know every detail of that month, so you tell me, then I'll relay the information to him, in detail. Evil bobcat, Angel muttered as he leaned against the door jamb. Stubborn vampire, Forrest countered with a grin. Angel smiled, and when he did, it softened his eyes. The affection was so clearly there between them. It made Forrest's heart ache until an invisible rope lassoed itself around Forrest's waist and pulled him to Angel. He was hugging Angel before he even knew what he was doing. Angel's arms came around him and he looked at Forrest. I got it wrong. You're a sweet bobcat. Forrest chuckled. You still gonna say that in the car when I entertain you with stories from Hazel's bedroom? You'd still be sweet, even though the thought of that makes me puke in my mouth a little. Hazel snorted out a laugh. Ditto when you and Forrest get all kissy-kissy, so don't, please. Forrest kissed Angel on the lips once and then pulled away. I think Hazel wants a few minutes alone with you, so I'll go find Tyrell. Forrest moved away from him, leaving the room, but Angel grabbed his hand. When Forrest turned to meet his gaze, Angel moved into Forrest's space again, crowding him. He didn't say anything or even kiss Forrest, but then he didn't have to. The intensity of his gaze said everything. Forrest would be surprised if they made it a mile down the road before they pulled over and fucked in the back seat. First, we'll talk, and then we're bonding, Angel whispered. Something in Angel's eyes changed, becoming aware of what he said, or maybe it was the demanding way he said it. Angel winced. If you agree, that is. After our discussion, you might not want to.
Forrest might not have been sure when he first left St. Lake's, but he thought he understood Angel a lot better, even after just a couple days.
I'll want to.
Angel released him, and the last thing Forrest wanted was to be away from Angel, but their timing wasn't right, and waiting would only make things better. He found Tyrell sitting on the couch, ready to run out of the house if need be. Frankly, he was surprised Tyrell was still there and hadn't gone home. But then, maybe Tyrell's father had more of a leash on his son than even Forrest suspected and made him stay. Tyrell tensed when Forrest sat beside him.
I'm not going to hurt you.
No offense, but you don't look like you could. Forrest opened his mouth to speak, but Tyrell held up a hand, cutting him off. I think you're tougher than you look, though.
Forrest smiled. My older brothers taught me how to defend myself, so I do okay.
I'd love to have siblings.
It can get crazy, but the level of crazy is normal most of the time. My oldest brother Ramsey is the alpha of the clan, and I think that helps the rest of the family because we know he's there to guide us. I'm sure you understand with your father being alpha.
Forrest hoped mentioning the alpha would get Tyrell to expose his real issues a lot faster, and he strongly suspected they all stemmed from his relationship with his father. If you mean he dictates your whole life, then yes, I understand.
Forrest shook his head. An alpha should be there to offer advice and to protect. Anything else is unnecessary.
Tyrell shook his head. That's not how it is.
So change it.
Forrest turned to face Tyrell, and when he did, he noticed Tyrell's father standing in the doorway of the kitchen, listening to their conversation. It was the curse of the small house not to have privacy. Forrest was used to it, although his mother's house was much larger. With as many people who lived in his family home, the square footage didn't matter. Forrest would be glad when the war was over, so Ramsey let him go back to his little cabin. After living with Mom for protection's sake for the last few months, Forrest rediscovered privacy was a beautiful thing. Forrest ignored the alpha, focusing on Tyrell. He might not be Forrest's alpha, but he still had to be respectful. It didn't mean he had to blow smoke up the guy's ass.
Look, I understand what it's like to come from a small town. It can be lonely and isolating, especially for those of us who are gay. Is your family supportive?
Tyrell laughed. Angel didn't tell you why he left, did he? My father basically ran him out of town because of his sexuality. Tyrell looked at his father. Isn't that right, Dad? Yes, my son is going through a phase. The alpha came in the room.
A phase? Do you believe that, or are you just hopeful? Forrest asked.
Either way, it made the guy an asshole for not accepting his son. Forrest didn't understand why it made a difference if Tyrell was experimenting, although Tyrell was probably as old as Angel, and Forrest thought Angel might be in his 50s, even though he looked about 25 years old. If that was the case, then Tyrell was long past the age where he needed to find himself.
What happens when Tyrell finds his mate and the mate is male? Forrest asked.
That's unacceptable. My son will not mate a man, the alpha yelled. He must have already contemplated it, if the burst of anger was any indication. Angel came out of the bedroom, his sword in hand, when he heard the alpha's raised voice.
Come here, baby.
Forrest patted Tyrell on the knee and went over to Angel. Angel didn't shove Forrest behind his back like he did earlier, but he did eye the alpha as if he were a dangerous animal. Forrest turned and leaned against Angel, back to chest. Angel's free arm settled around Forrest's waist. Forrest placed his hand over the top of Angel's and held it there. Angel twirled the sword in a threatening way. The blade was inches from Forrest, but it never actually touched him. The skill of that one small move turned Forrest on.
You might think a mating such as ours is unacceptable, but our mating is what's going to unite the Shifter and Vampire Councils, Forrest explained.
How will you do that? It was evident, by the way the alpha asked the question, he didn't believe Forrest.
How do you think it would look if you stood in front of the Shifter Council with your mate, who is another wolf and female, correct?
Yes.
Picture it in your mind for a moment. You and your mate are standing in front of the Shifter Council trying to convince them to unite with the vampires. Do you think you make a convincing picture?
The alpha shrugged, trying to dismiss the point Forrest was making, but failing. Forrest had him right where he wanted him.
I don't either. And the council will reject you. The humans will divide and conquer, and we're all screwed.
Angel tightened his hold on Forrest's waist, as if the thought of it scared him, and by holding Forrest closer he could save him from the catastrophe.
Angel and I, both males and two different beings. We don't have to say a word, and already we have an advantage. Forrest looked at Tyrell. You should come to St. Lakes for a while and stay in my cabins. Chapter 11. I thought we could use the car ride to talk. Since I want to fuck you anywhere you'll let me, using driving as an excuse to have the conversation we need is a good idea.
Angel shook with nerves. Thankfully, the shaking didn't impede his ability to drive, and he could keep the truck on the road. Beside him, Forrest smiled. The mating pull is strong since we've been together for a while. I feel it too.
Yeah, well, I hope you still do when I finish telling you about my past.
Even as Angel said the words, the thought of Forrest rejecting him made him want to vomit. Forrest shook his head.
I don't need to know. I need to tell you. I need for you to hear what I'm capable of and that I'm not a good person. Angel. No, just let me say it.
Forrest narrowed his eyes at Angel, looking at him for long seconds until he smiled again.
Fine. You tell, and then I'll tell you something. I doubt our things are comparable, Forrest. It's not about comparing. It's about getting to know each other. All the stuff in our past, good and bad, should be included, right? That's why you want to tell me, and not because you want to back out of the bonding again? I want to give you a choice. Lay myself bare so you have all the facts. It won't matter, but go ahead.
Angel couldn't help but smile at the dismissive way Forrest waved his hand, as if the whole discussion annoyed him.
Well, thank you very much. I'm glad I have your permission.
Forrest grinned and turned in his seat as much as his seatbelt would allow, giving Angel his complete attention. Angel swallowed the lump in his throat. He wanted to let it go. After all, he wasn't going to make those same choices anymore. He had a reason to do what was right, and not do what was okay because someone told him to. He wouldn't blindly follow someone anymore, but do the right thing, even if it meant sending himself to prison. And then he began talking, as if someone else had done all those bad things. He just recited the memory. The first time I did something I regretted was about 6 months after becoming a coven member. Nicolono told me to get a particular blood whore. I did, and Nicolono drained him dry over some offense I'm still not aware of. I put Icy Hot, you know, that muscle rub stuff that humans sometimes use? When Angel nodded, Forrest continued, in Bennett's underwear while he was showering once. In my defense, Ramsay told me to. Angel snorted out a laugh. You win for originality. Forrest chuckled. He came out and looked confused for a few seconds before the burning started. He didn't find it funny at all. I bet. So, shit. He really didn't want to keep going. He would much rather listen to Forrest tell his stories. Forrest's were cute. Nicolono told me to lock up this coven member. The coven member drained a few humans dry at a club once. I did, and then Nicolono left him to starve to death. He was a fucking monster by the time he finally died. So hungry for blood he couldn't think past the need. Shifters call it feral, even when it's a vampire, Forrest murmured. Yeah, it's exactly like that. They both sat there for long seconds, and then Forrest cleared his throat. I ran over one of my friends with a car once. Thank the gods Angel wasn't eating anything. He would have choked on it. We were messing around, chasing each other, and I hopped in my mom's car, revved the engine like I knew what I was doing. Next thing I know, he's smashing into the windshield. He wasn't too severely injured, thankfully, just a gash on his shoulder. He was too young to have his first shift, so he has a scar. So, it was an accident? Sort of. I meant to scare him a little. That is not what happened. I'm coming to realize something about you, baby. Forrest cocked his head to the side. What's that? You're a prankster? Forrest held up his finger and thumb, giving Angel a measurement. Just a little.
There was a long moment of silence in which Angel worked up the words needed so they would roll off his tongue easier. I killed an innocent. He was a vampire who Nicolono fancied. Only the man didn't return the sentiment. He died for that? I killed him for something so trivial as that, yes. I did that, Forrest. Ran my sword through his heart and ended his life without hesitation. Angel's knuckles whitened on the steering wheel as he gripped it so hard it became painful. The whole process took less than a minute. The order was out of Nicolono's mouth, and I raised my sword. I killed him before he had a chance to speak. Forrest turned in his seat, facing the front. He put his hand over his mouth, and they sat there in silence for several seconds. Angel cleared his throat, trying to swallow the lump that formed. I did other things, but that was probably the worst, he whispered, trying to fill the silence. Can you pull over? What? Pull over! No sooner did Angel have the car on the side of the road did Forrest open the door and puke. He didn't even have time to get all the way out of the car, but lay in the seat, hanging halfway out. When Forrest finished, he stayed in the same spot for so long, Angel started getting a little worried. Finally, he straightened. Angel dug around for napkins in the center console and handed them to Forrest. Forrest took them and wiped his mouth. I'll stop at the next gas station and get you something to drink, Angel murmured, and pulled the car onto the road again. Forrest nodded, but otherwise didn't say a word. Angel couldn't tell what he was thinking. The silence was burning a hole in his heart, and he felt the need to fill it once again, so he just said the first thing that came to his mind. That's what finally made me rethink my role in the coven. I wanted out, but knew Nicolono would hunt me down and kill me if I left abruptly. I had to make a smooth transition. A few months later, Nicolono's wife cursed me and another vampire. And I saw that following blindly had been a mistake right from the start. Even before Nicolono started getting more violent, I began talking to the other coven members, and found out a lot of them were discontent with Nicolono's leadership as well. So that's why I'm going to the council. I'm hoping they'll pull Nicolono out of the coven so the people there can have peace. Most of them are good people, who want a war about as much as St. Lakes does. Angel didn't know what to say anymore, or if he should ever speak again. As promised, he stopped at a gas station. You want to use the bathroom? Forrest nodded and stepped out of the car. Angel did the same, walking slightly behind him as they crossed the small parking lot. He went to touch Forrest on the small of his back, but he stiffened, so Angel moved away. He swallowed the lump that formed in his throat. Do you want water or soda? Just water is fine, thank you. Forrest pulled open the door to the station. The small bell sounded as they walked in, and a woman in a black shirt greeted them. Luckily, the station was one of those that had the bathrooms accessible from inside the building, instead of outside. They tended to be cleaner. Not that shifters and vampires could get the same diseases as humans, but the thought was disgusting regardless. Angel watched him enter and then turned to the wall of glass doors at the back of the store. He had a sudden image of Forrest sneaking out a window, trying to get away, as if he thought Angel would hurt him. Angel fought the urge to follow Forrest and explain himself all over again. The thought Forrest might view him as a monster tore at his heart. But he deserved it. If Forrest turned his back on Angel, it would be a fitting punishment for his crimes. Prison wouldn't suck as much as that. Angel grabbed 2 water bottles from the refrigerated area and walked to the registers. He paid and walked to the bathrooms. He wasn't even there a full minute when Forrest came out. Angel wasn't aware he was even holding his breath until he released it in one big relieved whoosh. Forrest gave him a curious look, but didn't comment. Angel leaned into him enough so Forrest could hear him when he whispered, His name was Jeremiah Marr. He has a mother and siblings who used to struggle financially. It's why he joined with Nicolono. Nicolono gave Jeremiah a job, and he sent the money back to his family every month. Can we not talk about it? Please, Forrest. Forrest shook his head. How do you know all that? The sound of Forrest's voice when he spoke made Angel want to jump for joy. He wouldn't because he was driving, but he had the urge. How do I know what, baby? How do you know about Jeremiah? Just looked up his family? Why? Angel knew his face was turning red with embarrassment. I send money to them every month anonymously. I know it doesn't erase what I did, and it won't bring him back, but I can at least make their lives easier financially. But your family doesn't seem to have a lot of money, no offense. They'd have more if Kane wasn't so stubborn. Forrest gave him a curious look, so Angel explained. One of the coven members was good with money. He was good at other things too, like blowjobs, but he wasn't going to say that aloud. He helped me invest what little money I had, and it grew. I dumped in every cent I had, and now I have money. A lot of it. I send money to Kane, have for about 5 years now. He refuses to use it, which is fine. I'll make sure the kids have it if something happens to Kane and Hazel, God's forbid. I set up a separate account for Jeremiah's siblings as well. They'll be able to get whatever education they want, if they want one at all. How much money do you have? Angel didn't even bat an eye at the question. It was Forrest's money too, as far as Angel was concerned. So long as Forrest didn't hate his fucking guts, he'd tell him anything. Millions. I live off the interest. The initial investments are still in place. I've been able to add quite a bit. One of the ironies of the whole thing is Nicolono's dime funds every aspect of the mansion, including food, so I haven't had to spend any of my own money to live. So, in a sense, Nicolono is the one funding Jeremiah's family, not me. Why do you do that? What? Give him credit. You admit you did a terrible thing? Oh yeah, one I'll have to pay for at some point. If you admit the bad thing, then you'll have to acknowledge the good you're doing too. Angel thought about how Jeremiah's body had crumbled to the ground in slow motion, even before he pulled the blade out of his chest. Blood had spread across his red t-shirt, making the red darker, and it had covered Angel's blade. I can't, Angel whispered. Pull over. Angel gritted his teeth as he pulled the car to the side of the road for the second time in a couple of hours. He put the car in park, but kept his hands on the steering wheel, keeping his eyes forward. He heard a click, and then Forrest moved into Angel's space, forcing his hands off the steering wheel. He climbed over the center console and straddled Angel's lap. Angel kept his hands flat on the seat and closed his eyes. Look at me. Angel's eyes snapped open, and he met Forrest's gaze. Forrest cupped his cheeks. You did a bad thing. A terrible thing. That doesn't make you an evil person. You're wrong, baby. An evil person is someone who doesn't have remorse. You fucking threw up over what I did, Forrest. Like I said, it's awful what you did. His family will go without him. I think about going without one of my siblings for the rest of my life, and just the thought makes me queasy. Forrest shrugged. I've always had a weak stomach over stuff like that. That's because you have such a kind heart, Forrest. I don't fucking deserve you. We're a lot more alike than you realize. I doubt that. When I was 14, an older boy told me to take pictures of my sister while she was in the bathroom naked. So I did, which was gross on a lot of different levels, even then. Luckily, she caught me and kicked my ass before I could do anything with the film. My point is, I did it because someone told me to, just like you did. That hardly compares. I'm not trying to compare wrong deeds, Angel. I'm telling you so you'll see I've been a follower too, doing things someone told me, even if it's wrong. And I think maybe fate gave us each other for a reason. Angel brought his hands up to Forrest's waist, his hold gentle. What reason is that? So we'll learn to be leaders together. I think fate gave you to me because you balance me out. Forrest smiled and leaned forward, pressing his lips to Angel's. It was a brief kiss, but it released the panic Angel had been in for the past few hours. Chapter 12. Angel didn't even have the keycard inside the lock before his shirt was pushed up and Forrest licked across Angel's nipple. He had his bag in his free hand, the keycard in the other, and Forrest attached to his front, as if letting go meant they'd disappear into two different worlds, never to be united again. Angel's hands shook, and he tried not to moan when Forrest bit one nipple before moving on to the other one. He fumbled with the keycard, sliding it into the slot. Forrest biting his other nipple again, scraping his fangs across Angel's sensitive skin, made him forget about everything else. So he left the card in the door and cupped the back of Forrest's head, holding him in place. Two women walked down the hallway towards them, staring.
"Look, Kathy, dinner and then a show. Don't you dare say this trip has been boring," one of the women said as they passed.
Forrest stiffened and stopped what he was doing, letting Angel's shirt fall. He hid his face in Angel's open coat. Angel chuckled and then pulled the keycard out, trying the card once again, concentrating on the task the second time around. He had the door open and Forrest inside within seconds. He kicked the door closed behind him and pressed Forrest against the wall right inside, throwing the bag on the floor. He didn't care where it landed. Forrest looked at him and blinked once before he kissed Angel. Angel took over the kiss, sucking on Forrest's lips for a second before licking inside. He felt fingers fumbling around with the button on his pants and moved his hips back without breaking the kiss, giving Forrest room. Forrest had the button open and the zipper down, but that's where he seemed to stop. So Angel took off his pants the rest of the way, stopping the kiss to do it. Forrest was right there with him, taking his pants off and then pulling his shirt over his head. When Forrest was completely naked, he turned around, exposing his ass to Angel.
"By the gods, baby, you're so sexy. Get in me, please. I can't wait anymore."
Angel slid behind Forrest, his hard length pressed against the crack of Forrest's ass. He wrapped his arms around Forrest's waist and kissed him on the shoulder.
"You want to bond?" "Angel, please. Just tell me one way or the other. I want to bond with you so hard we would both be sore for days."
Angel struck in the same spot he had kissed a second earlier. He brought a hand down to Forrest's cock and pumped at the same time he drank. After months of taking blood from a bag, Forrest's blood tasted like the best thing he'd ever drank. Forrest cried out right before Angel felt cum cover his hand. Angel fucked up into the crack of Forrest's ass. He grunted when he felt full and satisfied for the first time in a long time and retracted his teeth, licking the last few drops of blood from the wound. Angel kissed Forrest's neck, not stopping his hips from moving.
"Did that take the edge off?"
"Yes. I still want you inside me."
Angel smiled. "Can you wait until I lick every single inch of your body?"
"I don't know. Waiting might be hard." Angel pressed the head of his cock against Forrest's hole. "I'll show you hard." "Yes, please." Angel wouldn't hurt Forrest by taking him dry, and that was the only reason he didn't press in all the way. Instead, he moved away from Forrest just enough so they could face each other again. Forrest shuddered when Angel let his cock go.
"My bite didn't hurt too much, right?"
Angel took Forrest into his arms. "It felt good." Forrest's brows furrowed. "I don't feel the bond yet. Do you?"
"We'll both feel it when you bite me."
"I hope so. That's the part I want the most."
"Me too. And on that note, why don't you go lay on the bed? I'll wash my hand off, and then I'll lick the rest of the cum off your dick."
Forrest took Angel's shirt off, letting it fall to the floor. "How is it I can be horny and on the verge of hardness so soon after coming?"
"I just took the edge off. That's all I wanted to do.
Biting you was enough satisfaction for both of us that the desperation left." "Yeah." Forrest laid his head on Angel's chest and closed his eyes. Angel ran his clean hand through Forrest's hair.
"My mate."
The bond might not have fully taken hold, but Angel felt a connection nonetheless. Angel tried to move away, but Forrest held on, not letting him go. Angel wrapped his arm around Forrest's waist and lifted him, letting Forrest know they would be moving. Forrest understood and walked with him, keeping his eyes closed and walking backward as Angel moved them to the bathroom, which just so happened to be a few feet away.
"Bonding might mean our souls are one, but I don't think it means this, baby." Forrest chuckled. I don't want to be away from you. Maybe the bond did set in a little. Hey, I'm not complaining. As far as I'm concerned, being this close to you for the rest of my life would be absolutely perfect. He just didn't expect it to happen. He would take what he could get, and if they cuddled the rest of the night, that was perfectly fine. Angel turned on the water to the sink and rinsed his hand quickly before shutting it off again. The whole process was awkward because Forrest clung to the front of his body like a gigantic baby monkey. He dried his hand on one of the towels hanging from the rack and walked them out of the bathroom. The hotel room was standard, so the bed was in the middle of the room. Angel went over to it and lay Forrest down, going with him when he did. We'll need some lube eventually, Angel whispered, and ran his fingers through Forrest's hair. Don't make it sound like we'll need it hours from now. Angel chuckled. Eager? Yes, so please don't make me wait too long. I know how you feel. I've been waiting for you my whole life. I'm a little impatient now that I finally have you, but I want to make it good. Angel lifted off Forrest. Move further on the bed. Forrest scooted so his feet weren't dangling off the edge. Angel lay over the top of Forrest again and kissed on the mating mark, which made Forrest shiver. Does it hurt? No. That one word was said on a release of air, as if Forrest was trying to speak while running a marathon. Angel worked his way down Forrest's body to his nipple and licked across it before biting gently. Forrest's chest came off the bed, silently asking for more, so Angel gave it to him. He licked again before moving on to the other one, doing the same thing to it. So responsive. It was sexy, the way Forrest seemed to love every single touch. Forrest laced his fingers through Angel's hair. He seemed to need the physical contact, as if Angel would disappear if he weren't touching him. Angel licked and kissed a path down Forrest's body, letting the feeling of Forrest's warm skin against his lips work itself into his soul. They hadn't even consummated the relationship, or even fully bonded yet, and already Angel felt a sense of contentment he had never experienced before. Forrest had tight, lean muscles everywhere Angel kissed. He licked along every delicious ridge until the only thing left in his way was Forrest's hard length. Angel kissed the head and then licked across the tip at the pre-cum. Forrest moaned, and it was the prettiest sound Angel had ever heard. When Angel wrapped his lips around Forrest's cock, he tasted a hint of cum from earlier. Fuck, Angel! Forrest moved his hips in a circle before pressing into Angel's mouth. The way Forrest moved was so beautiful. Angel stayed still and let Forrest take what he wanted. When Forrest pulled his legs back, Angel took the hint. He stuck his finger in his mouth, getting it wet, and then pressed the tip of his finger against Forrest's opening. He rubbed the little bundle of muscles, taking his time. His finger wasn't wet enough to do much more than that. Angel released the cock in his mouth and moved down some. Forrest protested, whimpering and clutching Angel's hair in his fist. Thankfully, he didn't pull on it. No, Angel, please. Angel smiled as he took Forrest's cock in hand, holding it even as he replaced his finger with his lips on Forrest's hole. He swiped his tongue over the opening. Holy shit! Forrest lifted his hips, silently inviting Angel to take more, opening himself. Forrest was a very limber shifter, which was so fucking sexy Angel nearly stopped what he was doing so he could fuck him with his cock. Angel was so hard it was almost painful. He jammed his tongue inside, separating the muscles, but Forrest was tight. Having to work to loosen Forrest was the best kind of torture. With his free hand, Angel pressed a finger into Forrest's hole, alongside his tongue. Curling his finger, he rubbed it over Forrest's prostate, and when he did, Forrest nearly came off the bed, crying out his pleasure. When Angel pulled his finger almost all the way out, Forrest looked at him, his eyes wide. What the fuck was that? Angel lifted off to answer him, puzzled by the question, but Forrest looked a little pissed at the thought of Angel stopping. Do it again. Angel chuckled at the whiny way Forrest said those words. He pressed his finger in again, curling the tip as he had before. Oh, fuck! Angel didn't recall one single time Forrest had cursed the entire time he'd known him, so the fact he did it so much while making love came as a surprise. Angel pulled his finger out of Forrest abruptly and lifted away from him. Forrest actually growled and sat up. "Where are you going?" "Just getting the lube." Forrest must have seen the desperation on Angel's face, because he lay back down and took his cock in hand, stroking himself slowly. The sight made Angel hurry so he could get back. All he wanted was inside his mate, and if he waited any longer, he would take Forrest fast and hard. He didn't want that for their first time. Angel dug through their bag for several long seconds until he finally found the lube they had purchased on one of their stops. When he turned around, he saw Forrest with one of his fingers in his hole while pumping his cock. Angel hissed and grabbed his own cock, the sight nearly making him come. He hurried over to Forrest, opening the bottle of lube and squirting some onto his fingers as he went. He knee-walked across the bed until he was between Forrest's legs. Moving his hand away, Angel pressed a lubed finger in Forrest's ass. Forrest moaned, lifting his hips. Angel added another finger, fucking Forrest with them. He watched Forrest closely for any discomfort, but Angel saw only pleasure. "Have you had anything inside you bigger than a finger?" Forrest nodded. Angel was pretty sure Forrest couldn't verbalize an answer. "A penis?" The thought of someone else touching his mate sent him over the edge of jealous anger, but the question was necessary. Forrest shook his head. Angel had suspected as much. He added another finger, going so slowly Forrest pleaded with his eyes for Angel to go faster, but he wouldn't take Forrest like an animal. He needed to be careful and make it as good for his mate as he could. He pushed all the way in and held his fingers there, waiting for Forrest's muscles to loosen. Their gazes met. "Am I hurting you?" Forrest shook his head. "I feel full. Doesn't hurt, though." Angel pulled his fingers part way out and pushed them in again. Forrest closed his eyes when Angel set a rhythm, his face slack with pleasure. If Angel didn't get in Forrest soon, he'd come. Not wanting to mess up their first time, Angel pulled out his fingers and moved over Forrest. "It would be more comfortable for you to be on your hands and knees. I want to look at you." Angel was hoping he would say that. When Forrest's legs came around Angel's waist, he let his weight press Forrest into the mattress. His cock pushed against Forrest's opening until the head disappeared inside him. Of course, it was his most sensitive part, and he had to think about something else to calm down enough so he wouldn't come. Forrest's eyes widened. "So much bigger than a finger. You want me to stop?" Angel would if Forrest told him to. Forrest gripped the nape of Angel's neck and pulled him down. "Don't ever fucking stop." "Shit." "Okay, baby." Angel pushed in a bit more, pressing his forehead to Forrest's and shutting his eyes when the pleasure proved to be too much. "Not gonna last long. You feel too good." When Angel was about halfway in, he pulled out a bit and then slowly pushed in again, letting Forrest take more of his length. "Oh, gods. Oh, fuck." Forrest lifted his hips, and Angel knew then he rubbed in the exact right spot. Angel opened his eyes and raised his head so he could watch Forrest. His movements quickened, and he gave Forrest more of his cock with each thrust. Angel had never felt so good in his entire life. He pumped in and out in a slow rhythm, wanting to give his mate as much pleasure as he could. He reached between their bodies, taking Forrest's cock in hand, jacking him to the rhythm he set with his cock. His teeth dropped, but he didn't make a move to take more blood yet. It wasn't until Forrest's eyes widened and the muscles surrounding his cock tightened that he bit down on the mating mark again. Forrest cried out, and cum splashed between them. He growled and sank his teeth into Angel's shoulder. He felt Forrest in his mind with the first swallow of blood. His orgasm, when it happened, was a slow-moving train. He pressed in and held still for a few seconds before moving again. Angel retracted his teeth, licking across the wound a couple of times. Forrest pulled his teeth out as well and licked at the mark he made. Angel pressed his cheek against Forrest's. "I feel you," he whispered. Me too. You're in love with me. Forrest's arms came around his shoulder and he held him tight. By the gods, I can feel it. You have been almost from the start. I had this image in my mind of what my mate would be like, even when I was a child. Having Kane and Hazel as an example made me want my own mate early on, I guess. Angel lifted enough to meet Forrest's gaze. Then I met you, and you surpassed my imagination. You're beautiful inside and out, but it's the inside part of you that I fell in love with. Forrest sucked in a breath. You're telling the truth. Angel smiled and then kissed him gently on the lips. Forrest projected the love back to him through their bond.
Chapter 13. Forrest had never seen a fidgety driver until he sat in the car with Angel.
We should have taken an extra day.
Angel tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. Forrest reached over and put his hand over Angel's. I'll be okay. Angel had done nothing but complain about Forrest's safety since the moment they left the hotel. Angel took the hand Forrest covered off the wheel and turned it over, lacing their fingers together. I'm just scared, baby. If something happens to you... Forrest brought their joined hands to his lips and kissed the back of Angel's before resting them in his lap. It was Angel who was in the most danger, and they both knew it. Angel seemed to care less about himself than he did for Forrest, which was frustrating as hell. He wouldn't tell Angel that and start a fight, though. Too much was at stake, and they both needed to have a clear head if they wanted to make it through the next few days. We have each other, so no matter what happens, neither one of us is alone. Angel looked over at him and smiled before turning his eyes back to the road. I'm starting to figure out why Alpha Ramsey sent you to talk to the vampire and shifter councils in the first place. I know what you're going to say. Everyone says I'm good at talking to people. One of Forrest's biggest fears was he would fail to do what Ramsey asked. Not that he was about to tell Angel that. Angel was anxious enough as it was without Forrest laying his self-doubt at his feet. Not talking to people, baby. You're good at calming people, like an Omega Wolf does. Bobcat shifters don't have Omegas, at least not that I know of. There aren't too many in St. Lake, so I actually don't know. And I've never met an Omega before. He didn't grow up learning all about Bobcat shifters, but just shifters in general. He understood the concept of an Omega, but didn't have practical knowledge. Establishing a hierarchy in the clan wasn't a priority until a few months ago. Ramsey and Bennett had shared the title of Alpha before Lucas came along, and safety for the clan became a real issue. Neither of his brothers wanted to be Alpha, but Ramsey was stuck with it, mostly because he was a good leader who listened to the members. But in all the hierarchy, there wasn't a single Omega in the clan. Well, maybe Forrest was. He had no idea, and didn't really care either way. It was just a label, after all. Oakwood is largely a wolf shifter village, and they have an Omega or two. They have the same ability you do. Forrest shrugged. Maybe Omegas are in every shifter and not just wolves. Maybe. Angel looked at him out of the corner of his eyes again and smiled. I like having you here. I know I gave you grief and still am, I guess, but I like that you're my partner in all this. I wouldn't want anyone else. Me too. Oh, I especially like that we can do that now. It'll come in handy when they throw me in prison. Forrest frowned. You know I'm not going to stand by and let them lock you up, right? I know they probably will, and there might not be much a shifter can do about it. Let's just see what happens. Forrest shook his head. We just finished talking about me being persuasive to others and calming them, and I might have that effect on most people, but not you. Angel chuckled. This is me calm. Forrest gave him an incredulous look. Right, because the nervous way you're tapping against my leg is normal. Angel flipped their hands over, touching Forrest's leg, moving their hands a few inches until he rubbed against Forrest's soft cock. Of course, he didn't stay soft for long. Maybe I wanted my hand against your cock instead of on your leg. Angel. Even Forrest knew he whined the word, but gods, Angel touching him in even the smallest way totally did it for Forrest every time. We're almost to my friend's house, Hornball.
Angel snorted out a laugh at the look on Forrest's face. Forrest's mouth fell open, and then he narrowed his eyes. Forrest would totally think of some way to get Angel back for teasing him. He'd wait until after they stopped. Angel was fidgety enough without Forrest's payback method making them crash. The house looked like it was conjured from a horror novel, complete with a dungeon in the basement. Not the fun kind of dungeon either, but the kind with damp walls and metal doors that banged closed with a finality that meant never getting out. Forrest swallowed the lump in his throat. "Your friend lives here?" Angel chuckled. "He likes the irony of a big scary house. So he's a vampire then?" The house had 3 stories and seriously needed a paint job. It was at the start of spring, so the leaves on the trees hadn't quite sprouted yet, and it lent a menacing feel of the place. "Yeah, he knows a few council members and can get us a meeting. He'll also protect you after they actually do throw me in prison, and may be able to help you get me out. Vesh Arnold wants to unite both councils, and he's probably the best bet at keeping me out of prison. Delano Archer is working with Nicolono. He'll put up the most fight. I think he's the real mastermind, and Nicolono is his puppet." Vesh Arnold was one of the names Ramsay had written down. "So Nicolono isn't as dangerous as the Archer guy?" "Oh, make no mistake. Nicolono is a very dangerous vampire. In some ways, he's even more so because he has a couple of different factors pulling his strings, Delano being one of them. I think something snapped when he lost Sylvia. She might have been as crazy, but she was the voice of reason between the two. And he had listened to her. She stopped a lot of unnecessary killings. Don't get me wrong, she was an evil bitch. She just couldn't be manipulated the way Nicolono seems to be. Then Jules came along, and that fucked them both up, I think. I mean, they had an open relationship as far as I could tell, but a mate is something different. Now, with Sylvia gone, Nicolono is left to do whatever Delano tells him, and he has no voice of reason, so his crazy is flying free." "If you were in a relationship before you met me, would you give it up?" "Upon meeting you, you mean?" Forrest nodded. "Assuming I loved him, no, I wouldn't. I'd find a way to make it work as a threesome. What about you?" "Same. I'd want it to work for everyone. It's the right thing to do." Angel smiled and brought their joined hands to his lips. "I like that we agree on that one thing." "I have a confession to make." Forrest looked at their joined hands. Angel raised his eyebrows. "What's that?" "I'm terrified to go into that house. It looks like ghosts and spiders live in it. I don't like spiders." Angel snorted out a laugh. "If ghosts exist, then it's news to me, and I'll protect you from the spiders, baby. I had one in my hair once. Vaughn and I were messing around in the woods around our house. Must have fallen from a tree or something. Since then, I can't stand them. Of course, that's also because Vaughn called me Spider Cat for 10 years. Thankfully, he forgot about the whole incident eventually." Angel started laughing. "I'll take my sword, and if Zad calls you Spider Cat, I'll run it through him. I just need you to take care of the spiders." Forrest snorted out a laugh. He saw the front door open. A man stood there eyeing them. He had on a sweater and jeans and a slight smile on his face. He looked to be in his 30s, but Forrest got the impression he was much older. Angel shut off the vehicle and got out. The smile and his long strides eating the distance between them told Forrest Angel knew the man well. Forrest stepped out of the car and made his way across the brown lawn. He moved around a small mud puddle. "If you're here, then my guess is you finally figured out Nicolono is a violent moron." The vampire patted Angel on the back before letting go. "Shoulda did it a long time ago, since I didn't listen all those years ago. I'm in trouble now. Need your help." Angel wrapped his arm around Forrest's shoulder when he came close enough. "This is my mate, Forrest. Forrest, this is Zadamus Dorlus, an old friend of mine." "Nice to meet you, Zadamus." "Call me Zad." Forrest nodded. Zad eyed him and sniffed the air around them all. He took a step closer to Forrest. "You live close to water." He sniffed around Forrest again. Holy crap, the vampire had a better sense of smell than Forrest, and he was the best at it in his clan. "I'm from St. Lakes." "St. Lakes?" "Yes, sir. 3 lakes surround St. Lakes. Do you have water shifters in your clan? Yes, a few. Zad nodded once. Something about the water. He pointed his finger at Forrest. I'll come with you when you return home. Forrest looked at Angel, seeing what he thought of Zad's strange behavior. Angel just shrugged, as if Zad sniffed everyone he came into contact with. Works best if you go with us anyway. I need you to stick close to Forrest when I'm not around. Forrest sighed. Angel. What? It's going to happen. Wrap your head around the fact, baby. Before Forrest had a chance to respond, Zad held up his hand. Come in and relax for a bit. Forrest would not be able to relax in that house. Zad turned, heading inside. He knew where I was from based on my smell, Forrest whispered to Angel. It was an amazing gift. Right up there with Lucas's healing abilities. You might want to use your mind link if you don't expect me to hear. I might be an old vampire, but there is nothing wrong with my hearing. And yes, I can tell certain things about some beings based on their smell. I don't normally comment on it, but I think my mate might live in your town. Your smell and the water your body has become accustomed to smells like home. Like I need to be wherever you've been. I've been traveling the past few days. Maybe it's one of those other places. Zad shook his head without turning around. The smell is older, underneath all the newer scents you've picked up from Angel's family and the hotel water. Forrest lost all train of thought when they walked into the house. The difference between the inside and the outside of the house was incredible. Where he expected spiders and ghosts to come at him from all directions, lightly colored walls and expensive-looking paintings surrounded the large foyer. An antique table sat against the far wall. Everything was clean and looked expensive. Zad led them down a hallway into a room with a red sofa sitting in the center of the room. The sofa had a wood frame surround the material, and the whole thing looked very old-fashioned. Forrest was scared to sit on it, but Zad gestured to it, so he had no choice. When they both settled, Forrest put a hand on Angel's leg, needing the reassurance and peace of mind only his mate could give. Zad sat in a chair and eyed them both as if he didn't talk about possibly finding his mate. He looked calm and collected, as if he had all the time in the world and the desperation for his mate wasn't taking hold. Maybe it was different if the mates never actually met each other, or maybe Zad was so old he had lost all the drama for everything in life and had the patience to prove it. Forrest almost asked how old Zad was, but then Angel started talking. Remember what you told me when I left? Yes, I said Nicolono was trouble walking, and for you to find me when you needed help. Not if, when. You were right. I followed him too closely. I did some bad shit. Now I need to go to the Vampire Council. Forrest squeezed Angel's knee and looked at him. You're skipping a few key details. Forrest didn't want to tell Angel the other details were far more important, as it might mean the fate of all paranormals was in jeopardy. Forrest didn't want Angel to go to prison, but he was one person. What was one person compared to an entire world? Granted, Angel was the most important person in Forrest's world, but it wasn't about him. Forrest was of the mind they would deal with the jail thing if it happened. It wasn't a certainty, so why borrow trouble? He looked at Zad. A few months ago, my brother-in-law discovered he was a witch. He waited for Zad to process that and expected the same dramatic reaction he always received, but Zad just nodded. I've known a male witch before, a long time ago. I know your family member is in danger. Likely Nicolono is fighting over him like he's a favored doll. Yes, that's the immediate problem. Also, we think certain humans know about our existence and are manipulating the Vampire Council members into killing the shifters. Zad did raise an eyebrow at that, but didn't say anything for the longest time. The only way to wipe out an entire paranormal species is to connect an elf and the male witch, although I don't know exactly how it all works. I've never experienced it, but I know it's been done, as I read about it in an old book once. Angel's a part of my clan now, and the Alpha sent us both to talk to the councils. If we united them, then we might be able to protect ourselves against the humans. You'll need proof about the humans, Zad said. I'll need to draw out Delano. He's the one that's working with them. Forrest hoped he would be able to think past the impending prison stay when they were actually in front of the council.
Delano isn't going to give information to you.
Zad shook his head and stood.
I need to make a phone call. The council doesn't officially meet until next week.
You can get them to meet before that?
Forrest didn't see how Zad could make one phone call and whoever answered would automatically do his bidding.
Baby, Zad is the oldest vampire in existence. He knows a lot of people. He'll make a meeting happen, Angel explained.
Zad smirked and started out of the room. Wait for me in the car. One thing Forrest figured out about Zad was he did things in his own time. Forrest sighed and rolled his eyes impatiently, even as he stared at the front door of the house.
You'll get used to it, Angel said, and turned on the radio, adjusting the volume. He leaned his head against the back of the seat and closed his eyes. How do you know him? Right time and place. A few months after I left Oakwood, I ran into Zad in a bar about 45 minutes' drive from here. We became fast friends. And I stayed here for a few months, but going without a coven the way Zad does isn't appealing to me, so I joined with Nicolono. Worst mistake of my life. Forrest unbuckled his seatbelt and moved over the center console to straddle Angel's lap. Angel opened his eyes and gave Forrest a puzzled look, even as he brought his hands to Forrest's waist. What are you doing, baby? I'm reminding you why everything in the past was meant to be. Angel grinned, and his eyes sparkled with mischief. I might need a bit more of a reminder. Forrest smiled. Is that so? Yep, kisses would help. Forrest chuckled. You're a mess. And your smile is beautiful. Angel removed his hand long enough to tap his lips with his fingers. Forrest shook his head in amusement and leaned forward, pressing their lips together. Angel deepened the kiss almost immediately, taking control. When he licked at the seam of Forrest's lips, he opened, relaxing into the kiss. It was as if the world fell away, and it was only them in the confines of the car, floating around in black space. Forrest cupped Angel's cheek, needing to touch with more than his mouth. His cock grew hard, the confines of his jeans making it almost painful. He moaned and pressed against Angel. And that's when Forrest heard a door open, and the car bounced a little as someone sat down. The truck door banged closed again. Forrest stiffened as if someone had shot him. He ended the kiss and buried his face in Angel's neck. I forgot. Angel ran his hands along Forrest's back, soothing him. Don't stop on my account, although we do have a meeting, so make it quick if you're going to do it. I feel like we landed in a different dimension, Forrest whispered. You'll get used to him. Angel sounded amused. Why he wasn't embarrassed, Forrest had no idea. You should use your mind link if you're going to talk about me. It's less rude. Forrest kissed Angel on the neck and then moved off him. Forrest wiped his mouth with the back of his hand as discreetly as possible and looked at Zad out of the corner of his eye, even as he fastened his seatbelt. When Forrest met Zad's gaze, he winked. It's not anything I haven't seen before, young man. Somehow, knowing that didn't exactly make Forrest feel better. Sorry. It's fine. A few years back. Well, I guess it's been a couple of 100 years now. Zad looked as if he were trying to count the years in his mind. Once he finally looked at Forrest again, he said, I used to participate in orgies. Of all the things Zad could have said, it wasn't what Forrest expected. Forrest knew his mouth hung open. He looked at Angel to see how he was taking Zad's unexpected and inappropriate news. Angel just snorted out a laugh. Why did you tell us that? If there was ever a time when Forrest was more embarrassed, he couldn't remember it. The nonchalant way Zad talked about sex wasn't something Forrest was comfortable with. Call him a prude, but he needed to keep his sex life between him and Angel. To let you know I've seen people have sex before, so if you're gonna, then just do it. We'll make it until we get somewhere private, Zad. Angel was trying not to laugh and failing. He kept looking at Forrest out of the corner of his eyes. Finally, he burst out laughing. Your face is so red right now, baby. Shut up. Zad grinned. Didn't peg you for one who liked to do it in public. Forrest suddenly realized Zad had been teasing him the whole time. Forrest might have met his match in the teasing prank area. I can already tell the car ride is going to be interesting. Chapter 14. Forrest had a sick feeling in the pit of his stomach, and he clutched Angel's hand. As meeting places went for vampire councils, Forrest expected it to be more dramatic. A bit more like Zad's house, actually. But the square metal building wasn't anything like that. It looked like an ordinary office building. For some weird reason, the plainness made the pain in Forrest's chest worse. The building might not look like it had a jail inside, but Forrest somehow knew it did. He also suspected once Angel was inside, he probably wasn't going to get back out again anytime soon. He wasn't about to tell Angel any of his bad feelings, though. Angel was determined to do the right thing, and his willingness to put himself in harm's way was something Forrest admired. Just once, Forrest wanted him to be selfish. Damn it. Zad was the first one to get out of the truck. He waited for them, looking impatient with his arms folded and staring from the front of the vehicle. "Let's get this over with," he said, after being out there for a few seconds. Forrest looked at Angel. "Let's forget about the whole thing and go to a hotel. We can make love all night again." Angel gave him an incredulous look. "You want to back out? Now? Not when I was telling you I didn't want you to do this?" Well, he didn't have the bad feeling then. Besides, he wasn't worried about himself, but Angel. Forrest took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "You're right. We both need to go in there and talk to them. That's what Ramsey wanted me to do." Well, Ramsey also wanted Forrest to save Angel. Considering they were sitting in a parked truck in front of the Vampire Council meeting place, he probably failed at the last thing already. "Before we go in there, I want to tell you I love you." Angel took Forrest's hand. "It'll be okay, baby." Forrest nodded, even though he felt like it would be anything but okay. "You know I love you too." "I know." Angel squeezed his hand. "Weren't you the one who reminded me we were in this together?" Forrest nodded. "That was me." Gods, Angel had been right all along. The possibility of being separated was enough to make Forrest go against his alpha and run far away from the whole mess, Angel in tow, of course. Angel got out, and Forrest watched as he rounded the hood. He talked to Zad briefly and then came over to Forrest's side of the truck, opening the door. Angel held out his hand and Forrest took it, letting Angel pull him out. Forrest wrapped his arms around Angel, breathing in his scent for several seconds before he pulled back. Forrest could get them to let Angel out. He had to. "Let's get this over with." Zad led the way inside the building by just walking right in, as if it were his home. Angel held Forrest's hand as they followed him in. They walked down an unremarkable hallway, passing several doors on both sides. Zad stopped at one of them and knocked once before opening it without waiting for permission to enter. The room looked like a large conference area one might see in an office building. It had a large oval table that filled the space almost entirely. 7 men stared at them from the back of the room. Forrest's grip on Angel's hand tightened, and his shoulders stiffened. He had never been so consciously aware of himself before that moment. Never in his life had he considered himself different in any significant way. His comfort with himself probably had more to do with the way he grew up. Living in a house made up of various species of shifters, with a witch for a mother, made him accepting of himself and others. The way the strangers looked at him certainly made him aware of just how un-vampire he was. One of the vampires, who had black hair and dark skin, had red glowing eyes, and he bared his teeth at Forrest, much like a wolf shifter would. Forrest hadn't been expecting a warm welcome, but the open aggression shocked him. Angel let go of his hand and moved in front of him. His hand went to a knife he had sheathed on his belt. He pulled it out and twirled it around his hand like a quarter, playing with it as if he was just having fun. "Are you threatening my mate, Delano?" Delano stood, and when he did, a vampire sitting next to him grabbed his arm, forcefully pulling him back into his seat, giving him a hard look before addressing Zad. "Why'd you call a meeting?
and bring a shifter to the Vampire Council." Angel put his knife back, but didn't stop glaring at Delano. Zad stood there with his arms folded in front of his chest. "Which question do you want me to answer first?" The corners of the vampire's mouth turned up into a smile. "The first one is more important." From the way the Delano fellow and one other man eyed him, he strongly suspected they disagreed. The other 5 members seemed curious. One vampire in particular had an open expression. That one he might be able to talk to. "Fine. This is my friend Angel Emery. He joined Nicolono Stavros' coven several years ago. Nicolono has become a dangerous idiot who plans on murdering every shifter in the world." Zad's answer was straightforward, at least, even if it probably left more questions than answers. The man with the open expression held out a hand, in a silent invitation for them to take a seat. Angel was the first one to sit, pulling out the chair next to him. Forrest sat, but moved his chair closer to Angel. "Nicolono has always had delusions of grandeur. I'm sure it's nothing." The vampire, who had led the conversation up to that point, waved his hand in the air dismissively. "It's not nothing if an elf and a male witch get together and start chanting a particular spell. Isn't that right, Delano? You know what I'm talking about." Zad never took his eyes off Delano, as if daring him to lie. Forrest suspected Zad was a very strong vampire, and every other vampire in the room would defer to him. Delano might have narrowed his eyes at Zad, looking like he wanted to drain him dry, but he never said a word. 5 of the men were clearly surprised, including the one who did most of the talking. The other 2, who included Delano, didn't look surprised at all. It confirmed what Angel had told him earlier, about Delano being the one who was the real mastermind, and probably really was working with the humans. One other council member knew just as much as Delano did. It was on the tip of his tongue to mention the humans' role in the whole mess, but he felt like it wasn't the time, so he kept his mouth shut. "Can someone enlighten the rest of us as to what you're talking about, please?" one of the council members asked after several long, tense moments of silence. Zad looked over at Forrest, silently asking for his permission to reveal Lucas's existence. The last thing he wanted was more paranormals chasing Lucas. He'd rather not say he existed as of yet, so he shook his head. He hoped Zad could finesse it enough for them to believe a male witch could exist without giving away the fact one actually did. Zad turned back to the rest of the council. "Nicolono believes a male witch exists. Is he correct?" Zad shrugged. "I've never met him. Have you, Delano?" "Not yet, although Nicolono has come to me with the news of a male witch." Delano's expression grew bored, even as his body stiffened. The man with the open expression and long blonde hair looked at Delano incredulously. "When were you going to tell the rest of us? The existence of a male witch is a big deal. It would mean paranormals fighting over him." The man turned to them and seemed to be addressing Forrest. "I suspect that's why you're here. Someone is starting wars over rumors and suspicions." Forrest hoped the vampires continued to think of Lucas's existence as a rumor. It made Forrest breathe easier. He looked over at Delano, who, judging by the shiftiness in his eyes, wanted the same thing. At least they could agree on that, although their reasons were completely different. It was Angel who answered. "Partly. Nicolono is starting a war with my mate's clan." "And you defected, I take it." The blond man still maintained his open expression. If he had a personal thought on Angel's desertion of his coven, it didn't show. "Yes, sir. I joined Forrest's clan." Angel reached under the table and gripped Forrest's thigh. Forrest covered his hand with one of his, patting him gently, giving him the comfort he obviously sought. "Nicolono has been killing innocent paranormals and letting some of his clan members kill humans without repercussions. You've witnessed it?" Forrest gripped his hand. "Lie, Angel, please, just lie. You know I can't do that." Forrest dropped his gaze, staring at their joined hands and where they connected for a brief second before he shut his eyes. "I participated in some of it." "You're admitting to murder?"
I've since changed my ways, but yes, I'm admitting it.
He heard some rustling around, so Forrest looked up in time to see the man with the open expression walk over to them. He bent down. We'll have to detain you, at least until we can bring Nicolono in and have a proper trial.
I know, Vesh. I was prepared for this even before I came.
Why did you come then?
Angel shook his head and whispered, Beyond the fact that it's the right thing to do, I came because there's even more to the problem than we've discussed so far.
Vesh patted Angel on the shoulder and straightened, walking to the door and then out again. We should detain the shifter too, at least until we find out what the hell's going on. Of course, Delano suggested that. Angel came out of his chair so fast, Forrest didn't even have a chance to stop him. He was across the table and had his knife to Delano's throat before Forrest even knew what Angel intended. Forrest came out of his chair and was about to go to Angel, but Zad wrapped an arm around his waist, holding him back. Let him handle it. Forrest tried to get away.
He'll kill him, and there's no getting out of that. Let him go, Angel, now.
Of course, Angel's fingers visibly tightened. He acted as if he never heard Forrest.
Lay a finger on him, and I'll cut your throat. We need him to give us the humans' names. He threatened you. I know, but I'd rather be beside you in a cell than completely without you.
Angel let Delano go, and when he did, he pushed the man away from the table so hard he nearly fell. When Angel straightened and turned to Forrest, Zad let him go. Angel cupped Forrest's cheeks, tilting his head. He kissed him briefly, their gazes meeting for long seconds before Angel spoke.
You didn't do anything to deserve a cell, baby. They can't hold you against your will.
Angel turned his head to look at Delano.
And if someone tries, they'll die.
When Angel turned back to him, Forrest whispered,
I'll get you out, I promise.
Angel smiled.
If there's anyone who can, it'll be you.
When Vesh came back into the room, 2 more vampires came with him. The 2 vampires were obviously there to take Angel away. They reached for him, but Angel raised his hand.
Can I have a moment with my mate?
The 2 men looked back at Vesh, who nodded, and when he did, they took a step back. Forrest wasn't sure what happened around him. His focus was on Angel, who through the whole meeting remained calm until Forrest was threatened. He hadn't once shown emotions at being detained. Angel seemed to memorize Forrest's face, taking in every single feature, down to the smallest detail. Neither said anything, not even through their link. Forrest wondered if the moment stole both their words, locking them up somewhere so they could save them for later. And then Angel's hands fell away from Forrest's face as he was pulled back by the 2 vampire guards. One of the guards stripped Angel of his knife and handed it to Forrest. Forrest took it, holding the blade flat against his chest. An ache built, making it impossible to breathe. The ache became a pain when the guards led Angel out of the room. Forrest couldn't take it, so he followed Angel out, but Zad held him back again.
You don't understand. He needs me.
Forrest tried to get loose, struggling to get to his mate. He was on the verge of tears and knew they would fall soon. Zad growled in his ear. Stop it now, Forrest. The command was what finally made Forrest settle, although his body stayed rigid. He doesn't need you to panic, so think past it. Do you understand me? Forrest nodded. They're bringing Nicolono in, and a trial will be right after. They could sentence Angel to death, so get your shit together. We need to figure out our next move. Forrest forced his body to relax, taking deep breaths. He sucked in his panic and tried to let it go with each breath he took. Forrest watched as they led Angel around the corner.
Vesh, that's our next move.
Chapter 15. If Angel turned back to look at Forrest, the guilt would begin to eat away at him like some deadly fungus, so he didn't. He walked down the corridor and the stairs instead. Shit. Forrest was his whole fucking life, and he left him standing there with tears in his eyes. Angel could feel Forrest's distress through their bond.
I'm sorry, baby. I'll get you out. I just need to think. One of the men who held him led him through an open door at the end of a short hallway. Once it was open, they went down another set of stairs. The stairwell was dark, with only a dim light far above their heads. The walls were thick concrete blocks that kept going even after the last stair left Angel's feet. The men led him to the left and through yet another door. Inside were rows of glass, and beyond the glass were cells with a cot and a toilet, and not much else. Several of the cells were taken, and a couple of the occupants pounded on the glass, shouting at the guards. One man leered at him with his fangs out. His tongue wagged at Angel when the guards stopped walking. The man grabbed his package and grinned. Angel let his eyes turn red and his teeth dropped down. He growled at the man and then bit at the air, his face inches from the glass of the vampire cell. The vampire jumped back, surprised by Angel's actions. He wasn't in the mood to ignore the man or to entertain that level of sickness. He was more apt to cut the man's head off and pretend he was Delano or Nicolono. If not for the glass between them, Angel would have. And then he'd feel even guiltier for killing yet another person. And how could he face Forrest, knowing he did such a shitty thing? Angel sighed and went into the cell at the guard's urging. He went right over to the cot and laid down, closing his eyes. When the door clicked closed, he winced. "What are you in for?" someone asked after the guards left. He wasn't sure if the question was meant for him, but he answered anyway. "Murder." He opened his eyes and turned to look at Mr. Tongue. He had wild, crazy eyes, and he laughed. "You want to know what I did?" Mr. Tongue grinned. Angel looked away again. "Not really." "They starved me. I killed a human 'cause of it." Mr. Tongue cackled crazily. Angel looked over at him again. The vampire pointed to his own head and moved his finger in a circle. "Getting starved made me loony." The man cackled again. Angel would have to agree. "What's your name?" "Fane. Sounds like Fang, but it's not." "Seriously?" "My cell neighbor laughs incessantly." He could feel Forrest's amusement. "He grabbed his junk at me. I feel violated. I miss you already." Angel rubbed at his chest and swallowed the lump in his throat. "Me too, baby." "Why do you have that weird look on your face?" Fane asked. "Talking to my mate." Fane sighed. For a second, Fane seemed reasonable. "I want a mate. When I get out of here, I'm looking for him." Fane sat on the floor with his legs crossed. The silence stretched between him, which was what Angel thought he wanted, but it made him aware of the enormity of his situation, and he knew Forrest could feel it. The last thing he wanted was for his sweet Forrest to be even more stressed. Angel couldn't believe he was about to start a conversation with a man who, only minutes ago, wiggled his tongue at Angel and grabbed himself. Desperate times called for desperate measures. "Who starved you of blood?" Angel asked, silently vowing to himself to kill whoever did that, if he ever got out. Starving a vampire of blood was severely fucked up. The man laughed hysterically. "My father." Angel sat up. "What's his name?" Angel asked through gritted teeth. "Why?" Fane leaned forward, pressing his face and hands to the glass. He tilted his head, his lips and nose smashing against the glass at an odd angle for a second before pulling away. He looked at Angel with an intensity that was uncomfortable. "You gonna kill him for me?" He didn't even wait for Angel to answer. "Virgil Tiago." "Virgil. Sounds weird. Virgil." The way Fane exaggerated the word made his teeth show, and his lips lift in a weird way. Angel chuckled. "Yeah, it kinda does." "You know what I'd like to know?" Angel wondered if Fane even posed a threat. He also wondered if the father was locked up as well. "What's that?" "I'd like to know about your mate." "Why?" "Because you're thinking about him. I can tell. You have this..." Fane waved his hand in front of his face in an exaggerated gesture. "Look." "I have a question." Fane looked at him with wide eyes, as if Angel's statement surprised him somehow. "Really?" Angel smirked. "After you drained the human dry, did you kill anyone else?" Fane sat down on the floor again. "No." At some point, Angel fell asleep and came awake when a toilet flushed. He looked over at the cell across from him and jerked back when he saw Fane watching him with wide eyes. It was fucking creepy. Sheesh. Angel stood and went over to the small sink next to the toilet, washing his hands before he bent down and splashed water on his face. "The white coats can't get me here," Fane murmured so softly Angel wasn't sure if he heard him correctly. "What if I told you I knew someone who might be able to fix your mind? At least enough for you to function. Would you want that?" Maybe Lucas could help. Even if he couldn't, Angel strongly suspected Fane needed someone to care about him. If his father was the one to starve him so severely, then it stood to reason Fane had a shitty life right from the start. The Somersets could give Fane the love he needed. Fane looked around the room with wide eyes, his head moving slowly. "Shh! Don't let them hear you." "Who?" "The whitecoats." "The what?" Maybe Fane was crazier than Angel thought. Fane leaned forward. "Virgil gave me to them," he whispered. Men in coats? Angel wished Forrest was here. He was good at talking to people. He would be able to get to the bottom of what Fane was saying quicker. Maybe if he channeled some of his mate's Omega powers, or whatever it was that made him easy to talk to, he'd be able to understand the crazy coming out of Fane's mouth. Angel took a deep breath and called for all the patience he could muster. Forrest would focus on what Fane was actually saying, which had something to do with coats. There were a million different kinds of coats, though. "What sort of coats did these men have?" "I told you, white. But long, with their name above a pocket." "Like a doctor?" Fane nodded. Shit. What Fane was saying started to make sense. "Did you go to a doctor so they could fix you?" Fane shook his head. "Virgil took money, and they locked me up." So, the doctors paid the dad to take his son. "Wait, were you in a lab, like a test animal?" "Lots of tests, and starving, so hungry for blood." "How many paranormals were in the lab?" Fane shrugged and started to rock back and forth. "Just a couple more questions, and then I'll tell you about my mate. How many paranormals, Fane?" "A shifter." "Just you and a shifter?" Fane didn't answer him. "The people in the lab, were they paranormals?" "Humans. Smelly people, like rubbing alcohol and mud." "Baby, I think I just got the proof we need that humans are the ones behind this whole thing. The only problem is my source is a little..." Fane started singing about smelly humans. "Okay, a lot. Crazy." "Fane, how did you get out of the lab?" "They let me go. The cat shifter, too." So, human doctors, or whatever the fuck they were, took a shifter and a vampire. No other paranormal species. At least, not when Fane was there. "What did they do to you?" "I told you, they starved me, poked me with a needle." "That's it?" "Stupid questions all day long about blood and what I could smell." At first, Angel thought Fane was telling him to end the questions, but then he realized he was saying the doctors had asked him stupid questions. To a vampire, any question about what he smelled was stupid. Probably to a human wanting to know about paranormals, the answers seemed necessary. "They don't know anything," Fane laughed again. "The source's name is Fane Tiago. Can you call Sean and have him look up information on the computer?" "I'm on the phone with my mom right now. I'll talk to Sean next." "Which council member brought you to his jail?" "The guards brought me." "Anyone else besides the guards?" "The black-haired man." Delano, that motherfucking asshole Archer. He should have known. He was just about ready to tell Fane about his mate when a door opened and shut. When Nicolono's shouting voice sounded from somewhere close by, Angel grinned. Nicolono looked right at him as he passed Angel's cell. Nicolono smiled evilly. "Well, look what we got here. The traitor. I'd rather be loyal to someone who isn't a murdering psychopathic asshole." Angel stood and came up to the glass, inches away from Nicolono. He let his eyes change and his teeth drop. At that moment, he felt a bit like Fane. Sick, with a mad rage that washed over him in a wave so thick it was as if he drowned in blood. "You're a fucking monster!" Nicolono laughed. "Seems I create them, too." Fane, who Nicolono didn't even notice, stood, his eyes glowing red. "I don't like this one," he sang. He had never been more bored in his entire life, or thought about someone as much as he thought about Forrest. He rubbed at his chest again, trying to relieve the constant ache that seemed to get worse the longer he went without seeing Forrest. "What are you doing right now?" By the gods, he needed to touch Forrest, but he couldn't. Talking to him was the next best thing. "Lying on a bed in a hotel room. The good news is we managed to get a room with 2 beds in it. The bad news is Zad snores. Loudly." Angel chuckled. "Try being in a room with 10 cells, all glass. I'd say there are 5 other paranormals in here, and one of them is Nicolono. Did they bring him in already?" "Yeah, his coven isn't far away, and he probably wasn't expecting it." Angel looked over at Fane, who lay flat on the floor, staring at the ceiling. "I wish things could be different. Zad and I are talking to Vesh tomorrow. If all goes well, you'll be out of there by tomorrow night." "You'll be able to talk Vesh into letting me go? Won't I need to go to trial first?" "If they won't let you out, then they better let me in there with you." Angel would never let them put Forrest in a cell. It just wouldn't happen. It didn't matter the circumstances or if Angel died in here. He didn't want to argue, not when his soul ached for Forrest. Instead, he said, "I'm glad we bonded. We have that at least. They won't be able to stop us from talking through our link." If he were there for the rest of his life, talking to his mate would be enough. He would make sure it was. "It is good to have a mate, isn't it, Angel?" Nicolono's voice rang out from a few cells away. It was as if he could read Angel's mind and knew he was talking to Forrest. Angel stiffened and sucked in a breath. "My mate was such a lovely little human. He had such a gentle way about him. He was scared to death of you, you sadistic fuck. And he wasn't your mate for very long. The warlock saw to that." "There was the one little annoying trait he had. He would have tasted sweet. He probably tastes of warlock and hasten now." Angel seriously doubted it, but he wasn't about to give even one small detail about Jules away. "I suppose, now that the warlock has taken my mate for himself, and the male witch killed my Sylvia, I won't get another mate. You drove Sylvia mad long before you tried to cage Lucas. True, but I still felt a bond. I could have lived with her madness." Angel had no doubt. "I'll probably never have a mate now. Maybe I'll take yours. He's pretty enough." The muscles in his chest tightened at the thought of Nicolono getting near Forrest. "You get within 100 yards of him, and I'll kill you. We're both imprisoned. What can you possibly do to me?" "Exactly. You can't touch my mate." Nicolono laughed. "Indeed." "Don't go anywhere without Zad, baby. Promise me." "I promise." Chapter 16. Forrest sat in Vesh's living room trying to calm himself. The longer he went without Angel, the more the panic made a home. It had been well over a day, and already he had a desperation settled into his chest. He had to push it down and try to convince Vesh to go against his own counsel and commit a crime. Zad sat beside him, sipping tea and looking like he had all the time in the world. Of course, he could look that way because his whole world wasn't locked up in a cell next to Nicolono Stavros. Vesh eyed Forrest with curiosity. The question of why Forrest was there in the vampire's living room was clear, and he decided to be direct. Vesh seemed like the type of guy who would appreciate his time not being wasted. "I'm here to ask for your help in getting Angel out." Forrest leaned forward, his arms on his knees. Vesh shook his head. "He'll have to go through the trial. Now that we have Nicolono, it shouldn't be too long. There's a vampire who the council's holding, Thane Tiago. He has the proof we need regarding certain human government officials know about paranormals. He can also identify Delano Archer as the one who held him prisoner unnecessarily." Forrest hoped the last part was true because he honestly had no idea. It just sounded good, so he said it. Vesh smirked. "Thane went feral. He's insane. His word can't be trusted." "Did anyone ask how he went feral?" Vesh's smirk died, and his eyebrows drew together. "I don't know. He says humans did it to him. The way my mate tells it, humans studied him so they could find out more about paranormals. My clan thinks humans have been behind paranormals attacking each other for a long time. My brother's father was looking into these claims when Nicolono abducted him. That was 40 years ago. My mate also heard Nicolono and Delano plotting against shifters and talking about starting a war with us. What would happen if war broke out and humans killed half the paranormal population? We outnumber humans right now, but if we go to war, we won't anymore. It makes it easier for the humans to either control or kill every paranormal who's left." "Divide and conquer," Vesh whispered. "Exactly. I still don't know what all this has to do with me letting Angel out. You want the Vampire and Shifter Council to unite, right? That's what Angel overheard Delano telling Nicolono." "Yeah, I'm the only one who wants it, though." It didn't bode well for Forrest's plan. Still, he had to try. If he could get Angel out, then he might be able to think clearly enough to figure out which council members to talk to next. "What if I was able to get the Shifter Council on board first? Would that sway the others?" "It would go a long way toward convincing them. They just don't think we need the unification." Forrest leaned forward, his elbows on his knees. "We've always needed it. I'm a shifter whose true bonded mate is a vampire. I can talk the Shifter Council into uniting." He hoped. Forrest straightened and rubbed his palms against his jeans. "I can't ask shifters and vampires to unite if I don't have Angel there to show them how good a union like that can be." Vesh gave him an incredulous look. "And you wanting him out has everything to do with that? No selfish reasons at all?" Forrest raised a hand. "Oh, I fully admit I also want him out purely for selfish reasons. Every second I go without him feels like a day. My body aches for him." Forrest pleaded with his eyes, putting everything he felt there. "But you have to admit, having a visual makes a difference. One of the Shifter Councilmen, in particular, will be hard to convince, and he controls the others, I think. I need the Shifter to hear me. If I talk to him without showing him unification in my own mating, it won't have the same effect." "I admit seeing you and Angel together does make quite an impact. It did on Delano. That's why he reacted so outrageously." "Delano will probably release Nicolono, and he'll go after Lucas. If Nicolono gets to Lucas, we're all screwed. I need Angel to help me stop him. If you don't let him out for any other reason, then please do it for that." Forrest didn't even realize he mentioned Lucas's name until after he said it. "Who's Lucas?" Since it was out, he might as well go with it. "My brother-in-law. He's a male witch." Vesh jerked back as if Forrest slapped him. His eyes were wide. "By the gods! I can get Lucas on the phone if you want proof of his existence. Better yet, if you help me get Angel out, I'll take you to meet him." Vesh nodded. "Deal." Forrest sucked in a breath, and he rubbed at his chest. Zad looked at him from the rearview mirror. "Something's wrong with Angel," Forrest explained. He could feel Angel's emotions through their bond. All the panic and even some of the rage came through in overwhelming waves. "What's wrong, Angel? Are you safe? We're on our way to you. I'm with Zad and Vesh. Delano just let Nicolono out." Forrest relayed the information to Zad and Vesh. Vesh turned in the front passenger seat and met Forrest's gaze. "Delano won't win this battle." "I hope you're right." If Vesh was wrong, It meant war in St. Lakes a lot sooner than Ramsay would like. The clan wasn't even close to prepared. I am. Vesh faced forward again. We have you to convince the others. I don't know how I'm going to do that. Maybe it wasn't the time to be honest, especially since Vesh could quickly change his mind. Vesh waved a hand at him dismissively. I'll lose my position on the council if this doesn't go the right way. It's why I hesitated at first. Knowing that, you still convinced me. I wasn't aware. Well, Forrest felt like shit. Well, now you do. Vesh winked at him. You'll do fine when the time comes, Forrest. Zad parked right in front of the council building. Shouldn't we at least try to make it look like we're not about to break Angel out of jail? Forrest rolled his eyes and waited to see what Zad would do. Let the fucking council try to stop me. Zad shut off the car and opened his door, so Forrest followed his lead. I can cut down any one of those councilman bastards, and they all know it. I would have broken him out myself, but we need him, Zad pointed his thumb at Vesh, on our side. Forrest shook his head. Whatever. Let's get this done so I can see my mate. The anticipation ran through his body, making him practically vibrate. Zad got out and went to the back of the truck, pulling something out of the back. He had a sword sheathed in a leather holster strapped to his waist when he became visible again. Forrest got out of the car, making his way over to Zad. What's with vampires and swords? It seemed so Middle Ages. Zad carried another one in his hand, and Forrest assumed it was for Angel. I expect Delano will still be here, and he wouldn't come without backup. That's not what I meant. Instead of commenting, Zad gave him a quick once-over. Can you fight? I can hold my own. He hoped. He'd never gotten into a serious life-and-death situation before. Good, because I suspect you're going to have to. Zad pushed the sword against Vesh's chest when he walked over to them. Hold this. Hey, I might be able to fight too. Despite his protest, Vesh took the sword. Zad gave him a look that expressed his doubt quite clearly. Okay. Vesh looked at Forrest. I can't fight, although I'd like to learn self-defense. Angel would be the one to ask. Forrest hadn't ever seen Angel in action unless he counted the quickness in which he nearly cut Delano's throat. Gabriel had complete faith in Angel's abilities, though, so that told Forrest everything he needed to know. Zad pulled open the door, Forrest and Vesh following him in. There was already a dead guard laying in the hallway a few yards inside the door. Zad pulled out his sword and looked around. He eyed the body on the ground. This was done on the way in. How do you know that? Forrest asked. Of all the ways Zad had surprised Forrest in the last couple days, the fact he could tell how a vampire had died was in the top 10. The way his body lay, and the blood splatter is on the wall behind him. Zad crouched down next to the corpse and raised his hand. Be at peace, Forrest heard him whisper, and then he patted the man's pants pockets as if looking for something. He reached his hand inside one of the pockets and pulled out a set of keys, which he tossed to Forrest. Forrest caught them mid-air and put them in his pocket. He looked at Vesh. Do all guards carry keys to the jail cells? The cells are operated with a numerical code, not a key. Those will get us through the doors to get there, though. Zad stood and started down the hallway. Forrest and Vesh followed behind him. Forrest slightly ahead of Vesh so he could protect him if someone came at them. At the end of the hallway, Zad stopped, holding up a hand. He peeked around the corner and moved away quickly. He looked at Forrest and crooked a finger. Forrest slid next to him, Vesh sticking close. Forrest put an arm out, pushing Vesh against the wall so he wouldn't be an open target for whoever came down the hall. Delano, Nicolono, and 2 others, Zad whispered. Do we fight or duck into one of the rooms? Zad looked at him, studying his gaze. If you go after one of them, I get the other 3. 3? Zad shrugged. It's doable. Forrest turned to Vesh. Go into that room and don't come out until I come get you. I might be able to help. Forrest shook his head. We need you if we're going to succeed, more than we need anyone else. Vesh's eyebrows drew together, and he opened his mouth to argue, but Forrest cut him off. With all due respect, sir, just listen to me. Besh nodded and went to the closest door to him. With him out of the way, Forrest felt ready to concentrate on the task at hand. In theory, he could hold his own. He certainly did okay sparring with his brothers in the yard. Of course, he couldn't take Ramsey, Gabriel, or Bennett, and he could take Owen about half the time. But he could totally kick Layden and Kristen's ass. It wouldn't be long before Layden shifted for the first time, and when he did, he would probably win. Layden was already as tall as Bennett. It seemed he grew like a weed in the past few months, which just indicated Layden's impending shift. He'd probably be bigger soon. Jules, although the newest sibling, was way too fragile, so Forrest would let him win because he would feel like shit if he accidentally hurt him. Yeah, okay. He probably should have thought about the whole fighting thing before he agreed to it. Get ready, Forrest. Forrest swallowed the lump in his throat and nodded. Zad pulled his sword free and raised it, shouting even as he came around the corner. Forrest was pretty sure he didn't even look to see who he ran his sword through before he was on the next person. Forrest shook his head as he watched Zad. He was so engrossed he didn't even see the vampire grinning in front of him at first. When he did notice him, the vampire was almost on him. Forrest pushed him back, which only made him laugh. His teeth were down, and his blood-red eyes looked at Forrest as if he was his next meal. You must be Angel's mate. I can smell him all over you. It took Forrest a second to realize the vampire in front of him was Nicolono. Forrest hadn't ever met him before, or even seen a picture. He would be handsome, if not for the calculated look in his eyes. I'm going to like tormenting Angel by keeping you as my pet, just like I did Jules. Forrest took a step toward him, trying to keep the disgust off his face. Nicolono looked at him in surprise as Forrest took him by the shoulders and leaned into him. This is for my brother Jules, Forrest whispered, and then kicked Nicolono as hard as he could in the balls. Nicolono cupped his junk with both his hands, and his face turned red, even as he slid to the floor. Forrest turned his back on Nicolono, intent on helping Zad. He grabbed Delano by the back of his coat and pulled him back. He wanted to throw him at Nicolono, but Delano was too big. Instead, he succeeded in pissing the vampire off, and Forrest discovered a pissed-off Delano was one scary vampire. Forrest took a step away when the vampire started in his direction. Unfortunately, he forgot about Nicolono on the ground and tripped over the man. He hit the floor hard and lost his breath. It took him far too long to get his breath back, and by then, someone was punching him in the face. The hit was solid and whipped his head to the side. He didn't have a chance to come back to himself before another punch landed. Forrest swung at anything he could hit, not caring what it was. He tried to open his eyes so he could get a visual, but blood ran in them, wet and thick. The weight of the person on him suddenly lifted. Forrest tried to wipe the blood from his eyes so he could see, but someone grabbed his wrist. Forrest hit at whoever wanted to restrain him, kicking, hoping to connect with flesh. The hand on his wrist pulled him backward as if someone tried to drag him across the floor. Just let him go, Nicolono. Forrest recognized Delano's voice. Once he discovered who was pulling on him, Forrest fought even harder. No way would he let Nicolono take him away. I can use him against Angel. Like hell! Forrest fought harder, trying to turn. We don't have time. Zad will come back. Zad can be sent to hell. Finally, he felt Nicolono's hold on him slip, so he jerked his wrist as hard as he could. Nicolono let him go, and Forrest turned, swinging at whatever connected. A body covered Forrest suddenly, so Forrest redirected his punches. Nicolono grunted, and then teeth sank into Forrest's thigh. Forrest screamed and brought his leg up into the bite instead of pulling away. He felt a sickening crunch, and then Nicolono's body felt heavy on him. His teeth left his leg, and a warm wetness soaked Forrest's shirt. Forrest pushed Nicolono off him and wiped at his eyes, but the blood wasn't going anywhere. Someone else tried to grab at him, but Forrest fought them with all he had. Someone held his wrists again, pulling him. The body on top of his slid away. Whoever pulled him released him abruptly. Forrest, shit. I don't know how to use this thing. Come any closer and I'll stab you too. Besh's voice shook, and Forrest realized he had come to his rescue. He must have stabbed Nicolono. Forrest wasn't sure if Nicolono was dead, but he definitely hadn't been moving. "You really going to kill him, Vesh? I concede you this battle. Just let Nicolono go, and we'll leave." Then Forrest heard the most beautiful sound on the planet, when Angel roared so loudly it drowned out the voices around him. Forrest started crying, which helped wash some of the blood out of his eyes. Flesh hit flesh, and Vesh grunted. A body fell on his head, and he felt a sharp pain as he hit the wall. He groaned and brought his hands up, trying to protect himself again. Dizziness assaulted him, and for a moment it was all-consuming. Arms came around his waist. He smelled Angel and immediately put his arms around his neck. Lips covered his, and it took him a second before Forrest kissed back. But once he got with the program, he took over. His fingers laced through Angel's hair, and he fisted it in both of his hands. Angel pressed him against the wall, and one of Forrest's legs came around Angel's thighs. "Can we get the hell out of here, please, before Delano returns with more men?" Zad said from somewhere nearby. Angel tried to pull away, but Forrest held him close, thrusting his tongue into Angel's mouth. When he pulled back enough, he growled, "Mine." His cat was so close to the surface he started purring without needing to shift, which was something he had never done while in human form. Forrest probably smeared blood all over Angel, but he didn't care. "I'm carrying you, baby." Even as Angel said it, he moved back, and when he did, Forrest let the grip on his hair go. He tried to open his eyes, but the blood still stung, so he shut them again. "Angel." He felt Angel lift him in his arms, just as he said he would. Forrest tried to wipe the blood away again so he could see, but Angel stopped him. "Don't touch. The gash on your forehead is too large. You'll hurt yourself." Forrest rested his head against Angel's chest. Angel's body bent, and he felt the softness of the truck seat underneath him for a second before he was lifted into Angel's lap and held firmly. A cloth pressed against Forrest's forehead, and that's when a sharp pain hit him. He sucked in a breath and tried to pull away, but there was nowhere to go with Angel holding his head. Forrest growled when the cloth wiped at him again. "Don't you growl at me. I'm the one who gets to do that. First time I see you in a day and a half, and I find you bloody on the fucking floor. Fucking hell, Forrest." "Did we get Nicolono and Delano?" Forrest asked. The cloth wiped at his eyes. "Did we? By the fucking gods. I don't care about anything but you, and now I'm fucking yelling. And saying the F word a lot." Forrest opened his eyes and looked at Angel for the first time. Blood still stung his eyes, but at least he could see. Angel looked as if he wanted to kill someone, and it was the best thing Forrest had ever seen. Forrest took his face in his hands. "Gods, I missed your face." Angel looked at him with affection and a slight smile on his face. "Not as much as I missed yours." Someone giggled beside them, which startled Forrest, because he didn't realize anyone else was in the back seat with them. He looked over to see a man he had never met before. He had wild eyes and a strange grin on his face. "You must be Thane." The man giggled again. Chapter 17. "I'm never letting you out of my sight again," Angel grumbled under his breath, even as he dabbed at the cut on Forrest's head. Angel pulled away. "Shift." Forrest obeyed, shifting quickly and then back again. He leaned against the bathroom sink and looked at Angel. Angel concentrated on the cut, touching it with his fingers. It was scabbed over already. "If you have a scar from this, I'm going to torture Nicolono before I kill him." "He hates you too, honey." The corner of Forrest's lips turned into a smile, not taking any of what happened in the last couple of hours seriously. "Good. I hope he chokes on all that hate. I think Vesh already killed him. Well, I don't actually know where Vesh hit Nicolono, but I know he stabbed him." "Yeah, I know. I saw the blood when Delano carried him out." Angel bent down and gently poked at the wound on Forrest's leg. "Speaking of blood, how's the bite mark?" "Doesn't hurt. No one gets to suck you but me." "I second that," Forrest chuckled, and Angel realized what he said and how sexual it sounded. Angel straightened and scowled at Forrest. "Why are you so calm? I'm fucking pissed at Nicolono. And you for taking such a fucking risk. You should be upset. The smile died from Forrest's face. You're upset enough for the both of us. He came off the sink and wrapped his arms around Angel's neck. I'm just glad to have you back. Forrest kissed him, moving his lips over Angel's, as if he were trying to distract him. If he was, it was working. Angel took Forrest by the waist, pulling him closer. They were both naked, intending to get into the shower after Angel cleaned Forrest's cut. Angel ran his hands along Forrest's back to his ass again. Forrest sat on the sink, his legs spreading apart, making room for Angel. Angel pressed his cock against the part of Forrest's ass. Forrest moaned, the sound going straight to Angel's dick. The separation they had endured came back to him in a desperate wash of emotions. The need to bite, to reaffirm their bond, was too overwhelming to ignore, and he was done denying himself his mate. He broke the kiss and met Forrest's gaze. Forrest licked his lips. Angel's teeth dropped, and he knew his eyes glowed blue. Forrest tilted his head to the side, giving Angel permission. Angel sank his teeth in slowly and let the blood sink into his system by slow degrees. Forrest grunted, his arms coming around Angel, and he pulled him closer, even as his body jerked. Warm, wet cum covered Angel's stomach, and still he kept drinking. Forrest's body went limp, and Angel held him close. I'm yours, Angel. Angel pulled his teeth out gently and licked at the wound. He grabbed the lube out of the pile of toiletries laying on the sink and lifted Forrest, handing him the bottle of lube. He turned towards the shower and turned it on, adjusting the knob. Through the whole process, he never once let go of Forrest. He would probably never let go again, and he wouldn't be sorry about it. When Angel stepped into the tub, moving Forrest under the spray, he finally released him just enough so his feet touched the ground. Forrest tilted his head back when Angel ran his fingers through his hair. I need to take care of you, Angel whispered. I know. It's okay. Forrest's response made Angel smile. Angel grabbed the small shampoo bottle the hotel provided and opened it, squirting some on his palm and then working it into Forrest's hair. Forrest moaned when Angel started massaging his scalp with his fingertips. Angel kissed him, licking across Forrest's lips once before pulling away again. Water washed the shampoo from Forrest's hair even though Angel still kept up his ministrations. Forrest ran a hand down Angel's back to his ass and then up again. His other hand held the lube still. Angel could feel the bottle pressed against his skin. It had been cold at first, but warmed with his body heat. When all the soap ran out of Forrest's hair, Angel opened the small bar of soap. He lathered his hands and began rubbing them over Forrest's skin. He separated from Forrest just enough to run his hands down his chest to his stomach, making it to Forrest's cock. He stroked it slowly, the soap easing his touch. Forrest grunted and moved his hips forward, silently asking for more. Instead of giving Forrest what he wanted, he wrapped an arm around his waist and turned them so Angel was in the spray. Angel immediately let him go. Turn around. Forrest whimpered and pleaded with his eyes, but he obeyed. He braced himself with hands against the shower wall and looked over his shoulder at Angel, the tube of lube still clutched in his hand, but also pressed against the shower wall. Gods, you're so beautiful. Forrest smiled and spread his legs as much as the tub walls would allow. Angel lathered his hands with more soap and then slid behind him. He began with Forrest's back, going slowly, needing to know his bobcat shifter was there within touching distance. Angel kissed the back of Forrest's neck, on a little spot he had deliberately missed with soap so he would have some place to kiss. Angel ran his hands down, covering Forrest's sides and waist with soap, gliding over smooth skin. Through all the touching, Angel's cock never deflated, and he pressed it into the crack of Forrest's ass for just a second, wanting some friction. Forrest moved into the touch, making it clear what he wanted, but Angel still needed to feel. Moving back just a few inches, he glided his hands over Forrest's ass. Your ass is so perfect, baby. It was so round, with muscles in all the right places. Angel ran a finger along his crack, right where his cock had been not seconds before. Forrest's breathing sped at the anticipation. "Angel." Angel moved away, making Forrest whimper. "Just washing the soap away. Might sting if it gets inside you." Angel rinsed his hands off under the spray, and then moved the shower head, tilting it so the warm water washed over Forrest. Once all the soap ran clear, Angel put the sprayer back where it had been, and then stepped under it, making sure all the soap that transferred to him from Forrest was also off, especially the soap on his cock. Once he pressed himself against Forrest again, they both sighed at the same time and then chuckled. "Glad we're on the same page, baby." Forrest waved the lube until Angel took it. Still, Angel didn't make a move to get inside Forrest, but wrapped his arms around Forrest's waist. He kissed his mating mark and then his cheek. If the world went to shit around them, Angel would still be happy to stay as they were. Forrest rested his hand on Angel's arm. He leaned his head back, resting it on Angel's shoulder. They stayed that way for a couple minutes, and then Forrest moved, his hand leaving Angel's arm. He squirted lube on his fingers. A second later, Angel felt Forrest fumble around between their bodies. Angel pulled back to look down and saw one of Forrest's fingers inside himself. The sight sent a jolt of pleasure through him. He growled and moved Forrest's fingers away, pushing in one of his own. Forrest moaned and moved into his touch. Finally. Angel was too far gone to laugh at Forrest's impatience. Forrest handed Angel the lube and he took it, pulling out his fingers and squirting some before working them inside him again. His whole body shook with anticipation as he worked Forrest's channel open. He curled his fingers, pegging Forrest's prostate, and watched his mate jerk with pleasure. "Angel, please get inside me." Angel kissed him on the mating mark and pulled his fingers out, aligning his cock and pushing against Forrest's hole slowly. When he stilled, Forrest growled and started to turn around. Angel took a step back in confusion, his cock falling out of Forrest. The confusion died when he saw Forrest's eyes had changed and his teeth had dropped. Forrest wrapped his arms around Angel and put a foot on the side of the tub, opening himself the slightest little bit, which was enough of an invitation for Angel. Angel lifted Forrest until his legs came around his waist, pressing Forrest's back against the shower wall, which helped keep him in place. He watched Forrest's face as he sank down on Angel's cock, making sure he enjoyed the position. The only thing Angel saw was pleasure. And then Angel started moving. He couldn't be slow even if he wanted to, which he didn't, so it worked out well. Gods, it was only a few strokes, and already Angel was about to come. Fuck. Still, he couldn't stop. Forrest growled at him. "Don't come." "Baby." The word came out like a protest, but Angel still did everything he could to hold off. His muscles strained from holding Forrest, but he was too far gone to focus on anything but the way Forrest made his body sing. Angel felt warm cum slash between them, and then Forrest growled again. "Mine." When he struck, it was ruthless, with a force Angel didn't expect from his calm, even-tempered mate. The first bite of pain changed to a pleasure so intense he couldn't hold back anymore. His orgasm slammed into him so hard he shouted Forrest's name. It was so intense he thought he passed out, but when he started coming down, he discovered Forrest was still attached to his shoulder, and his legs were still wrapped around Angel's waist. Forrest stayed like that for so long, Angel thought for sure his shifter mate turned into a vampire and needed the blood. But Forrest wasn't drinking from him. He just had his teeth in Angel's shoulder, which hurt like a bitch since he had come. His muscles ached from holding Forrest too, come to think of it. He tried to let Forrest down, but he clung. And then Forrest sniffled, as if he were crying. Angel stiffened and tightened his hold all at the same time. "Did I hurt you?" When Forrest's teeth pulled out of his shoulder, he hissed, "Sorry." Angel didn't care about his own pain. He wanted to make sure he didn't hurt Forrest. After all, he did get a bit rough toward the end. "Please tell me what's wrong." Forrest tightened his hold. I don't... Shit. Angel turned with Forrest still clinging and shut off the water with his foot, which wasn't easy when he had a man strapped to his front. Somewhere during his fumbling around, his softened cock fell out of Forrest. Grabbing a towel from the rack was much easier, and he wrapped it around Forrest even as he walked them out of the room. He lay Forrest on the nearest bed, which was a relief to his muscles, and lay down with him when Forrest didn't let him go. He looked over at Fane, who didn't even look in their direction as he sat on the other bed in the room, flipping through the television stations. "We need a minute." Fane giggled as he took in Angel's naked ass. Fane stood, grabbing the blanket and covering them with it. "He crying?" Angel nodded. "I should go next door?" Even as Fane said the words, he came within inches of Forrest's face, crouching down to look at him. When he straightened again, Fane's eyes were wide. "Looks feral." He turned and headed for the door. "I'll be in Vesh and Zad's room." Angel returned his focus back on Forrest, who had stopped crying for the most part. "Baby, please talk to me." Angel pulled back. Forrest's eyes had changed and his teeth had dropped. Indeed, he did look feral, which startled Angel enough to pull back. That had been the wrong move, apparently, because Forrest turned them so Angel was underneath. Forrest held Angel's hands above his head. Angel let his muscles go slack so Forrest would know he was compliant. For long seconds neither said anything, and then Forrest growled. "What did I do wrong?" "Shut up." When Angel started to say he would do whatever Forrest wanted, a hand covered his mouth, effectively cutting off his words. Apparently, all Forrest wanted was for him to shut the fuck up. Angel could do that. "If you ever do that to me again, I swear to all the gods, I'll think of something worse than throwing flour and water at you." Angel started to talk again, but the hand over his mouth muffled his words. He wanted clarification about which thing he did that pissed Forrest off so bad. "Shut up, Angel. I mean it." Angel nodded and pressed his lips together under Forrest's hand. Forrest must have felt it because he removed it. "You're mine, Angel. My mate. You understand?" Angel nodded again. "Good. It means you can't just let yourself get locked away like that again." Well, knowledge was power, especially when it came to dealing with Forrest's anger. Forrest might come across as mild-mannered to most people, but Angel was starting to figure out it wouldn't be the case with him. At least, not all the time. Angel cupped Forrest's cheek in his hand. "Baby, shutting up includes using the link." Angel smiled. "I'm not finished yet." Forrest leaned down, his face inches from Angel's. "What if it had been years?" Forrest looked at him expectantly, and Angel realized all at once that he was supposed to answer. There were so many landmines he could step on, and no matter what he said, it wouldn't be the right thing. "That's not a fair question, baby." Forrest growled at him. "Why the hell not?" "Because you're on top of me right now. It's irrelevant." Ugh. Forrest sat on the other bed. He wrapped the second blanket around himself before scowling with his cat eyes and his teeth, sharp and ready to bite him again. Angel sat up, facing him. Forrest growled again and threw the blanket off. He straddled Angel's lap, then sank his teeth into Angel's shoulder again. Angel cried out at the pleasure, and his cock gave a valiant effort to get hard, but didn't quite succeed. The bite was over before it began. Forrest pressed his cheek against Angel's, and he started purring. Angel realized Forrest's cat was ruling everything he said and did. "Your cat is close." "I know. Right from the first moment I smelled you. I tried to push it down, but I can't. I'm sorry." "I love you more than I want to do the right thing, okay? Will knowing that calm your fears?" "Only if it means you won't let them put you in prison." "I promise, Forrest." Angel wrapped his arms around Forrest. "I fucking promise." "I need you to help me train because I suck at hand-to-hand fighting, apparently. Nicolono kicked my ass back there," Forrest whispered after a few seconds of silence. Gods. Just thinking about the way he found Forrest, all bloody, laying on the floor, made Angel want to wrap the man in bubble wrap or lock him in a safe room. Maybe he should try expressing his fear through an angry outburst the way Forrest did. But then he remembered how Forrest also had a slow-burning anger, simmering until he could think of a creative way to strike back, and thought better of it. Nicolono has experience. I'm sure he does. He's probably pissed a few people off a time or two and gained experience. The only person I ever pissed off was you when I threw flour at you. Angel chuckled. To be fair, I was pissed off before that. Angel ran a hand along Forrest's back. So, am I the only one who gets to see your kitty get angry? It's very different from your human side. Forrest shrugged. It's just me. All the same, bobcat and human. But I've never felt so primitive before. You mean possessive? I feel like a thing, like your dildo or something. Angel made a face that tried to show his fake disgust. I feel so dirty now. Forrest laughed and grabbed his dick, holding it in his hand. For a dildo, you sure do talk a lot. Angel's cock grew hard in Forrest's hand. You're still lubed, right? Yeah. Forrest began jacking him off with a wicked grin on his face. You gonna shut up and be used? Absolutely. Chapter 18. You know how you need me to be your muscle in all this? Angel refused to take his hands off the steering wheel or even shut off the engine. Their future rested on the people in the farmhouse in Wingspan, which was the very one they sat in front of. Well, it rested on the 2 council members, who Angel knew were inside because Ramsey had called ahead and scheduled the meeting. Yeah? Well, I'm going to need you to do the Omega thing you do and get them on our side. I know. If you don't, I'm going back to jail. I'm sorry, but that's... And you'll have to talk me out of there all over again. Forrest put a hand over his and looked at him pointedly. I know. Angel laced their fingers together, the touch helping to relax him enough to think past the next few minutes. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. We'll run if they don't do what we need them to. And what they needed them to do was align with a council of paranormals who they already knew were starting a war. No big deal at all. Yeah, right. Forrest smiled and looked at Angel with a worry he hadn't expressed until that moment. We can't leave our families, Angel. We'll take them with us. Forrest gave him an incredulous look. Right. Someone knocked on the door, and he saw Rory Armel scowling from the other side of the window. You plan on sitting in my driveway for the rest of your life, or what? Rory had been a cook in St. Lake's Diner, but his mate was from Wingspan, so he moved and switched clans. He was one of the only bear shifters in a clan almost entirely made up of dragon shifters. The other bear shifter, Quidel Tiriac, was mated to Rory's sister-in-law, who was also on the shifter council. He was the one they needed to talk to the most. Forrest let go of Angel's hand and got out of the car. Angel watched as he made his way to Rory, giving the shifter a one-armed hug. Angel turned in the seat and looked at Fane, whose wide eyes took in the farm. They got cows! Fane gave him a hysterical giggle. Angel shut his eyes and sighed. When he opened them again, he said, Try not to touch anything. Fane just nodded and then laughed, as if he wasn't going to listen to Angel's direction. I mean it, man. Fane stepped out of the car and practically bounced over to Forrest. Rory gave Fane an annoyed look, but Forrest's reaction was different. He put a hand on Fane's shoulders and smiled. Angel joined Forrest. Fane, this is my friend Rory. He scowls at everyone, so don't worry. He won't hurt you. Fane's body seemed to relax a bit, and he leaned into Forrest. They have cows, he whispered loudly. Forrest smiled in that even-tempered way he almost always had. I think I can get you on the next farm tour. Forrest met Rory's gaze. Rory growled. Fine, but if you turn Sverrel, I'm going to have issues. Fane just giggled. Too late. Whitecoat's already made me feral. Rory looked at him in puzzlement. Whitecoats? Long story, which we'll tell everyone during the meeting. Angel looked over at the house. A big Native American man with long dark hair stood on the porch with his arms folded at his chest and a scowl on his face. Beside him was a slightly smaller man who gave off an alpha vibe like no one Angel had ever met before. "Let's get through the worst of this meeting, and I'll take you after." Rory looked at Fane with empathy. Vesh and Zad came up to them. "I'll introduce everyone all at once," Forrest said, and took Angel's hand, lacing their fingers together. Rory led them to the porch, and it was Vesh who took over the conversation. "Thank you for letting us into your territory, Alpha." Vesh tilted his head to the side as if the Alpha were a wolf, but he wasn't, so the greeting was wrong. "You're welcome here." The Alpha leaned in and whispered into Vesh's ear. Angel assumed he corrected Vesh's greeting, and it was confirmed when Vesh blushed and bowed his head the correct way. The Alpha touched the back of his neck and then whispered to him again. Vesh lifted his head. "I'm Vesh Arnold." "I'm Gavin, and this is Quidel. He's an enforcer for the Shifter Council, and Tegan is inside already." Quidel led them into a living room, where a couple of other people were already seated and staring at them when they entered. Angel sat on the couch with Forrest on one side and Fane on the other. Fane started rocking back and forth, clearly uncomfortable with the setting. Forrest let go of his hand and patted Fane on the leg, even as he made introductions. It was all a smooth interaction, even with the people he didn't know. "I know my brother told you what we suspect about the humans manipulating a couple of members of the Vampire Council." When Tegan and Quidel nodded, Forrest continued. "It's their motive behind the manipulation that worries us." "How do you even know humans have knowledge of us?" Quidel asked. "Fane, they tested him along with a shifter, starved him of blood, and now he's like this." Quidel raised his eyebrows at Fane. "He tell you that?" "He told me that," Angel said through gritted teeth. "He might act insane, but he makes sense if you listen." Forrest sat forward, addressing Quidel. "Look, the humans might not be a problem right now, and since my brother's mate Lucas is still safe, the humans aren't threatening the fate of all shifters. Yet. When they do, we'll all be screwed." Forrest sat back again. "That's the bottom line, and why we're all here." The mention of Lucas was what swayed Quidel. Angel could see it in the set of his jaw. Still, the battle wasn't over by a long shot. "If there are members of the other council who are working with the humans, why should I trust any of you?" Quidel looked at Vesh. "I've been advocating for some type of connection between the two councils for years, and your people have opposed it. At least one other council member feels the way I do as well," Vesh stated calmly. "How many of the vampires are in opposition?" Quidel asked. Vesh smirked. "How many of the Shifter Council are in opposition?" "Just me." Vesh started to answer, and from the way his eyes turned red and he bared his teeth, what he was about to say would take the meeting in a negative direction. Forrest raised a hand, cutting him off. "There's only 2 on the council who will give you problems. The majority will side with Vesh." "How do you know that?" Vesh asked him. Forrest shrugged. "Body language, I guess." Forrest took in the room. "Look, there needs to be paranormals in the human government." "There are. The humans just don't know they're paranormal." "Okay, so why aren't they doing something about the humans meddling in our lives? There's a big problem here, one we're not fully aware of yet. The council's coming together sooner rather than later is a huge step toward finding out what's really going on and what the humans want from us. Have you asked yourself why humans would want the entire shifter population gone?" Forrest paused, looking right at Quidel. "I have, Quidel. And it seems to me they're doing it because they fear us. Scared people are dangerous to everyone, not just shifters. We need to come together, and binding all the councils will be a big step in the right direction." Quidel stared at Forrest for so long, Angel started to take offense. He finally asked, "You're sure about the humans?" "As sure as I can be." Forrest pointed to Fane. Quidel smirked. "Okay, I'll agree on one condition." Forrest smiled. "What's that?" "You and your mate act as liaison for the councils." Vesh spoke. I agree. Forrest, you brought up a good point when you were trying to convince me to get Angel out of jail. I did? Vesh looked at him. What you said about you needing Angel if you were going to get the council members to unite. Angel raised his eyebrows when he looked at Forrest. What? A shifter and a vampire happily mated makes a good picture. Yes, it does, actually. And with your ability to talk to people so easily, you and your mate would be an asset to the council. Quidel looked at Forrest and Angel, eyeing them for long seconds before he settled his gaze on Angel. You look like someone who can hold their own in a fight. I do all right. Angel smirked and patted the hilt of his knife. Good. You're probably gonna need it on occasion. Forrest looked at Angel with a bit of panic in his eyes. You're asking us to travel around for the council? Quidel's eyebrows drew together. It'll mostly be talking to people, letting them know what's going on and asking them to prepare. I live in St. Lakes. My family is there. I can't just leave them. Quidel folded his arms in front of his chest and didn't say a word. Quidel Tiriac was a hard, no-nonsense shifter. He had listened to Forrest's point of view, so he was also reasonable, which was why Angel was letting Quidel push Forrest into something that clearly made him uncomfortable to even contemplate. Should we do it? Forrest had to come to a decision on his own. No way was Angel making such a life-altering decision for his mate. I'll do whatever you think is best. Then we should do it. I'll be okay as long as we're together. Forrest took his hand but looked at Quidel. We need to go back to St. Lakes. I have a business I'll need to find an employee for, and we need to drop Fane off at my mom's. Angel looked at Fane. Forrest's family will take care of you. Fane giggled. No dropping off. Forrest let go of Angel's hand and took Fane's. We'll talk about it later and come to a compromise. We can give you the time you need. Yep, Quidel was definitely in charge, and Angel strongly suspected he'd remain that way even after the councils merged. Okay, meeting's over unless anyone has anything to add. Quidel looked at Tegan, who shook his head, and then he turned to Vesh. I'm satisfied. We can talk about the particulars later. Zad leaned into Vesh, whispering to him. I'm going to St. Lakes with Angel and Forrest. You need me for whatever the hell comes next. You let me know. Vesh nodded. I'd like it if you were on the council. Fine, but I'm still going with Angel. Zad turned to him. When are you leaving? Probably in a couple of hours. St. Lakes isn't far. Chapter 19. Forrest grinned when he saw his mother standing at the front door of her house. Everyone else was behind her. From the back seat, Forrest heard Fane say, Smells good here. Makes my dick hard. The second part you're not supposed to say aloud, Angel explained to him in a calm voice Forrest honestly didn't expect him to have with anyone. Even Forrest had to admit that there was something about Fane gave him a protective instinct. Don't whip out your dick, Fane. I mean it. Smells good. Forrest turned in the seat to look at Fane. Fane's eyes were blue, and his teeth were down. He also rubbed at the bulge in his pants. You feel like your mate's nearby? Fane giggled and reached for the door handle of the car. Forrest was quicker, though, and was out before Fane had a chance to find the source of the smells and dry hump the shit out of it, or bond with whatever or whoever the source was. He was about to follow Fane, who took off across the yard to his siblings, when his mother grabbed him in her arms. Oh, my boys are finally back. I missed you, Mom. I missed you too, sweet boy. She just whispered how you are her favorite, didn't she? Come on, you can tell us the truth. We can handle it, Forrest, Vaughn yelled. Forrest flipped him off behind his mother's back. Mom called flipping someone off cursing in sign language, and it would cost him $1 in the curse jar. He didn't care because Vaughn deserved it. I did see that, but I'll let it go since I missed you so much. Mom pulled back and took Forrest's hand. She smiled and then looked over at Angel. When her focus changed to Angel, Forrest jogged across the yard to Fane, who kept sniffing everyone and saying, You're not the smell. Hey guys, this is Fane. He's a vampire shifter who's... Farewell, Fane finished for him and giggled. "How was your trip?" Gabriel asked, eyeing Fane with an amused curiosity. "Eventful," Forrest said evasively. He knew what they all wanted to know, but it was fun teasing. Then he felt Lucas enter his mind and Forrest winked. Lucas smiled. "Are you going to tell us if you're mated finally or not?" Layden growled. He was so close to his first shift, Forrest could smell his dragon. Angel slid behind him and wrapped his arms around his waist. Forrest instinctively leaned against him. "Why are you torturing your family, baby?" "Mostly because it's fun." "Ha! Thank the gods. You made all of us miserable when you weren't mated. And I'm talking to both of you." Gabriel walked over to them, hugging Forrest first. "Welcome home, little brother." "That goes for all of us, Forrest. We missed you," Vaughn said. And then his attention was on Fane, who sniffed around him. "How about I help you find that smell later, okay, man?" Vaughn tried to put an arm around his shoulders, but Fane moved away. He didn't seem to like certain touches. It was something Forrest had noticed after being around him for the last couple of days. Gabriel hugged Angel, and when he did, Forrest walked over to Fane and Vaughn. He took Fane's hand and put it in Vaughn's. "You do okay with holding hands, don't you, Fane?" Forrest looked at Vaughn. "Some things bother him. I'm not sure why." "He's not the smell." "Vaughn's going to help you find it." Fane giggled and gave him that wide-eyed look he always got when he was upset. "He's not the smell. No one is the smell." Vaughn looked at Forrest. "You think he can smell his mate?" Forrest nodded. "It's either Owen Ramsey or someone who's been around recently." "Or someone we've been around." "Nah, he was bouncing around the car even before we arrived at the house. It has to be one of us or someone whose scent is lingering on the property." "Owen's in the kitchen with Sage making you a surprise cake." Vaughn smiled as if he were a clown without makeup. "Surprise?" Forrest chuckled. "I thought Sage made cookies whenever someone came back." "Garrison gets cookies. The rest of us get cake or brownies. Anyway, we can take him in to see if it's Owen easily enough. Ramsey and Garrison are in the office waiting for you and Angel. We can take him in there, too." "Yeah, let's do it." Forrest turned to Lucas. "Do you think you can help him?" "I've looked in. I can't see who his mate is, which is weird, but I think I can fix some of his issues. Not all. Probably best to have him calm when I start, though. He's too upset right now. Let's get him what he wants, so he'll calm down." A feral vampire was about as primitive as a feral shifter, it seemed. Forrest leaned against Angel as they went in the house. Vaughn had a hold of Fane's hand still. His brother appeared to have taken a liking to Fane, probably because Fane's weird qualities matched Vaughn's in just the right way. "Bet I'll be here a while," Fane said as Vaughn opened the door. "Why do you say that?" Vaughn asked, a slight smile on his face. "Well, I want to be around the smell all the time, for one, but also Forrest will be embarrassed if I go with him and Angel to talk to the people," Fane said. "Forrest, honey, what is Fane talking about?" Mom asked from behind him. Forrest sighed. He really didn't want to be the one to tell her. He was hoping Ramsey would. He turned to look at her, getting ready to tell her, and then a thought occurred to him. "Mom, Angel has something to say to you." He stepped behind Angel and sort of pushed him to her. Angel didn't let Forrest push him far, but turned, giving an incredulous look. "That's just evil, baby." "I love you." "I love you too. I'm still not going to be the one." Forrest thought about what else he could do to get out of telling her. He already knew how she'd react, and it probably wouldn't be pretty. Forrest did the only thing he could think of that always seemed to force Angel's hand. He shifted. He also was tangled in his clothes, but it was a small price to pay. "Damn it, Forrest," Angel sighed, and helped him out of his clothing, and then he picked Forrest up, holding him in his arms. Forrest started to purr and rubbed his head against Angel. Angel ran a hand down Forrest's back. "Such a pretty kitty." "I'm not pretty." "You are too. And if I'm going to be the one, then you totally owe me." "What do I owe you?" "What do you think?" Angel wiggled his eyebrows. Forrest was just about to reply when someone yelled, and then there was a whole lot of moaning, and then a bunch of people shouting all at once. Angel cursed and then put Forrest on the ground. "Shift, baby, and get dressed." "What's going on?" "Fane found the smell." Forrest obeyed Angel, shifting and dressing quickly. Angel took off inside the house. By the time Forrest figured out what was happening, Fane had his arms and legs around Ramsey, and he clung like a monkey, his teeth in Ramsey's shoulder. Ramsey's eyes closed, and he held Fane with his hands on Fane's ass. "Fuck." When Ramsey opened his eyes again, he had a look on his face Forrest never wanted to see from any of his brothers. It was his sex face, and it made Forrest more uncomfortable than he had ever been in his entire life. Still, Ramsey looked right at Forrest and said, "You have some explaining to do." Ramsey lifted off the wall and carried Fane into his office. "Lucas, Forrest, and Angel, get in here." "Why am I in trouble?" Lucas threw his hands up in an exasperated tone. They all walked into Ramsey's office. Ramsey sat on the couch with Fane wrapped around him. His teeth were still in Ramsey's neck, but it didn't look like he was drinking anymore. Ramsey's eyes looked reptilian, and his teeth dropped down. Forrest just bet he fought the urge to bite Fane. Ramsey looked at Angel and then at Forrest. "Do you have something to tell me?" Forrest grinned. "Ramsey, meet Fane. I think he's your mate." Ramsey growled. "I fucking know he's my mate, Forrest. I'd like to know why he just took the choice to mate away from me." The smile fell from Forrest's face. "Fane isn't well, Ramsey. He's feral." Angel put an arm around Forrest's waist and pulled him closer. "Do you have anything else to share, Forrest?" Ramsey knew about Forrest's new job. He could see it in the sharp look he gave Forrest. "Angel and I work for the council now," Forrest grinned, "which means I outrank you. So you can tell Mom I'm traveling the country with my mate for the unforeseeable future. Also, I need someone to take over the cabins for me. Do you know anyone?" Angel sucked in a breath. "Oh shit, that's right. We do outrank everyone. And I think Zad is staying here. He thinks his mate is a water shifter. You'll want someone to show him around because he can be a bit pushy." Forrest gestured to Fane. "Not as pushy as that, but close." "I heard that," Zad yelled from the other room. Forrest rolled his eyes. Ramsey ran his hand along Fane's back, trying to soothe him. "I see you made a few friends." "Yeah." Forrest leaned against Angel. Ramsey looked over at Lucas. "Help me fix him?" "If I do, he'll likely pass out for a while, and I can't fix everything." Despite his words, Lucas still took a step towards them. A ball of light came to his hand. "You'll have to get him to let go." Ramsey nodded and waved Forrest over. "Get him to let me go, and I'll do all the shit you told me to do." Forrest lifted his eyebrows and stood there as if contemplating his choices. "Now, Forrest." "Fine." Forrest grinned and walked over. He rubbed at Fane's back. "Fane, you should let Ramsey go so he can talk to you." Fane sighed and made no move to extract his teeth, which had to hurt. "You might be hurting your mate. Did you ever think of that?" Finally, Fane lifted his head. He looked at Forrest, and some of the wildness left his eyes. "I need to feel him inside me." Okay, maybe not all the wildness was gone. Forrest made a sour face and shook his head. Lucas just started laughing. "Not something I need to know." Ramsey whispered in Fane's ear, "Let Lucas fix some of your problems, and then we'll talk." Fane nodded, and when he did, Ramsey patted his ass, silently asking him to stand, which Fane did. The second Ramsey was no longer touching him, Lucas's light went into Fane. Fane cried out, holding his head as if he had a headache. He grabbed a hold of Ramsey, pain etching his face. Ramsey took him in his arms and gave Lucas a look Forrest had never seen on his brother's face before. It was the scariest thing Forrest had ever seen. "You're causing him pain." Lucas opened his mouth and then closed it again. He shook his head and tears gathered in his eyes. I'm sorry." "Fucking fix him, now." "Whoa!" Forrest stood in front of Lucas, blocking him from Ramsey's wrath. "Ramsey, Fane needs you to soothe him, not yell." Forrest reached out to touch Fane, trying to do what he told Ramsey he needed to do. but Ramsay growled and pushed Fane away. "Mine! Get out!" Fane's body went limp in Ramsay's arms, his pain no longer gripping him, which seemed to calm Ramsay down some. "Please, I'm going to snap at one of you again. Just leave us alone for a few minutes." Ramsay sat on the couch against the wall, holding Fane close. Forrest nodded and turned. Poor Lucas looked devastated, so he wrapped his arms around his shoulders and guided him out of the room, Angel following behind them. When he got into the kitchen, everyone stood there with wide eyes, having heard every single word. Lucas pulled away and went to Bennett. Ramsay was lucky he was alpha because the look on Bennett's face clearly spoke of how pissed he was. Angel wrapped an arm around Forrest's waist. Forrest was about ready to fill everyone in when Angel spoke. "Okay, first, I need someone to show Zad all the water shifters in town. Anyone want to volunteer?" Kristen tentatively raised her hand. "I will." Kristen looked at Zad and smiled. "Good. We also need someone to take over Forrest's cabins." "Craig would be good at that," Sage said. Angel nodded. "Get him over here so Forrest can interview him." Sage nodded and pulled out his phone, doing Angel's bidding. "Garrison, Ramsay's gonna need some time with his mate. Think you can fill in?" Angel was really pushing his luck with his newfound ranking. Despite the scowl in Garrison's face, he simply nodded. Angel looked right at Mother Estelle and said, "Forrest and I are traveling for a long while. Now, I know you'll miss him, but we'll call regularly." Mom opened her mouth to speak. "I promise I'll keep him safe and happy the whole time." Mom relaxed back in her seat and smiled, apparently satisfied with Angel's words. Angel turned to him and grinned. "How'd I do?" "Very well, Grasshopper. A little demanding, but we'll work on it." Angel wiggled his eyebrows. "You owe me for telling your mother." This concludes Where We Are by April Kelley. Narrated by Simon Dornay. Copyright 2017 by April Kelley. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Hard Rose Publishing and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.